song you just gotta hear. And every Sunday morning from 10 till noon, we give you the chance to play your favorites with the Sunday Morning Request and Dedication program. 2 hours set aside to play what you want.
Hey, Cindy, what can I play for you today?
Forever and Ever Amen by Randy Travis.
Good morning, Ray. Could you play Coal Miner's Daughter for me?
I wonder if I could request Eagle When She Flies by Dolly Parton.
Sure could.
It's all brought to you by Matt's Furniture. Online at mattsfurniture.ca. True Fit Denture Clinic. No one should know you wear dentures, not even you. The Sunday Morning Request and Dedication program with Ray Allen from country's greatest hits. 620 CKRM.
This thing, think
It's game day, and this is the Crofty Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com, and on your radio and around the world at 620CKRM.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Oh, it is good to be back. We are inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming live at sportscage.com and, of course, on all of our social channels. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Saturday Night Football, baby. First game against the West Division in the 2025 regular season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the Riders and Lions, with a 5 o'clock kickoff tonight in the KISS Saskatchewan game. We do have a jam-packed countdown to kickoff coming up here. But before we get to what we're going to be talking about this afternoon, Justin, what are the key matchups that you are going to be eyeing up this afternoon?
The main thing for me, come on, is Nathan Rourke starting or not? Like, I want to see this kid play. If you're Saskatchewan, you want to beat the best. The Lions are at their best when Nathan Rourke is at quarterback. To me, that's the main thing. And Buck Pierce coming from Winnipeg and how they're so secretive about injuries. We might not know who's starting this game until the starting quarterback runs on the field for the first series, Wes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely Rourke's been a great athlete, a potential star and the face of this league. You know, he took a little hiatus, went down south, things didn't work out. He was back, and then he didn't really show us much. But start off this season in that game one, he looked like he was getting some of that explosion back, had a couple great runs. The arm was looking pretty good, but now he's got a little setback with the injury. Is he going to get out there? I want to see the top talent play today. Great day, Rider Nation, home game, best venue in the CFL. Should be a party, so let's get the best guys out there to get the party started right.
Let's get it. You know what? The Saskatchewan Roughriders did actually perform better than expected last season, not only on the field, but at the bank. So a little bit later on this afternoon, Saskatchewan Roughriders President and CEO Craig Reynolds will be joining us to talk about the fiscals from last season. We're going to hear from BC Lions fullback Riley Picket, who's from Saskatoon, drafted by the University of Saskatchewan Huskies. Chris Chipak is going to be joining us as well, a First Nations artist who created that gorgeous Indigenous logo that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to be donning on their helmets this evening. Rider legend and TSN analyst Glenn Suter is going to be stopping by on set. And, of course, also Grey Cup champion, Rider legend Jeff Fairholm, also going to be chatting with us a little bit later on. But right now, let's get to what's trending, okay? It's brought to you by Karst Holdings and Tegra Tire Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and the staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings and Tegra Tire Assiniboia, truly local. Justin?
The talk all week long has been whether Trevor Harris will start for the Roughriders. We know that's not going to be the case based off what happened last week in Toronto. He took that big hit from Jordan Williams. So I asked Cory Mace, how did this decision-making process play out?
Much as, you know, the Dell play and then the following play, I'd like to live in reality. You know, that's football, man. Sometimes it's a violent sport and it gets aggressive. Temperatures flare. Clearly, you know, if you look at the totality of the penalties, it was getting a little bit hectic. But you know, certainly, both clips have been talked about. You know, and I'm sure that there's going to be disciplinary stuff, you know, throughout the league, not just in our game, but you know, they do a good job of doing that. The league does a good job of doing that throughout the whole league from a week-to-week basis. So. We'll see. Now, as far as Trevor, nothing came to light of, you know, if he did suffer concussion. We didn't even talk about it throughout the game. So, and he was operating fine. We didn't know anything until later after the game. So, we'll see. I don't know what else to say to that whole situation, but, you know, where we are right now, I'm just happy that things have been handled and done the right way. Yes, we put him into protocol, but like I said, he was kind of dealing with a multifaceted thing. You know, so we were kind of trying to decipher what was what. But, you know, once we did declare that to put him into protocol, there's certain steps you had to take. And, you know, it just, like I said, it just didn't match up time-wise. And also just, you know, let's be smart. And we are moving into a bye week as well. So, you know, a lot of things went into it. But, you know, ultimately, you know, with those, you don't really want to risk it, but, you know, there's proper steps to follow, and the timeline just didn't match up. Trevor's our starting quarterback. if the timeline matched up and all the boxes were checked, and Trevor obviously felt comfortable, you know, we would green light that. Now again, you know, this is why we love Trevor. He's the most competitive guy probably in the building. I mean, I'm sure he would really want to go out there, but you know, like I said, we did our due diligence in finding a quarterback that we've got faith in to go out there if something happens to QB1, and he's here and he's ready to go, man. So to me, it's a good thing to have that as a luxury. And of course, you know, when Trevor's ready, then, you know, he's the guy.
Lots of talk around Rider Nation, Wes, as to whether or not Jordan Williams should have been suspended. He was fined for that hit on Trevor Harris, penalized on the play as well during the game. Do you think he should have been suspended?
No, I think it was a football play. I think maybe he could have let up. It really only looked like he had a step and a half from when Trevor really let the ball go before he made contact. I think that's kind of within that grace area. I mean, maybe he could have tried to lower his shoulder a bit to not hit him as high, but it didn't look like a headshot, right? So, you know, you're kind of nitpicking. The guys are out there trying to play. They're trying to get their stats, and make plays, period. And that's what I think he was trying to do at the end of the day. I don't think it was anything malicious. Just was more about how Trevor hit the ground that probably caused the concussion.
As Cory Mace said, he wants to live in reality, and the reality for the Riders is Trevor Harris is out for this game. They're being smart with that. I think it's the right decision. And Jake Maier is ready to start at quarterback for the first time since being the franchise man with the Calgary Stampeders last year for a number of years.
Yes, because it kept me employed in the league, right? You know, it was one thing, you know, I guess in simple terms, yes. But it is very refreshing, and it feels good for myself and my family to know that you know, I'm supported here by the staff, by the organization, by new teammates, and you never take that for granted because you don't know when your last game or your last season is going to be in pro sports. That's the nature of the beast. You know what you sign up for, so when you're surrounded by great people, it makes that process easier.
Jake Maier gets his first start. Wes, I want to ask you, with the Riders, I should say, for Jake Maier, his first start. When you're in that position as a backup, and then you get the opportunity to start, and Jake Maier spoke to it right there, that you never know when your last game is going to be. How do you approach it?
I mean, really, it's a blessing that he kind of knew earlier in the week, especially at that quarterback position, that he was going to get the start so you can prep, you can get the reps, and then you can really focus your mind into the task at hand and trying to understand your opponent as much as possible and work things out with your teammates so that you can be sharp, be on time, and work well as a unit. So I think it really helps him that he got the full week. It's one thing that maybe a guy gets injured in practice or at the start of a game that throws you off. But I think with his experience with the Stamps, he should slide right in and be able to go make plays.
Let's see it happen. One of those guys that he was game planning for during the week was former Saskatchewan Roughriders defensive back Deontay Williams, who told me how it came to an end with the Riders. And he is actually excited to come back to Mosaic Stadium despite leaving the team to sign with the BC Lions.
Yeah, excited. Yeah, as a backup quarterback on any team, you never know when your number is going to be called. So, you know, I guess for the team, it's obviously bittersweet, obviously, because you want to be, you know, make sure that everybody's ready to go and healthy and ready to play. But, you know, given the circumstances of the week and kind of how it's all played out, I'm ready to step in and do what I can for the team. You know, you always hear really successful pro athletes, they're very routine oriented, and Trevor has a awesome routine. I felt like I had a pretty good routine, and then you show up and you realize, okay, there's a next step to this that you can really lean into, because everybody, especially someone as successful as Trevor, they're all here early, they're all here late, but it's what you're doing that counts, right? It's not good enough just to say, oh, I'm here for 12 hours, I put in a lot of work in. Well, what did you do, right? So there's little things through film study. You know, he's really regimented, right? So where he specifically likes to look for certain things throughout the week, and just to be a fly on the wall in that and say, you know what, I can adopt this. There's a lot of things that are similar that I've already done in the past, but there's also things where it's hey, you know what, this is a nice growth moment for me personally to say, hey, you know what, I'm stealing that, and I'll tell him, I'll say, hey, man, I'm using that forever, right? So that's been a really nice thing.
The same way you are, then you go and you take your talents elsewhere.
That's Wes Cates talking about Deontay Williams, who I hope we can get to the clip of him talking about being appreciative of his time with the Saskatchewan Roughriders and them bringing him into the league. Stay with us.
BC Lions defensive back, or shall we call him nickelback, Deontay Williams in the house. And first and foremost, let's start with how your career started in the CFL. It was with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. What led you to come up here and play in the Canadian Football League?
After my opportunity from the NFL became short, my agent reached out and Saskatchewan found me. Saskatchewan found me. I'm very grateful for them giving my first opportunity. I fell in love with the CFL league. Coming from Saskatchewan, the fans here are amazing. I always remember that. It's a very passionate stadium. It was very fun playing in front of them. So I'm just happy that I'm back here, and I know it's going to be electrifying.
What were some of your feelings when you put on the green and white jersey and played in Mosaic Stadium, and perhaps memories from your 2 years with the Riders? It was exciting, man. Especially my first game against Winnipeg. That's a big rivalry here. So it was a crazy game. It was a fun experience to have. Man, the fans was so turned up that game, so loud. And I could just remember me getting my first big hit, and the crowd was just reacting into that big hit. And man, I fell in love with Regina when I first got here, and I still have love for the whole city itself, because it reminded me of the days back in college. I played at Nebraska, and that's all they got there is Nebraska football, and the fans are very passionate there too. So it was just a great experience, and I still have so much love for Regina and Saskatchewan Roughriders. When you played for the Riders, it was 2 seasons. You played under 2 different staffs. First, when Craig Dickinson was head coach, Jason Chivers was your defensive coordinator. Then Cory Mace came in. Obviously, he's a defensive coordinator as well. You played at multiple spots, and a lot of people would know you for your physicality and also your athleticism. Mm-hmm. Was there a chance that you could have potentially re-signed with the Riders, or what happened there? No, towards the end of the season, they let me know they moving on. But it's all business. I can't take that personal. Just like how my career ended short in the NFL. It's all about business. You can't take anything personal. I wish I could have played here longer, but it went the way it went. So I'm happy for them. They doing good this year, and same here. I love BC Lions. I'm glad they took the chance and opportunity, took the chance and opportunity to get me in free agency, and man, I just appreciate everything. So it sounds like you had a lot of time to potentially plan and prepare going into free agency if the Riders let you know during the season. Yeah, they let me know as soon as the season ends. Talking to the GM, me and him are real close, and me and him real close, have a great relationship. So he was just letting me know, you get ready to experience the free agency market and stuff like that. So I just wish Saskatchewan the best of luck and stuff like that.
Ready for this 5 o'clock kickoff tonight against the BC Lions Saskatchewan Roughriders at home. Now, we spoke with, of course, Jake Mayer taking on the role as shot caller tonight. First time as a Saskatchewan Roughrider. Just heard from Deontay Williams and Justin Dunk there in the previous clip. So we are going to continue to unpack this matchup as we come back here in just a couple of moments. We also have local product Noah Pelchier joining us on the countdown to kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience. Here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and CroftElectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once. Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Your summer equipment sale is open for bidding and closes on July the 8th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, balers, swathers, Conserva Pack drill, hay binds, sea cans, SP bale wagon, livestock panels, 3-point hits equipment, lawnmowers, grain bins, shop tools, and more. July the 8th is also our annual Customer Appreciation Day, so come for lunch and view all the items for sale that day. Over 600 lots on offer in this sale. That's the summer extravaganza at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seiuwest.ca.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer, the best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
It's game time at Two Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get set for kickoff at 5 o'clock tonight with the BC Lions in town. We are streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. It's Saturday Night Football in the Heartland. And we do have our next guest on set ready to join us here for the Homegrown segment, which is brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. Noah Pelchier from the University of Regina Rams. He's a quarterback. He's Regina born and raised, and he joins us right now. First of all, thank you so much for joining us here today. Are you excited for the game?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Super excited to watch the game.
So, I just wanted to dive into this right away. Being part of the Riders Football Foundation and being able to, help those kids in these camps and going up to football camps in northern Saskatchewan, how important is that to you, and why did you feel the need to jump into this?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an amazing job to have. I've been doing it for the past 2 summers, so I've been super lucky to be able to come back and do that, and it's just something I've always been pretty passionate about. I growing up, I had a lot of opportunities with football, and I find it important to pass that on to younger generations. So having the opportunity to go all around Saskatchewan and give kids the opportunity to either learn about football or kind of grow on what they already know, it's an amazing opportunity, and I feel like I've built a lot off of last year, and I hope I can continue to build with what I'm doing and keep doing it for as long as I can.
Well, and I'm sure they'd be happy to have you there. Now, what does it mean to you to see Indigenous culture celebrated at center stage during a CFL game like this? Of course, tonight is the KISS Saskatchewan game, and it's a very special night. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see the recognition and just all the things that are happening around it. I know being Indigenous myself, it's something I'm super proud of. And yeah, going back to the camps, being able to work with Indigenous youth too is an amazing opportunity. And being around in these communities, I see that a lot of Indigenous communities love the Riders. They're all about it. So I know when they can see games like this and see things like this happening, it's amazing.
Well, you're rocking that hat nicely. For those watching on the stream at sportscage.com, of course, you were wearing a hat with that beautiful KISS Saskatchewan logo on there, and we'll speak to the creator a little bit later on. But given that you're active in football camps in northern Saskatchewan, what types of impacts have you seen from those programs, not only on the field, but off the field?
Yeah, for sure. Going out into these communities, you see, I guess, a lot of different things. Some communities will already have kind of football background, whether it's they're playing flag football, they're watching football, and some communities are completely new to it. So either side of it, it's super nice to be able to give them the opportunity to learn more about it and overall just have a fun time with them. But I've kind of made it a point that I'm not just going out there for one day and kind of leaving it. I want to see what I can do for them to continue football around there, whether they want to be Rider fans, whether they want to be Rams fans, or whether they want to keep playing it, tackle, flag, touch, whatever it might be. So lots of these communities have been amazing to work with, and they're helping me just as much as I'm helping them. But I definitely hope to see a lot of these communities stick with football, be able to play football, and yeah, like I said, whether it's players or fans, it's amazing to see football continuing to grow.
Noah Pelchier, University of Regina Rams quarterback, is joining us right now ahead of the KISS Saskatchewan game tonight. How do you see grassroots football evolving in Indigenous communities, and the role that the Roughrider Foundation plays in that growth? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, like you said, with being able to have this opportunity to run these camps, it's hard to do on your own. So I'm super happy that I have the foundation to kind of help me out with that. And yeah, all these communities, I can tell they have a passion for football. It's an amazing thing in Saskatchewan, being a smaller province, but you still see how big football is. It's cool that not just in Regina, but no matter how far north I go or wherever in Saskatchewan, there's Rider flags. Everybody has a Rider jersey. So it's super cool that they're already connected with the team, and then being able to offer them a chance to connect themselves with the game as well and learn a little bit about the game is awesome.
So when you're working with the youth in northern Saskatchewan, what core football skills or values do you prioritize teaching first?
Yeah, so we pretty much focus mostly on like a flag football. Just for the younger kids, it's a nice introduction into the game, and we go right from the basics. So like I said, some of the kids will have never touched a football before in their life, or some might have a little bit of experience with football. So I try to always, no matter what the drill I'm incorporating, I have something for everybody. So I can pick it up a level or start right from the beginning. But we do a lot of flag pulling. We do a lot of throwing, a lot of catching. The biggest thing is just having fun and showing them how fun football can be, but also giving them kind of the core skills you need to be able to participate in the game.
Noah, let's talk about your football for a minute, because you guys were so close to knocking off Laval, who won the Vanier Cup last year. And, of course, Regina is going to be hosting the Vanier Cup coming up in November 2025. What do you guys need to do to get over the hump there and hoist that national championship trophy?
Yeah, I think just what we did last year was awesome, and it really showed what we're capable of. Being able to make it to that point and compete with a team at that level showed a lot for us, and I think it kind of sparked something in us too, that we want to go that much further. So it's hard to look at the end right now, but we're going to take it week by week, and we're just going to kind of continue on that ride that we had in those last couple of weeks, and hopefully we can find ourselves in a similar situation and play another week of football.
How does it make you feel as a quarterback who threw to Deshaun Mims to see him make his debut with the Riders last week?
Yeah, it's amazing seeing all my past teammates play, whether it's for the Riders or in the CFL. But yeah, I've been at the university with Deshaun pretty much my whole career, so got to know him pretty well. And yeah, once I heard he got the opportunity to be on the team, I was super happy for him, super proud of him, and yeah, seeing how he's making an impact on the team and starting to get in. I hope he can work his way up and continue to get into the game. But yeah, it's awesome to see your friends be successful.
Well, Noah Pelchier, of course, the quarterback for the Regina Rams, University of Regina Rams. Thank you so much for coming on set today to chat with us a little bit. And lastly, before we let you go, I want to know prediction for tonight. What's going to happen?
Ooh, I think it's been a pretty good first 3 games, so I hope they can continue on with that. And yeah, I know it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be a battle, but I think the Riders can pull it off.
Okay. You notice how he didn't drop any scores there, boys? He doesn't want to jinx anything. I appreciate
He's a smart quarterback.
That. Yeah. Thank you so much again here, Noah Pelchier. And coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we are going to be going deep with Jeff Fairholm as he's going to be joining us next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmney, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. It's Boxing Week in July. Now till July 16th, buy any 2 qualifying Whirlpool, Maytag, or KitchenAid kitchen appliances and save $150. Buy any 3 qualifying kitchen appliances and save $300. Plus, buy any qualifying washer and dryer and save an extra $150. See you in store for all the details during Boxing Week in July. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
So, how big is yours?
5 inches.
That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches?
6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family-owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And I'm Teagan Witko alongside Justin Duncan, Wes Cates. We are getting you set for Week 4. Saskatchewan Roughriders hosting the BC Lions, 5 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. We are streaming live from the Sports Cage Lounge. You can find us at sportscage.com, of course, or on any of our socials. The Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. As promised, we have a special guest joining us on the line. It's Going Deep with Jeff Fairholm for Zipperlock Building Company and Power Lift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5115. Jeff, we got to just get right into this here and talk about Deontay Myers. 4 catches last week, 125 yards, and 2 tutties. Walk us through what you're seeing with Deontay Myers.
Well, I think it's a team thing. And, you know, Myers had the good game last week. Johnson had the game before that. And I think those 2 guys in the slot are causing defenses fit. It's a slot offense that we run with the run game, which hopefully we get into. But Myers, it was Myers' turn. I mean, they were taking away Johnson, and the reads were taking Harris to Myers. So, you know, I love how they're spreading the ball around. It seems like one receiver seems to have the big game every game, but you know, spreading it around, and I tell you, those guys in the slots, they're really, really causing problems for defenses.
Well, and I will say, as you mentioned, Jeff, there's been a lot of different receivers stepping up in this very young CFL season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. But I want to single out that 70-yarder that Deontay Myers saw last week. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
Well, it was nice to see. I mean, it was nice to see the speed, nice to see him break away. I mean, it was, you know, it wasn't a very long pass, and it was just, you know, something right over on the left side, and he just took off and had the right angles. And I think the free safety took the wrong angle on him and just misjudged Myers' speed, because we haven't seen much speed out of our receiving core that much until Myers took it away. It was really good to see.
Jeff, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, Wes, how are you?
Not bad. I'm looking at this old line, and they've kind of come together. They had some great outs over the first 3 weeks. You know, a couple of injuries here and there, but they're going up against a shaky BC defensive line. How do you feel the O-line is going to fare today, and should that be something we lean on this afternoon?
Well, I think we have to. I mean, our O-line has been great, you know, last year and this year. And, you know, again, give props to Edwin Harrison, the O-line coach, for getting them ready to go. What I love about our O-line, you know, they have, 2 sacks in 3 games allowed? I mean, that's outstanding. And I think I saw something by Rob Vanstone saying that's the lowest ever or something. But, you know, and that's all great. But you know what? What I love about it is the run game. You know, we have a running game again. And last year we didn't have much of a running game, and maybe that has to do with Willette being healthy. But our O-line is really, really opening up holes, and I think Hardrick, you know, he's playing fantastic, and having Johnson really come to play at left tackle has really been great. I mean, they're all playing fantastic. They just need to keep opening the holes, and you know what? We're going to need that run game today with Mayer starting. So I'm excited to see what they can do. They've just been fantastic all year.
You mentioned the run game, Jeff, and A.J. Ouellette in that game in the win over Toronto last week, 17 carries for 91 yards and a touchdown. And actually, over his last 2 games, if you didn't know, it's actually his highest total of rushing yards in back-to-back games in his entire CFL career. So Ouellette is starting to get it done. Let's go over to defense, because I know you want to talk about the pass rush that the Saskatchewan Roughriders have been showing, leading the league in sacks through 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's the facts, but it's also the pressures, right? So, I mean, I think I saw somewhere like it was 23 out of 28 pass dropbacks that the quarterback was pressured last week. And, you know, I've said it along. I don't know the scheme, our defensive scheme, but I believe that our defensive scheme starts and ends. I think I've said that probably ad nauseum, starts and ends with our D line. And if we need to get pressure with that relatively soft zone, and we've been doing that. And again, we've got 9 defensive linemen on the roster again, so we're going to keep rotating those guys in. And, you know, they're getting tons of pressure, which is what we need with that relatively soft zone. They've been fantastic. They need to keep coming to play. And what worries me about BC's offense is McInnes. And if McInnes torched us last year at the beginning of the year for, 200 yards or something, and he was finding those soft zones because we weren't getting a lot of pass rush. So they need to make that quarterback really uncomfortable in the pocket so that he can throw. Whoever's a quarterback, whether it's Rourke or Mazzoli, really need to make them uncomfortable so that those holes will close quickly.
That game you referenced by Justin McInnes was last year in Week 6. Caught all 14 of his targets for 243 yards and a touchdown. I don't think Cory Mace wants to see that happen today, though he did say if you focus on McInnes, there are other guys in this receiving core that can beat you. Jeff, I've got to get your take on this because it's been the talk around Rider Nation all week. Trevor Harris out with, let's call it, a head injury. Jake Maier starts at quarterback. If you can draw on your personal experience, what's it like as a receiver to go from QB1 to the backup coming into the starting lineup?
That's a really good question. I hated the backup quarterback coming in, other than really on in my career, because we had 1A and 1B with Burgess and Austin. But yeah, it's kind of tough. You kind of get a little worried, I have to say, as a receiver, because you don't have that trust factor. You don't know where that backup quarterback is going to lead you, and that trust factor sort of comes in where he could be leading you into some danger, but it's in the back of your mind. But you have to keep playing the play and go after the ball as best you can. But I had 1 or 2 concussions as a result of a backup quarterback, but it happens. And Maier's not exactly, he's a backup, and I've been really tough on him when he was here in Calgary. I'm not a huge fan of him as a quarterback, but I did say I think he's a great backup quarterback, and here he is. We need to lean on him today, and it's kind of interesting because we're 3-0 and BC's I think 1-2, right? And they're going to try to push Rourke into the game injured, because they have to, and they don't want to get down to Saskatchewan more than another game. So, and it's interesting how we're able to rest Harris and not worry about him going in there and hurting himself because we're 3-0. So I think that's kind of the difference between the two teams. But yeah, it's not a lot of fun when you're a slot back running in the middle, having a second stringer throwing that ball at you.
I got 2 more for you, Jeff. Who was the backup quarterback that you didn't like so much? Are you willing to tell us?
No comment.
Sorry, that's just my reporter
Nice try. Nice try.
How about I give you one? I'll give you Rick Warman. How's that?
Oh, okay. He was a coach in the league for a little bit. I remember with the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Better coach than he was quarterback. I'm just kidding.
Enough said. And you mentioned being hard on Jake Maier there. What didn't you like about him in Calgary, and how do you feel like he can, for lack of a better term, reinvent himself with the Riders?
I think coming in as a backup quarterback, it's a lot easier. You don't have to be the guy. I think he's had a chance to learn from Trevor a little bit as well. And I don't, having our run game the way it is and going against the BC defense that I think it's 7th in rush against. So, I think they're going to heavily lean on that run game and, give Maier the easy throws. He was asked to do a lot here in Calgary, and I just don't think – I think he was put in a bad position. Honestly, I just don't think he's a starter in the league. I think he's a great backup, but I just don't think he's a great starter. And going in as a second stringer starting a game is a lot easier than being the starter for the year.
Jeff Fairholm, Saskatchewan Roughriders legend, Grey Cup champ. Thank you so much for going deep with us here today, Jeff. Enjoy the game tonight.
My pleasure. Looking forward to it. And may I say, I love the logos that we're doing. I love this Indigenous stuff that we're doing. I think it's well worth it. My wife and I have bought a whole bunch of merch from the Riders with that logo, and I just love it. I think it's a great thing for the CFL and especially for the Roughriders. Go Riders.
Well said, Jeff. Thank you so much for that. Of course, the KISS Saskatchewan game kicks off tonight at 5 o'clock as the BC Lions are in town to take on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. But right now, we need to take a bit of a trip back in time with Today in Roughrider history. It's brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Here is Dave Thomas with Rob Vanstone.
It's time for Today in Saskatchewan Roughrider history. Rob Vanstone from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, chief historian and journalist. A first on this day in the Canadian Football League.
June 28, 2002, the Roughriders, Saskatchewan Roughriders played the first regular season game in Ottawa Renegades history. It was June 28th, 2002, as I mentioned, and it was the second CFL team to represent Ottawa. First it was the Roughriders, then it was the Renegades for 4 seasons, and then it was the Red Blacks 2014 to present. But Roughriders won 30-27 in overtime in Ottawa. Nealon Green rushed 7 times for 118 yards through touchdown passes to Rocky Henry and Demetris Bendros. And last play of the fourth quarter, Paul McCallum kicked a 37-yard field goal to send it into overtime. And then in overtime, the very same Paul McCallum, Hall of Famer, kicked a 54-yard field goal to win it for Saskatchewan in the first regular season game in Ottawa Renegades history. I almost said Red Blacks. It's so tough to keep those straight.
Oh, the Renegades. The Renegades. Wes Cates, what do you remember about the Ottawa Renegades?
Not a dang thing. Man, I played 6 seasons in the CFL. The Renegades folded in 05. I was a rookie in 06, and then they conveniently came back 1 year after I retired, and I think I would have loved the capital of Canada, but haven't even been. I got family out there and everything.
Dude,
man,
you need to get out there.
Yeah, I know. Teagan.
You sound a little bit sour.
You split a ticket for me, like.
You know what,
we'll
talk.
Pay half my way. No.
We'll talk. I don't know. We'll have to discuss that a little bit.
WestJet or Air Canada.
His phone is ready to be ringing here. Give him a shout, guys. All right, that was Today in Rough Rider history, and we will be right back here in a couple of moments, actually, because we think we need to hear a little bit more from Wes Cates here and get some analysis from him. That is on the way. Countdown to kickoff, of course, inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get closer to kickoff at 5 o'clock today. It's the Riders, it's the Lions. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Terry at Powerlift Doors. We're a family-owned company that prides ourselves on serving all of Saskatchewan with the highest quality product. Here at Raymore, I will personally design, engineer, build, and install your hydraulic door to make sure it's done right. From small to extremely large, farm buildings to airplane hangars, new build or retrofit with the least loss of headroom in the industry. Check us out today at sask.powerliftdoors.com or give us a call at 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Your summer equipment sale is open for bidding and closes on July the 8th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, balers, swathers, Consuva-Pack drill, hay binds, sea cans, SP bale wagon, livestock panels, 3-point hits equipment, lawnmowers, grain bins, shop tools, and more. July the 8th is also our annual Customer Appreciation Day, so come for lunch and view all the items for sale that day. Over 600 lots on offer in this sale. That's the summer extravaganza at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
It's the spring sale on now at Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors. All Palliser furniture in stock or custom order is 25% off. And for your backyard oasis, check out the introductory spring pricing on patio furniture, fire tables, umbrellas, and backyard heaters. For the cook in the house, check out the new Napoleon barbecues, Traeger smokers, all the grilling accessories, and rubs. The spring sale on now till May 31st. Only at Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors, 38 High Street West, downtown Moose Jaw.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates live from the Sports Cage studio, or the Sports Cage Lounge, rather, inside Mosaic Stadium as we're getting ready for kickoff at 5 o'clock. It's the Riders, it's the BC Lions, and it is a battle of the next man up, because we just heard that Jeremiah Masoli is actually going to be starting for the BC Lions. We also know that Jake Mayer is the man up for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So that may change things a little bit. If you were to look at this last week, definitely a different football game that we're going to be looking at here. But again, a 5 o'clock kickoff this afternoon. Right now, I do want to turn things over to my buddy Wes Cates. It's time for his analysis. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Batteries at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you. You want to talk about the run game?
Yeah, for sure. It's a shame we're not going to see the starting quarterbacks today, but hey, that means we're probably going to be a little more run heavy, right? We touched on it a little bit while we were going deep with Jeff Fairholm. This Rider offensive line has been playing great to start off the season. They've looked healthy. There's a couple injuries in there, but the guys that have stepped in, plenty of experience, and have really just stepped into their roles, moved around a little bit, played well in the run and the pass game, been really efficient on the ground. A.J. Ouellette's been close to 100 a couple of times, but we need to get him in that 3-figure mark. We need to get him over 100 on the ground so he can crack that 100-yard mark, and then we can really start building on that. I mean, obviously they've been great in pass pro. I think a lot of that has to do with the way Trevor Harris is releasing the ball quickly, but you got this O-line. The teams can't get to him in the pass rush. They're getting off the ball and getting downfield in the run game. BC Lions defense is struggling against the run. We don't have the 2 starting quarterbacks going, so why not just keep handing it off? Maybe we rotate Thomas the Train in there, and maybe we see a couple of backs totaling close to 200 yards on the ground together, maybe even at least 150 is what I'm thinking, right? So let's see that ground game get going. Let's let AJ, you know what I mean, get his feet under him even more, start to get some of that confidence back and get back to his, all-star caliber that we know he's capable of playing at. I think that he's a great back. He cut some weight this offseason. We all know about it. We've seen the photos. He's feeling good. Let's see if that helps him hold up physically and keeps his body going. And let's just, maybe even get some Tommy Stevens packages in there. Maybe see him on the field, maybe for a series, if not a series, a few plays in a row, and let's attack him, on the ground that way too. Maybe a little more play action this week. So I'm just excited to see, with these two quarterbacks out, a little focus on the run game. Maybe we'll see it from both sides of the ball, but definitely this Rider run game needs to get going and make a statement today.
It has been going. Excuse me. A.J. Ouellette over his last 2 games, as I bring my microphone down to my face so people can actually hear me when I talk.
It's important.
Here we go. Ouellette over his last 2 games, 30 rush attempts, 187 yards, the most he has ever gained in back-to-back games in his CFL career. Wes, you talked about it there in terms of him cutting that weight. He also has 2 big play runs in those games. 47-yard touchdown, 25-yard touchdown last week in Toronto. Does it look like he can carry the load for the entire season with his, let's call it, new and improved body?
I mean, I think what it looks like, how he feels, and how the coaches feel are all completely different things, right? He's a back that's getting a little older. I'm sure if you asked him, he'd say, yeah, give me the ball 25, 30 times a game. I can handle it. But the coaching staff, the injuries that he's had in the past, I think they're maybe wanting to, work him in to a little more of a rhythm slowly. But I think today, we're a few weeks in, now's the time to kind of maybe give him a little more than he was expected and see how he handles it. I think that definitely his body, and he's a personal trainer. He knows how to take care of his body. So I think now that he's coming to this season actually healthy, I think this is his first season starting the season off healthy with the Riders. I think that he's going to pay a little bit extra attention, take a little bit extra care of his body, and he's going to help along with the coaches maybe, tapering back his reps at times, or maybe even giving him some vet days at practice to just make sure he can, make it through the full season.
You know what stuck out to me last week? We talked about it a bit in the post-game show. Trevor Harris, 17 pass attempts. A.J. Ouellette, 17 rush attempts. That would seem to me to be a potential recipe for success with your backup quarterback in there with Jake Maier. One other topic I want to touch on with you. Kadeem Carey said he was comfortable being on the practice roster. But how actually difficult is it, especially when you see A.J. Ouellette running so well and you're thinking, might be on the practice roster, getting this practice roster money for a little while?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it from 2 different perspectives. I would say just as a competitor, he's probably hoping some situation arises that, helps him get some more touches. But as a fan of the sport, when you're a back and you're capable of doing great things, but you see a guy handling his business and putting in work, you kind of want to keep rooting for that individual. So I think that right now he should just be comfortable in his role, do what he can to take care of his body, and maybe even, gain some strength and or some flexibility over the course of this season while he's not getting those heavy carries, and just cheer on his buddy AJ, and when his number's called, just be ready to make plays.
So from a player perspective, looking at this week, I mean, obviously Jake Maier got a couple of reps during practice, but how concerned are you, if at all, when it comes to him starting in that QB position when it comes to the running back room?
You know what? I think it's just going to come down to the game plan, how they're going to call the plays. I think they really should focus on not really putting them into a bunch of just straight drop back situations, Teagan. I think that the more you can really, incorporate the run game, maybe add some play action, just get him comfortable, maybe have some design throws to just get it out of his hand quick, and then once maybe he gets into a rhythm, and then late in the quarters, late in the halves, maybe have him just drop back and run a little hurry up. I know he's experienced and he's a great quarterback and he's had good and bad games, but, with a new team, a little bit of pressure about just wanting to perform for your new teammates, I think you just ease them in as you can. Try not to put a bunch of pressure on him and try to see if that run game can really get you your first score or 2 before you really have to start leaning on his arm.
He's been a starter, though.
Yeah.
What do you think that is like for him mentally? He's been the starter. Now he's comfortable being the backup. All of a sudden you're thrust in there. And I asked him straight up, you don't know how many starts you're going to get, and you're on a 1-year contract.
Right.
So if you're Jake Maier, Are you trying to push the ball down the field a little bit, or would you advise them to just play within the game and not force it?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. As a coaching staff, you're going to say, hey, just take your time. We got a great defense. We're running the ball well, so let's just ease into things. But if you're Jay, you're like, I'm trying to put up numbers to show I'm supposed to be the man somewhere, if not here, somewhere, right? So I'm sure he wants to drop back 40 times and sling it all over the field, 400 and a few touchdowns. But that's not what this team needs right now, Jake. So let's just stick with the program. Let's be a little run heavy today. And if those opportunities present themselves and you hit them, great.
You've been behind the scenes a bunch, and I want you to give us the perspective on this because we've just found out Jeremiah Masoli is going to start. You know, it seems like you talked to this that the Riders could have had a good read to feel like, yeah, Nathan Rourke's probably not going to start with this core injury. You were talking about it. So do you think part of the decision-making process here for the Riders, Cory Mace, Jeremy O'Day, and the rest is, hey, we know they're going to start Jeremiah Masoli.
Yeah.
If we start our backup guy, we'll probably be okay, get a win, and get Trevor Harris some rest considering there's a bye week after this game.
No, for sure. I think definitely based on the performance that Jeremiah Masoli had last week, I think that you're definitely comfortable. He just didn't feel he didn't look comfortable back there. Had a couple of turnovers. Didn't seem like he was really getting to or seeing his reads early enough to make throws on time. So just hope that he didn't have a progressive week of practice and just kind of assume we're going to get that same Jeremiah Masoli we saw last week, get some pressure to him, and hope we can get some turnovers.
So that is the Wes Cates analysis as we inch closer and closer to kickoff here in the Heartland. 5 o'clock, BC Lions in town to take on your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We are streaming live at sportscage.com on all of our socials. We're live in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, which is starting to fill up here. Coming up next on the countdown to kickoff, Justin Dunk spoke with Riley Picket of the BC Lions, so that conversation is on deck. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
You know, that's not a half bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. It's Boxing Week in July. Now till July 16th, buy any 2 qualifying Whirlpool, Maytag, or KitchenAid kitchen appliances and save $150. Buy any 3 qualifying kitchen appliances and save $300. Plus, buy any qualifying washer and dryer and save an extra $150. See in store for all the details during Boxing Week in July. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special, available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And it is brought to you, of course, by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. I'm Teagan Witko. Justin Dunk joins me, of course. Now, the Riders are going to be facing their first West Division team in the regular season with the BC Lions in town. A 5 o'clock kickoff. It is a battle of the next man up, of course, with Masoli and Mayer going to be starting at QB. But right now, I want to get into thoughts with JD. It's brought to you by Taco Time. It's Rider Game Day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
You're going to want to watch this feature for a number of reasons, but specifically because Picket describes a sequence that he went through last year when the BC Lions were playing Edmonton that really shows us how special teams is an important third of the game. And make sure you're tuning in on the stream, because we have some video to go along with it to help tell the story. Let's get to it from Hotel Saskatchewan.
The Sask Army Knife joins me, otherwise known as Riley Picket, who's with the BC Lions, and you're called the Sask Swiss Army Knife because you came into the league as a defensive lineman, transitioned to long snapper, and now you are a bona fide fullback.
Absolutely.
Let's go through this one by one. There's so many directions I want to go with you, but it's pretty well known, I think, from the people in Saskatchewan. You played with the Saskatoon Hilltops, won 3 rings there.
Yep.
Then you go to the Saskatchewan Huskies, University of Saskatchewan, do very well. Won how many Hardy Cups there?
Won 2 Hardy Cups there and won a UTEC Bowl. Got UTEC Bowl Defensive Player of the Game. And then, unfortunately, rained the day before the Vanier, then froze over. And, yeah, I don't want to talk about that one. But
yeah, we'll leave that off for now.
Yeah.
But then you get selected in the 5th round, 41st overall during, what year was that?
2022.
2022 CFL draft as a defensive lineman.
As a defensive lineman.
Spend that year as a D lineman and special teamer as a rookie in the CFL. Then all of a sudden you get a call from, my sources telling me, in January from Neil McAvoy, who was the co-GM at the time, asking you if you were interested in long snapping. Then what happened?
I pretty much just said, absolutely, I'll learn that position. And I sent Jorgen Hoos, longest tenured player, and I said, hey, man, would it be okay if I joined you for your snapping sessions? And he said, yep, I start at 6 a.m., be there, be square. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit intimidating at the start, you know, working with him. But obviously me and him had a great friendship, and it blossomed. And he taught me the ropes, and I spent my 2nd year as the full-time snapper, which was pretty crazy.
How many times per week did you work with him leading into that 2nd year in the CFL?
We do 4 times a week. Easy, yeah. So we'd show up there, you know, 6 a.m., snap for a good hour, hour and a half, and then the pro group workout session with like all the other pro guys in Saskatoon. There's about 10 of us. That would then commence with Joel Lipinski after. And yeah, it was just great vibes all the way around.
It seems like you become a pretty good long snapper for the BC Lions, and then you add a new position to your plate, playing fullback as well. What was that like for you to go from defensive line for literally your entire football career until you became a pro to a long snapper and a fullback?
You know, I just kind of think it's like you just got to go out there and do what's asked of you by your team, right? So if they need me to do this, I'll do that. If they need me to do this, I'll do that. So the fact that they believed in me enough to, you know, keep me on the roster and like believe in me to like learn these other positions and go out there and play on the field at a professional level, I was just thrilled to be able to have that opportunity and, you know, being thrust into that role. Pretty awesome. I started 3 games at fullback last year, and was the short snapper all year and played on all the special teams as well, which in itself, special teams is a grind. You know, you have about 25 plays a game doing that, and it's pretty physical, fast out there. So, you know, having like calm down, go snap, do that, play fullback, it's pretty crazy, but honestly, I'd have it no other way.
Can you go a little bit more into your actual game flow from play to play? Like you were taking me through a sequence of scoring a touchdown on short yardage, then doing the short snapping, then running down on kickoff. And I think a lot of CFL fans, I don't want to say rightfully so, but end up focusing on offense and defense. Yep. But your game flow sounds unbelievable.
Yeah, well, CFL football, like special teams is a true third of the game, right? Because you have to field every kick. There's only 3 downs. So there's a lot of punts, a lot of punt returns, stuff like that. So my favorite game flow moment last year was in Edmonton, playing short yardage tight end for Mackey because he's getting the sneaks, and ended up like punching one right off my back, score, celebrate, do the fishing celebration with all the guys. And then I realized like, oh yeah, I got to go snap this PAT, go out there, snap a dart to Whitey, kicks it through, run off to the sideline, quickly put on my gloves, run down there on kickoff, have a nice spinning play, tackle, and run off the field and just like, I need some water. Yeah, so
what a secret.
Yeah, so that's probably my favorite 3-play sequence that I've had so far. You know, just like with the offense, special teams, and snapping role for sure.
For people that don't know, David Mackey, retired fullback as a Canadian, had been in the CFL for a long time, now is a high-ranking official with the Canadian Football League Players Association. And then you mentioned Whitey there, that's Sean White, veteran kicker in the league. You come from a family that is pretty talented, you in your own right as an athlete. Your brother is with the Huskies, and then your sister is a high-level dancer in her own right. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, so my brother, he played on the Saskatchewan Hilltops as well as a defensive lineman. He won an All-Canadian twice, and he won his first Canadian Bowl championship as well. He then got a full ride to the Huskies to play defensive line, and he's now going into his 3rd year there. And my sister just graduated high school, and she's attending a grade 13 program in Vancouver. It's like the best dance academy that you can do in Canada, and she'll end up getting a certificate from that and then being able to be a professional dancer anywhere that she wants in North America.
So she can come and watch you play regularly?
Yeah, absolutely she can, yeah. And the whole family's taking down a bus tomorrow to watch me play, so I'm excited to see everybody.
That's awesome. You're born and raised in Saskatoon, very proud of it. How did you start in football?
You know, honestly, hockey was my first love, as most prairie kids, Canadian kids as well. I would always be on the driveway, be on the outdoor rink, out at the lake, just like pretending I was on Team Canada World Juniors, you know, having those cool moments, scoring against Russia, scoring against the States, you know, whatever, very active imagination kind of thing. And then when I was in grade 8, I remember being like, you know what, I want to try football, because all my friends were playing football. And I showed up to my first grass field practice wearing swimming trunks because I didn't know what was going on, like bright blue trunks. And it was a red teamer called the Orange Falcons, and I fell in love with it right away. And it's funny because I'd pretend, you know, I'd be playing for Team Canada, World Juniors, all this stuff, and then I actually got that opportunity to play for Team Canada at the World Juniors with football in Harbin, China. And we beat Team USA in the gold medal game, and I had 3 pass knockdowns, 2 of them negated PI penalties as well, which was huge because if you tip the ball at the line, no penalty, and ended up winning gold. So it's pretty cool how it all comes full circle.
Indeed. When did you start to realize that you could have a shot to play professional football?
I would say after my 3rd year on the Hilltops. I kind of grew into my body at that point. You know, I was confident, I was physical, fast. I finished the year with 15 sacks in 12 games, won an All-Canadian there, and then obviously went to the Huskies and had a great career there as well. Made a lot of good lifelong friends on both teams. And kind of in that draft year, I realized like, hey, this could be an opportunity, you know, just to keep working and stay with the game. And it's been a blessing so far, honestly.
Do you remember the CFL Combine? And if you do, did you have a meeting with the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
I did have a meeting with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, yeah. And, you know, it was good, just like local kid, you know. They told me that it wasn't really a position of need for them at the point. But if I was still there in the later rounds, they'd take me for special teams, kind of stuff like that. And, you know, I didn't even really know. Like, it all just kind of happened so fast, right? Like, all of a sudden, you're in the room, the spotlight's on you, you're sitting in the middle of, like, a big, like, L-shaped table, getting grilled with questions by everybody, and all of a sudden, it's over. And you're just like, I hope that went well, because I don't even remember what just happened in there. So, I do remember the Combine. Combine was awesome. There's a lot of guys that I made, you know, pretty good friendships with at that Combine that are still in the league now, and, you know, haven't talked to them since then, but you see them on the field, you see them after the game, you know, like, how's it going, man? Like, it's crazy we're both still here. Like, just keep doing your thing, and let's have a good decade-long career.
Did you grow up a Riders fan?
Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah, I had a Rob Bag jersey as a kid, and I just remember I liked him because he was a big, jacked receiver, and I looked up to him for sure, and definitely grew up as a Rider fan.
I thought you might say you had a favorite player for the Riders. It was on the defensive side of the ball, but no, it was offense, and here you are playing offense for BC.
Like, again, it's another, you know, full circle thing, right? It's pretty crazy.
When you look at your career progression here, where you're at, how long do you feel like you could play in the CFL?
I want to play in the CFL for as long as my body lets me, to be honest. And I like to be like a biohacker, you know, do everything I can to gain a competitive advantage and edge on my opponents, and just like recover as well as I can each day. If that's like my sleeping schedule, my at-home, you know, mobility routine, what I eat, you know, like going early, doing my prehab before practice, practicing as hard as I can, doing those mental reps as well, and then doing like the workouts after practice, all while you're just like keep eating good food, drinking lots of water. And, you know, if I could play for a decade, that'd be a true blessing.
We got to say a huge thank you to the BC Lions, in particular Matt Baker and Nick Kowalski, for getting us that video of a unique sequence from Riley Picket, the Saskatoon native. And Wes Cates was just saying in his rookie year, he was running around so much that what happened?
Yeah, man, people don't give these special teams players enough credit, man. If you're on, like, most of the special teams are, like, I was on all 4 special teams and played, like, more than half of the snaps on offense at, like, tight end, fullback. And I was in Montreal in 06, running down on so many plays. I just caught a long pass, was on a punt. Then we were running out to kickoff, and I just had to give up the lunch, man, right there in the middle of the field, running to my spot at kickoff because I was just that – you know what I mean? I was just digging in that much. I'd been running around so much, my body was like, what are you doing? It let me know I wasn't treating it right.
That is what you call dedication, my man.
I still ran down on count. Somebody probably got tackled in that at some point in the game.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, with that, we do have Craig Reynolds, the Saskatchewan Roughriders president and CEO, standing by. Coming up next, we are going to dive into those financials from the 2024 season. But we are going to take a quick break before that, gentlemen. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your summer equipment sale is open for bidding and closes on July the 8th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, balers, swathers, consumer pack drill, hay binds, C-cans, SB bale wagon, livestock panels, 3-point hits equipment, lawnmowers, grain bins, shop tools, and more. July the 8th is also our annual Customer Appreciation Day, so come for lunch and view all the items for sale that day. Over 600 lots on offer in the sale. That's the summer extravaganza at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
SEIU West members are
Stores person,
Unit Assistant, Finance Officer,
Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker,
Medical Laboratory Technologist, Power Engineer,
Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist,
Medical Office Assistant, File Clerk,
Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician. The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko joined by Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, and our guest Craig Reynolds, the Saskatchewan Roughriders president and CEO, and we're going to chat with him in just a little bit here. Of course, we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming live at sportscage.com and on all of our socials as well, so make sure that you catch us there. Tonight, Mazzoli versus Mayer, 5 o'clock kickoff with the BC Lions, as I mentioned, but right now we need to get to that extra point with Justin Dunk for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan. As I mentioned, we have a special guest on set. This is Craig Reynolds. And Craig, we did have a chance to look at a report earlier this week from this organization, and it did show some positive news. It showed that the Saskatchewan Roughrider Club had turned a healthy profit, $2.1 million. Now, what do you credit most for turning things around financially with this organization over the past season?
Yeah, Teagan, it was a good year. It was a really good year financially, and I think it was reflective of a pretty good year on the field as well. So I think when you talk about last year, there's really two things. First, that home playoff game. Whenever you host a home playoff game, obviously you drive a lot of revenue from that, and you drive a bottom line impact from that event. And then you can't talk about last year without talking about the Obsidian jerseys and the alt logo and the alt jerseys. So our fans really embraced that, and we sold a lot of merchandise. In fact, we sold the most merchandise we've had since 2018, so pre-pandemic. So yeah, our fans just loved it. It was flying off the shelf, and that led to a pretty healthy bottom line.
So how much of that revenue came from the merchandise sales that you were just referring to with the Obsidian jerseys, with the Kiss Saskatchewan logo, the Indigenous logo that, there's a 2.0 version that you'll be debuting tonight on the field. How much of that money was generated from just the merchandise, with eliminating the playoff game out of that conversation?
Yeah, I think it was around $8 million. I don't have the exact figures, but it's our third biggest revenue line. So I know that it was up $2.4 million, and most of that was driven from the Obsidian line, but overall it was up through the course of the year, and obviously with good performance on the field, an extra a home playoff game where you're selling merchandise, so it all adds to it. But certainly the Obsidian and the Indigenous line as well were big contributors.
Well, I was just saying to Justin Dunk, before we got back on air here, I went into the Riders store earlier this week, and I think I got the last medium in the entire store, because you guys have had to just keep bringing in new product all the time, because it's a very popular line of clothing that you guys offer.
I tried to get a small for my daughter she graduated high school, and they were sold out. So yeah, I got her a medium. It's a little big.
So how sustainable is that going forward? Obviously, you've unveiled the Obsidian line already. You have the new Kiss Saskatchewan logo, the Indigenous logo that you're debuting tonight. Are there any other plans to dive into that?
Well, the Obsidian line still continues to sell really, really well. In fact, this year we're already ahead of where we were last year, and we'd already launched that logo by now. So it just I think that program has some legs left to it, and we're seeing that with really good sales now. And then launching the colorized Indigenous logo was huge, and it's again proving to be very popular. Like you said, the store is very, very busy this week, so we think that's going to be very popular this year too. But I think that Obsidian line, that alt logo and that alt jersey, I think it's going to be with us for a few years.
You mentioned how impactful hosting the home playoff game was, Craig. How impactful is that specifically to the bottom line last year and then in general?
Yeah, it was about a $400,000 impact to the good. So revenue from a home playoff game is about $1.5 million. But you have a lot of expenses too, and you have a lot of expenses when you win that game, and then you got to go to Winnipeg. You have some away game expenses too. So that eats into it a little bit. So the bottom line on that was about $400,000. So of the $2.1 million, it was a fair chunk of that. And so yeah, no, it's really that's one of the organization's goals every year is to host a home playoff game. For two reasons. One, it helps the bottom line for sure, but it also puts you in a better position to meet your ultimate goal, which is to win that Grey Cup, right?
It looks like the team's on a pretty good path towards hosting again.
Yeah, well, early for sure, but certainly it feels good to be here for a home game after being 3-0, and again, two tough road games, like back-to-back too. Those Eastern road trips are tough. And Hamilton's a tough place to play, and Toronto's a tough place to play, and then doing them back-to-back on a short week too. So really, really, happy that we were able to get out of that Eastern road trip with those two wins and come back here to Mosaic 3-0.
What kind of decisions go into how you do those back-to-back East traveling games? Are you a big part of that? And because they came back, right, for a few days and then went back, and I know in times in the past they've gone and stayed. So kind of what goes into that? Yeah,
you evaluate that, and we did this year too. We looked at should we stay out there. So, I think had it been a 5-day turnaround, I think you think about that. But honestly, we charter with WestJet to every away game, and it's we've got it down to a science. And so the road trips are pretty. I know back in your day it might have been a little bit. Yeah. you might have flown commercial. I don't know.
We're adding to the coffers.
Yeah.
Tight with our money. We're making it.
I know. Well, when you're flying commercial and you have to wake up at 4 a.m. and catch that commercial flight is a little different. But when you're flying charter like we do, we're back home here by about 2 a.m. after the game, and so the guys get a good night's sleep. They're in their own beds. We got a full week of prep here, or I guess a partial week of prep here in the stadium. Coaches have their meeting rooms. They have all their facilities, and so we looked at it. And I think the other factor is sometimes you want to do that, and you would know this, Wes, like from a team bonding perspective.
Right. Yeah.
But it was just fresh off of training camp, right? Like it's so quick in the season. Like the guys have been together and living together and eating together.
Tired of each other.
Yeah. You don't need that bonding experience. So if it had been later in the season, we might have thought about, the guys need to. This will be a good experience. We'll do some bonding, but we just felt like we didn't need that.
Fair enough. Yeah.
The team's doing well on the field in 2025. How are you tracking so far? I know it's early, but can you give a sense of that?
Really, really well. Yeah. So we were able to grow season tickets this year. Marginally, I would say, but that's a really good sign, because really since the pandemic, we saw year after year losses. So we saw declines every year. So to reverse that trend this year was huge, and so we did that in a couple ways. The churn or the loss of season tickets. This year was a lot less. So it was more like historical averages, I would say pre-pandemic averages in terms of the number of season ticket holders we lost. And we understand those reasons. A lot of it's time, economics, or age. So those are the three big factors there. But what we were able to do is we were able to sell a lot more new season tickets this year. So we sold 78% more new season tickets this year over year than last year.
That's a big number.
It's a big number, yeah. And so that's the most we've sold in terms of new season since 2019, and that was the first season after we announced that we were hosting the 2020 Grey Cup. So you always get a bump. So we were very close to that number, which again I think speaks to the excitement for the team, for Coach Mace, those types of things. So we're trending positively, and actually on a single game basis, we're way ahead of where we were last year. This time, I think we sold 7,000 more tickets for the season right now than we did this time last year. And I'll tell you, like, today's been wild. Like, we sold so many tickets. It's a bit of a trend to this last second buying, but holy cow, we sold a lot of tickets today, so it's going to be a good crowd.
So you did mention that, of course, there has been you're in the black. You're making money. The team is trending in the right direction. As a fan who maybe didn't look through the financial reports, doesn't understand how this sort of stuff works, where does that money go? Where is that money reinvested? Is that going to be put into football operations, the fan experience? Is it the Rider Foundation? Where does that money live now?
Many of the things you mentioned. So first and foremost, it goes right back to the team, right? So, if we need to spend, or we need to do something, even like a capital project, or we need some equipment, those types of things, that, first and foremost, we always look, how can we get this money back to improving our football team? Game day experience as well. So we're able to reinvest in the game day experience, whether that's more pyro or again, some assets that help the stadium experience. And then some we want to put away too, right? You want to be financially sustainable over the long haul, and we've seen, examples where, whether it's a pandemic or things just change, and suddenly your financial situation doesn't look very good. So we're able to build what we call our stabilization fund. It's at the largest amount again since 2018. So we're trying to grow that as well. So we feel like we're comfortable from a financial perspective for the long haul.
Craig, the Riders and the Bombers are doing really well from a financial perspective. How can the other teams get to that level?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's always it's how you build your financials, right? It's growing revenue and managing expenses, right? So I think the reality is that new TV deal from a league perspective. I think everybody's hopeful for that. That's a bit future looking. Obviously, every single team's biggest revenue line item is going to be the gate. So it's trying to be creative and trying to market, try to grow new fans, trying to get them to the stadium. And then we've seen really good success, and I know the other teams have, around corporate partnerships. And I think there's a lot of appetite for that right now. And I think with this renewed sort of sense of Canadiana, I think that's really helping the league and helping from a corporate partnership perspective, because a lot of corporate partners want to be sort of associated with this, truly Canadian professional league. So I think you're seeing a little bit of that. So I think, it's got to be a combination of those things and managing expenses. And
to that point, the Riders and all the other teams now have the Canadian flag on their jerseys, not just on the back of their helmets. I want to get this one in real quick with you, because Stuart Johnston was out here. Yep. Yes, you picked him up from the airport. You toured him around, everything, getting to know him.
Sorry, I saw you there. I didn't know you were on the same flight. I could have picked you up too. Apologize for that. I saw him right after. He was like, I was on that flight. I'm like, I didn't know.
Appreciate it. We'll save it for next time. We'll get my man C-Man in the back to pick us all up. But from a Stuart Johnston perspective, Johnston, I should say, everybody's talking about that TV deal. When do you think those discussions will start? Because if you look at the last one, I think it was re-signed in and around 2 years before it was over.
Yeah. No, there's a certain window with the conversations with TSN where you start those conversations. So I think Stuart's just getting his he's been out here, he's been touring around, so he's really doing that work. And obviously the next big thing on his plate is that television deal. So I think you're going to see a shift to that right away by Stuart and the folks at the CFL office.
What's your sense of him so far?
Really love him. He's been great. He comes with just an incredible skill set, both in terms of his media background, but also in his ability to drive revenue and create partnerships, those types of things. And he's just an easy guy to get along with and spend time with. He's very, very down to earth. And obviously being from Saskatchewan, and that resonates with us here. So really enjoyed them so far.
Saskatchewan Roughriders president and CEO Craig Reynolds taking time out of his day to come chat with us here on the Sports Cage desk. Thank you very much for doing that today.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
And coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, as we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting you set for the 5 o'clock kickoff, BC Lions, Saskatchewan Roughriders. Oh, it's coming up. But before then, Glenn Suter is going to be popping by the Sports Cage Lounge to have a little conversation with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special, available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small-town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. It's Boxing Week in July. Now till July 16th, buy any 2 qualifying Whirlpool, Maytag, or KitchenAid kitchen appliances and save $150. Buy any 3 qualifying kitchen appliances and save $300. Plus, buy any qualifying washer and dryer and save an extra $150. See you in store for all the details during Boxing Week in July. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Here at Young's Equipment, we know you expect premium performance and dependable durability from your Case IH equipment, and you should demand the same from the parts you put inside it. Only Case IH genuine parts are guaranteed to perform to the rigorous standards of your Case IH equipment. They're engineered to work harder and last longer, so you can maximize your uptime and minimize your maintenance intervals. Others can imitate, but none can replicate. Nothing beats the original Case IH genuine parts. For Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, it is Justin Dunk, Wes Cates live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. We are getting you set for the 5 o'clock kickoff this afternoon. Of course, you can always find us at sportscage.com. You can find us on all of our socials as well in 620 CKRM. Now, we do have a special guest joining us. This is Glenn Suter, and this is brought to you by North Home Windows. Designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Now, I think it's probably worth bringing up the quarterback position here. You know, it's kind of a battle of the next man up here in Masoli and Mayer. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, it's a great question because I think everyone's got a take on it. And I heard Jeff Fairholm earlier on the show on the way into the stadium say he didn't like it as a receiver when the backup came in. And I understand that. Like, you work so long on the chemistry between quarterback and receiver, and then to have it just kind of ripped away for a game or two and then try to figure out, you know, that same level of chemistry with another guy. I mean, that's why when a backup quarterback comes in, the offensive line often jumps offside in the first couple of series because they're not even used to the cadence being called by a different person. So there is a transition there. But having said all of that, this is a different scenario with both teams because these backups aren't backups. You know, Jake Mayer has thrown for over 11,000 yards. That's not a backup. That's a guy who completely understands the game, understands the waggle. I was listening to a podcast with Chase Bryce on it, and he said when he first got in the league, he's a backup right now to Mazzoli for this game. And when he said, when I first got into Canada, I was doing the twirly bird. And I said, what's the twirly bird? And he was like, the twirly bird to get the motion starting, because in the States, you never even do that. Right. He said that took a while to get figured out. Like, I had to do the twirly bird. I thought, okay. I didn't know it was called that on your team, but okay. That's fine. And then he got the guys in motion. So, you know, there will be probably an offside here or there. There will be times when the receiver curls in and the quarterback throws it to the outside hook or whatever. But that's okay because these guys are veterans. Mazzoli played last week, so he's back into game action. And Jake Mayer is a starter. I mean, Jake Mayer's a starting quarterback in the CFL. He just happens to be in the backup role here, and now he gets an opportunity.
The reason Jake Mayer is starting because Trevor Harris is out due to that Jordan Williams hit. Should he have been suspended? He was fined, but should he have been hit harder?
Yes. And I've been saying for a couple of years now that I know that there's a Players Association part of this, and they need to share in the responsibility to protect the players. And what I mean by that is to not automatically, as a Players Association, defend the guy who's been suspended or fined by the league. That's the automatic reaction by the association. They're going to defend that guy, and they're going to go to arbitration and say he doesn't have to pay it or he shouldn't face the suspension. What happens to the guy who got hurt? Why aren't you protecting him? And I've been saying that even when I was a player, so it's been that long, if the Players Association had their own committee that would judge hits like that. I mean, Wes, you played the game.
Yep.
You and I could both see that was a retaliation hit that was premeditated to go after the quarterback.
I mean, I think yeah, he laid into it, but I think within the rules of the game, he was really only a step or so away from him. So I think
that's what happened. So that's exactly what happened. So
there's arbitration going on right here.
Exactly.
Wes didn't think he should be suspended.
No, but that's exactly how it works. So in arbitration, they're sitting in the room, and in the league office too. They're sitting in the room and they're saying just that. Well, by the rule of the law, it was a step too late, but that was it. It was a high hit, but we penalized other guys. Yeah. So, and it wasn't direct with the top of his helmet or anything like that. It wasn't spearing style hit.
Right.
So when you look at how they fined in the past and you look at precedent, you say, well, that's a fine.
Yeah.
And that's how they come to it. However, I think we should start to read intention a little bit, especially when it's as obvious as a guy who, this is unofficial, but I'll say that I heard that he called the shot. Now, I don't know if he did or not. This is a rumor that he said, we're going after your guy. So, I'm not saying you fine him on that, because that's a he said, she said thing, and that will never be part of an arbitration. But if we start coming down a little bit harder on any time you think there's intent, and I thought there was intent there. Yeah. I thought he was retaliating for the low hit, which was also illegal, by Duncan Busby.
So should we include like a flagrancy level, like the NBA or something, right? Like
maybe
11,
that's
1,
maybe
2,
that's
3?
the answer. Maybe that's the answer. Where there is sort of, if you feel like there was intent to injure or intent to actually just go out and take a shot, then there's a flagrancy component, right, and it turns in from a fine, it turns into a 1-game suspension or something like that. I don't know, but until we get really hard on it, guys are going to go, what's the worst that's going to happen? I'm going to lose some money, And let's be honest, Wes, you know what I'm talking about. There are still players in the game in both leagues that would say, if you hit their quarterback hard enough and you knock them out of the game, our chances of winning are better.
Oh yeah.
And they play recklessly sometimes. Mm-hmm. That's where the officials have to come in. Hey, look, it happens in hockey. When someone rushes the goalie or runs the goalie, like, you can see that there was clear intent, that he ran the goalie deliberately because of what happened in the other end that wasn't called. So we see it all the time. If you feel like there's intent, they'll go to arbitration, and that's where the Players Association needs to share in this responsibility. Don't always just protect the guy that's been fined. Also protect the guy that's going to miss a game because of that hit.
If you're listening on 620 CKRM, you should tune into our live stream at sportscage.com, because you can see that hit over and over as we talk through this. The other major talking point coming out of that game in Toronto was your colleague at TSN, Luc Wilson, calling the game, quote, hot garbage.
Yeah. It was a
39-32 with a game-winning kick return touchdown, the latest in CFL history.
Yeah.
I don't think is hot garbage. I kind of know where Luc Wilson is going with this. I've talked to him, let's say off the record, about some of these things.
Yeah.
And I think if you take away some of that inflammatory language, a little bit of what he's talking about is that this game, in my opinion, this isn't Luke's take, has been manufactured for some of these points, right? Trevor Harris didn't even throw for 250 yards, and the Riders scored 39 points.
Right.
Like, they've manufactured this field position. Do you know what I'm getting at with
absolutely. Absolutely. And the final 3 minutes that I've been saying forever is that the final 3 minutes in Canadian football is the most exciting in any sport, I think. And
Preach. You were just talking about it last game.
I know. Yeah, exactly. And I've been saying for a long time, because our rules and the kicking game in particular are set up to give us the best opportunity for those close finishes. You can be down by 2 possessions with 3 minutes to go and still win. So, a very exciting finish was, I don't think there's anyone in this room that would disagree with Luke on the penalty problem in that game. Over 300 yards in penalties is way too much.
But was that part of the game being feisty after the Del Duncan Busby hit? Because I'm all for these guys playing at a high intensity level.
Yes, and it was part of that. That was the after the whistle stuff. And, championship teams have got to contain that. They got to make sure they don't do that. If you want to be a championship team, you can't take penalties after the whistle, period. So, there were too many penalties. But here's the thing with Luke, and I've been saying this for a long time. The only thing that I'd like to sort of dispute in this is that Luke mentioned that he's going to tell the truth. I would suggest that it's not necessary. It's his truth. It's his opinion. Wes has an opinion, so do I, so do you. And we bring our opinion based on our background. And when we give our opinion, we're giving our opinion based on our knowledge from our experiences. And that opinion is, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. It's an opinion. And if we can create discussion and talk and, create a buzz, I guess, from social media and things like that, because in the world we live in now, if you're more outlandish and you're more, you're pushing the envelope more, you get more followers and more likes. I'm not a big fan of all of that, but I know how it works. I see it all the time. So I guess to sum up is that Luc has an opinion. I disagree with a lot of the things he's said already this year. And I'd be happy to sit down and debate with him at times about it.
Lots of people would tune into that.
Yeah. But, like things like the single point, like he made a thing about that. He made a thing about short yardage plays with guys like Tommy Stevens. And, that's going.
We talk about the tush push.
That's going in the NFL too. Yeah. So, and I know people got really angry and fired up, but listen, it's an opinion. And I'm going to give an opposite opinion on a lot of that stuff. And then the fan can decide who they want to side with.
That's absolutely fair. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, right?
Rules.
Yeah. I don't know. I loved how chaotic the finish was to last week's game.
It was a fantastic finish.
Yeah.
Absolute fantastic.
Can't argue that.
A 99-yard punt return touchdown to win. After driving the field and getting a 2-point conference.
Right.
Like, come on.
Come on. How do you not fall in love with the sport after
love that?
Come on.
I think part of it is just Luc doing this to get a rise out of people.
But it works.
It's provocative.
Exactly. We're talking
Gets
about
the
it.
It
people
works.
Going.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but I'll also say, though, there's got to be a line of respect there, too, in that, a lot of people get their attention pulled towards a car wreck, too. That doesn't mean they want to join the car wreck. So that pulls a lot of people's attention, too. So I would say let's keep engaging fans like we are, even if you disagree, but let's do it with a line of respect there, too.
Well said. That was Glenn Suter. Thank you so much for stopping by. I don't know how else to exit out of that.
We didn't even talk about the game, did we? Okay. There's a game today. They play in the Lions. Right.
5 o'clock. Yeah, BC's in town. That is the Glenn Suter segment. Thanks so much, buddy. This is also Countdown to Kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, the artist behind the Indigenous logo you'll be seeing the players donning on their helmets during tonight's game. So Chris Chipak is going to be joining us very shortly here. Stay tuned. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com. It's game time at Two Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie.
Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-way service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got that right. It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. And we are getting into our Rough Rider community segment. It's brought to you by Sask Seniors Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all. Visit skseniorsmechanism.ca. We do have an extra guest joining us on set right now, which you can watch at sportscage.com or by viewing any of our social media channels as we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Chris Chipak is joining us right now, and you may be familiar with that name, because the Saskatchewan Roughriders Kiss Saskatchewan game is here tonight with a focus on Indigenous culture. They held a similar theme game last season where they donned this incredible, this gorgeous, stunning Indigenous-inspired logo on the Saskatchewan Roughrider helmets. And we're back with it again this year, but with a different design, 2.0 version, if you will. So, Chris, first and foremost, tell us a little bit about where you're from. I understand that you grew up on Red Pheasant Cree Nation.
Yeah, I moved there when I was about 2 or 3, and then the only reason why I moved was to go to university and get my, well, I didn't know what I wanted to be at the time, but then got my teaching degree and been teaching ever since in Saskatoon, so yeah.
Well, I understand that last year you also designed this incredible all-green rendition of this logo. So now that you're debuting the 2.0 version, walk us through all of the colors and what they represent, what they symbolize to you.
Yeah, well, when I first started, I had this color that we all see this year set, and I sent that in. They said, we just need greens. But in terms of them finally letting me express all the colors, yellow, blue, and the green represent that treaty promise, and then the gray to represent that balance of reconciliation of where Canada has been, where it's moving forward, and the oranges. The oranges is the hugest one, with that symbolizing truth and reconciliation across Canada. So the different shades of oranges tie in that fact that reconciliation is different for everyone. We all process things differently. We all heal differently. So with those oranges bleeding throughout the background and then bind together as like parallel bands, kind of means we all need to be in it for reconciliation. So.
What does this mean to you as someone who grew up on Red Pheasant Cree Nation? This step towards truth and reconciliation for this organization, being the Saskatchewan Roughriders, what does it mean for you to be able to see this design on those helmets?
Oh, it's a huge opportunity. They reached out to me. They seeked me out and they gave me a chance. And like the fact that I nailed it out of the park, per se, for
you did, man. You really did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's unreal, and it's still a dream, but to come back is kind of a nice feeling to just like have that final story of explaining every color and really going in depth with the logo on what I wanted it to be.
When did you find out that you were going to get a chance to colorize the logo?
Oh, well, when I first gave them the full colored image, they were just like, we love it, but we have to follow the guidelines of CFL and we have to use our greens. So they quickly said, like, this is going to go on the back burner. We'll revisit this, but we have to have it all green. So then they reached out after the season. They were like, we're going to do it again, but this time your story. So it was nice.
And when you heard that, how did that make you feel?
It was like they were letting me cross the T's and dot the I's of everything and just put it all out there. So it was good.
So, yeah, just remind us how long it took you to kind of create this logo, and then kind of full circle moment now, seeing how much people loved it, embraced it, and now you're getting to, show the original version or 2.0 rendition right to the fans. How do you feel about all that?
Yeah, like the fact that this was sketch number 1. There wasn't edits. There was like, I just sat there and I thought, what was a true story that could explain us as a full province that we could all stand behind?
Yeah.
And to build it that like within the days and then have back and forth conversations of just color after that, it's like kudos to them for like really trusting the story and pushing through and getting it all done.
And then is it surreal, like that everybody embraced it so much and they're like so excited, and the merch with it on there is just selling like hotcakes?
The amount of people just saying, I need a large, a medium. Like, I'm not a store. I'm the artist. Like, so
tell them to go to the Rider store.
Yeah, I should almost send them a link to the store. If it's there, it's there. It's not, just be patient. I'm sure it'll be back up and running in no time.
Yeah.
Chris Chipak joins us, of course, the designer of this beautiful Indigenous logo that the Riders are going to be donning on their helmets tonight. The full version, or the full color version of this logo. What was going through your mind when you first saw a tangible piece of merchandise with your logo on it, with your design on it? What were you thinking?
Well, like, even to see the helmets, the first time I saw it last year was them letting me into the locker room, and I saw every helmet, and they have that green glow on every locker. And I just sat there, and they're like, hey, you ready to interview? And I was like, no, not yet. Like, let me just, and then eventually I was able to talk after that. So it was good.
Okay, well, we do have to let you go really quick here, but I do want to just bring up really fast that this was a lucky logo for the Riders last season. They beat the Red Blacks wearing the all-green rendition. What's your prediction for tonight?
W. Uppercase W.
Yep. Hey, you know what? That's all we need. That's all. We'll take it. We will take it. Chris Chipak, of course, the artist behind the Indigenous logo for the Saskatchewan Roughriders that you will see on their helmets tonight. And you will also see those beautiful logos inside the Riders store, so make sure that you stop in there if you're going to be coming to the game tonight. It's a 5 o'clock kickoff against the BC Lions. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders going to be on the field. And, of course, there's also plenty happening out at Party in the Park for the KISS Saskatchewan game. First Nations University teepees are set up. The Friendship Center is doing traditional language teachings and so much more. Now, we are going to take a quick break. Coming up next, we are going to be jumping into the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When you're looking for new batteries this spring, go see Prairie Battery. They have options for your everyday battery needs, whether it be your boat, motorcycle, tractor, golf cart, scooter, or even your watch. Prairie Battery's got you covered. They have high-end AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, and their automotive batteries have warranty options to fit every budget. They'll even test your old car battery for free. So when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Your summer equipment sale is open for bidding and closes on July the 8th at 6 p.m. Tractors, combines, balers, swathers, Consiva pack drill, hay binds, C-cans, SB bale wagon, livestock panels, 3-point hits equipment, lawnmowers, grain bins, shop tools, and more. July the 8th is also our annual Customer Appreciation Day, so come for lunch and view all the items for sale that day. Over 600 lots on offer in the sale. That's the summer extravaganza at 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
So, how big is yours?
5 inches.
That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches?
6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. It's Boxing Week in July. Now till July 16th, buy any 2 qualifying Whirlpool, Maytag, or KitchenAid kitchen appliances and save $150. Buy any 3 qualifying kitchen appliances and save $300. Plus, buy any qualifying washer and dryer and save an extra $150. See in store for all the details during Boxing Week in July. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid Logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Cory Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
It is the Riders and Lions 5 o'clock kickoff from Mosaic Stadium. And of course, that's where you're going to find us right now in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we are getting set for kickoff and set for a rematch of last season's Western semifinal, Riders and Lions. So I'm Teagan Witko. We're here with Justin Dunk, Luc Mullinder, Dave Thomas. Thanks so much for joining us, boys. Why don't we set the stage? It's brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of Saskatchewan Roughriders. Dave?
Well, let's get down to it. 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders, 1-2 BC Lions. The Lions will say, oh, you know, we played Winnipeg twice back-to-back, and the Riders are maybe a little fortunate in the fact that, oh, geez, you know, they're 3-0, but they gave up a lot of yardage, and ho-hum, we don't have our starting quarterback. I don't think any of those excuses hold a single ounce of weight with you, Mr. Mullinder.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders are fortunate to be 3-0, and I think that this game is going to be a lot closer than a lot of people think. Jeremiah Masoli was not good last week in his first start in a long, long time. But frankly, the Riders weren't that great in a lot of spots either. So I think that both teams had a good opportunity here this week to look at themselves on film, see where they need to improve, and then come out here. So I'm actually expecting a really good game. I'm hoping this is going to be a really good game at least because, you know, it's a beautiful day for it, and Rider Nation's out in droves.
Am I the only one, and you guys feel free to weigh in, when you were playing, right, it was kind of Calgary. Calgary was the arch nemesis, the arch rival. Of course,
right.
Winnipeg is always going to fill that role. But is this the new one? BC and Saskatchewan? The last 8 times they've played, they split their season, or they've split that series 4 wins each. And they kind of seem to be in each other's way when it comes to positioning within the division as well as in the playoffs.
I think that it organically happens that way because of Winnipeg's dominance, right? Winnipeg's been on top of the West for so long. It's kind of put everybody else in a situation where they're fighting for second. And you have Edmonton that's been a mess. You've got Calgary that's been down and looking like they have a chance to. And then in there, you've had BC and Saskatchewan kind of scratching and clawing. So I think that a lot of it is because of the Winnipeg dominance, and conference-wise at least. And now you have every other team just kind of figuring out where their role is and where everything else lies once you get to the end of the playoffs, or end of the season and into the playoffs.
Doug, you've been around. You feel the buzz more or less in this game than others that we've been to in the regular season?
I think so. I'm with Luke. I think it's going to be closer than people think. It's not going to be a cakewalk. Jeremiah Masoli has been in this league for a long time. He's going to want to bounce back. And you're right, Dave. This rivalry, I think, has ratcheted up because these two teams are kind of competing for being that number 2 dog in the West Division. Now, I know the Riders see it differently, and I think there's a possibility for them to be the top dog in the West, but Luke hit it on the head.
All right. So the quarterbacks, we're going to get to that in a little bit, but what I think is funny is the gamesmanship, right? So the Saskatchewan Roughriders yesterday said, no, Trevor Harris isn't playing, it's Jake Mayer. We found out about an hour and a half ago that the BC Lions announced, no, it's not going to be Nathan Rourke, it's going to be Jeremiah Masoli. Does that change anything in terms of preparation when you're getting set as a defense against who you might be facing, and does it throw you off either way with who it may be?
I think if you're the Riders defensively, it didn't matter which quarterback came in for BC, because I think the end goal is the same. You have to throw a ton of pressure at Masoli today, now that it is Masoli, but I would have approached Nathan Rourke the same way. You've got to speed up their clock, make them uncomfortable in the pocket, make them move around a lot. I think Masoli is more prone to throwing turnovers like that, but I don't think Nathan Rourke was going to be immune to the complications that sending pressure at the BC line would have put in front of them. This BC offensive front, they're struggling, and really it is also indicative of their entire offense is it stalls, right? You see an untimely turnover, you see just nothing's really consistent. So I would have approached both quarterbacks the same way. Today, I'm really hoping that we dial up the pressure that Masoli sees. We make that offensive line have to identify who they're going to and where they're coming from potentially. And I think in that way, you may get a couple turnovers that tilt the balance of the football game.
So, Dunk, you have a network of players. You talk to a ton of people in the league all week long. Has anything surprised you today, whether it's the quarterback situation for both or anything else when it comes to today's matchup that has caught you off guard at all in any way, or is this how you expected it to play out?
It's pretty much how a lot of people throughout the league expected it to play out, and I actually got a peek behind the scenes because I saw Nathan Rourke last night at Hotel Saskatchewan, and I also saw him this morning when I was walking over to the station to get ready for this game. You know, some weird things just seem to happen. I bumped into Chris Trevler and Zach Collaris before the preseason game, and I just thought, you know, I don't think Nathan Rourke's going to be out here wandering the streets of Regina if he's the starter. Like, Luke knows how it is. You're laser focused on what you're doing on game day. You're going through your routine if you're going to start. So that led me to believe that Masoli was going to be the guy, and everything through the week, too. For example, Nathan Rourke not taking any reps on Thursday, that told the Saskatchewan Roughriders that Masoli's going to be the guy. I know Cory Mace joked about potentially losing a night with his family because of the extra prep time, but I think the Riders had a pretty good idea what was coming.
Totally.
So basically, just to put a bow on that thought, Teagan, basically from what I'm hearing in that is that Justin Dunk was sharing a smoked old-fashioned at the Hotel Saskatchewan with Nathan Rourke last night.
That sounds about
Terrific
right.
to hear.
Yep.
We got it that covered now.
All right, well, 5 o'clock kickoff tonight. This is the first contest against a West Division team for the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight with BC Lions here in town. But you know what? We should probably set the stage even more with a bit of a weather update. By the way, that was setting the stage, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers. Now for the weather for Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. How much sunscreen am I going to need on the sidelines tonight?
You know what? The UV index is high right now, but it should settle down a little bit. What we're anticipating is a mix of sun and cloud throughout the course of the evening, 30% chance of precipitation throughout the football game tonight. The wind is going to settle down a little bit in the second half by the looks of it, but being at field level earlier, it didn't look like it was changing things drastically. It's 24 now. We'll be about 21 degrees come later today. So, again, it's not going to be a big factor, the weather, as it should be a gorgeous night for football.
Couldn't ask for much better weather than that. And, of course, the weather for Quality Tire. We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in just a little bit to take you through the starting lineups, the injury report, all of that stuff. That's all coming up on the Rider Nation pregame show. We are streaming live at sportscage.com, on our socials, live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland's T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got that right. We are streaming live at sportscage.com on the Sports Cage social media. You can also find us on the big desk inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get set for a 5 o'clock kickoff. It's the Riders, Lions. Of course, Lions coming off back-to-back losses while the Riders remain undefeated in this very young CFL season. But why don't we take a look at the rosters, because that has been shifting ever so slightly. This is your injury report. We'll start with that one. It's brought to you by Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, who provide cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province. Who is on that injury report, Dave?
Well, of course, the big one, Trevor Harris, going to be out with that head illness. That, again, whether it was a head injury, whether it was an infection he was battling, whatever it is, it's keeping him out today's game. Now, I had a chance to talk to him as we both were walking into the building at the same time today, and you could sense his disappointment.
Both of you guys are just running into guys, huh?
Yeah.
Both of you guys are just in the right place at the right time. Teagan, what are we doing?
I don't know.
We got to improve our pregame sort of location.
Follow Dave and I around.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, Dave.
No. But when it comes to Trevor, he told us point blank that his goal this year was to start 18 games for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And just a quick conversation that I had with him, you could sense that disappointment. So he is out today. That is probably the biggest change. Malik Straker, who's a dynamo on special teams, is out with a one-game injury as well. Samuel Emilus, they're hoping, will be back after the bye week, which is good news there. Kosi Onyeka, same deal with him. But then Kean Schaefer-Baker. You ran into Kean Schaefer-Baker, Luke.
Yeah, but I only ran into him because you were with me. Like, that's, you know what I mean?
All right.
And I was looking for something to eat.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking for to run into guys.
All right. Well,
you know?
We did see Kean. You can tell he's dejected. He's on the 6-game injury list along with CJ Avery. So those two.
Well, he's out there signing autographs right now. I mean, that's commitment to Rider Nation. You're hurt. You're on the injured list. You're in a cast with a little motorized scooter attached to it, and you're still going out in the heat and signing autographs. That's a good look.
All right. Well,
sorry,
now.
Dave. I keep interrupting you.
It's all good. We're good.
All right. A little bromance action happening over here. Riders and Lions, 5 o'clock tonight. Now that we've got through the injuries, why don't we talk about who is going to be dressing? The starting lineup is for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. At Athol Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today. NotreDame.ca.
All right, let's take a look at the Saskatchewan Roughriders offense as it's presented to us the same week over week from last week. So continuity was key in the offseason. It is key in the regular season. So the receivers on the outside, once again, Joe Robustelli and Mitch Picton. On the inside, Dante Myers and Keyshawn Johnson. Dell Duncan Busby will also round out the receiving core, while A.J. Olette starts at running back. Had his best 2 games back-to-back of his career the last 2 weeks. He'll look to build upon that. And then quarterback Jake Mayer, of course, as we mentioned, will start under center. Defensively for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the only change they had to make was Caleb Sanders comes out after being one of the top performers on defense a week ago, and it's all due to the ratio. So he comes out. Malik Carney, that was beautiful. I need to get one of those. Micah Johnson, Mike Rose, and Shane Ray up front. The linebackers, A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, and C.J. Rivas. While the secondary, of course, Nelson Lacombo, Milligan Jr., Fields, Campbell, and Marcus Sales will be the starting 12 for your Saskatchewan Roughriders here today.
And, of course, that was the starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. Now, as we have mentioned maybe once or twice here, Dave, there is a change for the starting QB position on both sidelines. So why don't we just dive a little bit deeper into that with the QB comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all of your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Jeremiah Masoli will make his 61st start of his CFL career, his 3rd consecutive on behalf of the BC Lions tonight. He's number 42 all-time passing yardage in the CFL, so he'll come in tonight with a career completion record of 59.3%, looking to guide the BC Lions to a victory, while the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Jake Mayer gets the call. It will be start number 46 of his CFL career. First in green and white. He told me he can't wait to play at Mosaic Stadium, where he doesn't have to use a silent count, and he will not have to do that tonight. But fun fact, want to play a trivia game?
Oh, no.
Yeah. I got way too much time on my hands. So when it comes to Jake Mayer, he will become the 10th quarterback since 1986 to have started double-digit games for another franchise in the CFL before starting a game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. So you go back to 1986. The name is Joe Powpow. Prior to Jake Mayer, or before Jake Mayer, you look at Trevor Harris, Zach Caleros, Kevin Glenn on his 2nd time with the team, Michael Bishop, and then here's the fun fact. Here's the trivia question for everyone. The last Calgary Stampeder quarterback that started double digits with the Stamps and then came to the Riders to make a start is?
I know this one.
Yeah, I know you know this one.
I know this one.
Oh, there's one name that comes to mind, but I don't think it's right.
Throw it out if you want.
No. Henry Burris.
No. Burris didn't start double-digit games for Calgary.
That was aggressive, Luke. Wow.
No, I don't want to give it away. I know the answer.
He did it in reverse.
Shout out to all the Polynesian people out here that have contributed to the great game of the Canadian Football League. Joe Pow Pow.
No, it wasn't Pow Pow.
What?
He was number 10. I already said him.
Oh. Well, I didn't know
So
the
you
answer.
don't know
then.
the answer.
The answer is Marcus Crandall.
That was my next guess.
Marcus Crandall.
Right.
I think I just wanted to shout out the Polynesian players that have played in the CFL a lot more than I have.
So there you go. And if you want to know the other ones, also on the list, Kerry Joseph, Nealon Green, and Reggie Slack.
Okay, a little insider knowledge here on the QB comparison for Prairie Gun Traders. Now, Luke, let's toss this over to you for your 3 keys to the game here.
Boom.
It's for KFC. So get the Rough Rider Game Day Special. $4.95 Big Crunch, $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations.
Okay, so 3 keys to the game. Key number 1, we need both kickers to come out here and do their job. I think that the struggles of Brett Lowther, we talk about them at length, but our punting game has not been good either. And we need our punter, Joe Couch, to come and answer the bell today, because this is a game that, again, Justin Duncan, I think, is going to be a lot closer. Field position is going to mean everything in this game. So key number 1 is we need both our kickers to show up and show out today. Key number 2, I really would love to see a little bit more aggressiveness defensively when it comes to maybe first down or even second and short situations for the Saskatchewan Roughriders when it comes to Jeremiah Masoli and that BC offensive line. I think that you can tighten up your coverage a little bit against those receivers. And again, the more you get Masoli thinking, moving around, the more prone he is to throwing a turnover. So key number 2 is stepping up the aggressiveness on defense. And key number 3, I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, though, and it's shame on everybody else. This team has to come out and play a complete football game. There have been too many instances, week 1, week 2, week 3, that you can point at and say, wow, if that had gone the other way, we would have lost this football game. We got extremely lucky against Toronto. Hamilton, same thing. You have to come out here today against BC, a beautiful day, Western Conference opponent. You have to come out here and show out. This team cannot shoot itself in the foot, whether it's through turnovers, whether it's through penalties. I mean, again, I was talking to my folks over there. This is professional football. These teams are good enough. You don't have to give them 2 football fields worth of yardage back, right? So you got to come out here and you've got to play a complete game, because this could go really well or it could go really bad. And the way it goes really bad is if they do not improve on some of the things they've identified each week coming into this, right? So again, it's great to celebrate going 1-0. I get that. And that is the mantra and the culture that's established on this team. 1-0 every week is a good thing, but you have to be making sure that you're taking the things that could have cost you the game and improving on those. So that's the 3rd key, is you got to come out and you got to put it on tape, and you got to show Rider Nation today that you understand where your hurdles were and you're willing to get over those hurdles today against the Lions.
Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game for KFC. Now,
I love that the keys to the game are sponsored by KFC.
Perfect for you, man.
That's so amazing. Just some fried chicken.
You know, we got to stay on brand here, buddy. That's what it's all about.
So good.
Stay on brand. Obviously, with the changes and, the starters shifting on both sides for quarterbacks, that also means that the odds have been shifting as well when you look at the BC Lions versus Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. So why don't we take a look at those odds with Justin Dunk? It's brought to you by Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride every season. Where are we at right now, Justin?
Well, right now, the Riders are favored by 2. It was 1.5.
2.
Been jumping around. Earlier in the week, it was 4.5. Perhaps that's when Cory Mace said Trevor Harris was going to be fine, and people thought he was going to start in this football game. So, Luke, it seems like you like the Riders -2.
I am taking the mortgage money I am taking Dave's mortgage money.
Yeah, can't wait to hear how much
I'm taking Teagan's paycheck, taking your paycheck for these suits that you get, and I'm putting it all on the Riders. That's an easy money day. Yeah, that's it. But today though, I'm also going to go. I'm not going to parlay it today. I'm going to take 2 individual bets. So today, Riders -2 all day. I'm putting as much money as I can on that.
That I think you're getting at is 47.5.
Oh, it's 47.5? Oh. I thought it was 51
it's come
something.
Down a little bit.
Yeah, it's come down. Okay, well, I'm going over. I'm going over 47.5, and I'm taking the Riders. I wouldn't parlay them, so whatever money that I can find now that I've blown all my money on the Riders -2, I'm now putting it on the over on 47.1. That's what I'm doing.
Our money.
Our money.
Yeah, I
We're
like the fact
pooling
that
our
we're
money.
now at this point in our friendship, Luke, where you're comfortable betting my paycheck.
I am totally comfortable in blowing everybody's paycheck on this stage.
Okay,
Absolutely.
well, it only took 3 weeks, so
yeah,
we
we're
got
people
there
now.
fast.
We're people now. You know, we're united. We're united in the Rider favored, odds favored. Wow. Oh, I can't believe we're going to win so much money. We're not even going to need to go and get our 50-50 tickets. We're just going to win it all here.
Just win it all.
Yep.
So now we don't need to get our 50-50 after I bought them early for the first time this year. Thanks, Luke.
Yeah.
This is why you don't plan ahead, Dave.
Jeez, Dave. Come on, man. This is your first time doing this? Man.
That was Betting the Odds with Darlene Power Sports. Now, coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show, we're going to hear from last week's hero of the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Coming off his 99-yard kickoff return touchdown, Mario Alford on the other side of the break. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
With the warm weather here, you'll be looking cool in your summer wardrobe from Colin O'Brien. Chic polos for the golf course or the backyard barbecue. Tailored shorts for drinks on the patio. This summer, you'll be all about feeling good and looking your best. Summer casual wear for the man of impeccable taste. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Owens & Schweitzer in Eston or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid Logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to the Rider Nation hour of the pregame show. Countdown to kickoff is on. It's just over half an hour until the BC Lions take on your undefeated 3-0 Saskatchewan Roughriders at Mosaic Stadium. Still time, Craig Reynolds said tickets were flying today, so if you want to get down to the stadium, still time for you to make it in time for kickoff. Beautiful day for it. And it was a beautiful day in Toronto for one Mario Alford and the Saskatchewan Roughriders last week to go to 3-0 on the season. Alford putting together a Hall of Fame type resume with what he's done in the kick return game. That kick return last week was number 12 in his career in terms of total return touchdowns, which ties him for 4th in the history of the Canadian Football League for total return touchdowns in a career. It is within the range of outcomes that Alford could easily get to second on that list. Henry Gizmo Williams, of course, is a long way away there with 31, but Mario Alford putting together a Hall of Fame type resume. And actually, if you break it down even further, Alford is averaging 1 touchdown every 5.6 games in his Canadian Football League career from a return perspective. That's the 3rd highest in CFL history. And then add to that what Alford did last week. He had a kick return touchdown with just 9 seconds left in the game. That is the latest kick return touchdown that was a game-winning score in CFL history. And Alford thought it was pretty sweet.
It's pretty cool, man. You know, like I said in my past, like, that's cool and all, but, you know, the ultimate goal is just to win, you know, for us to win games, so.
That touchdown also tied you for 4th all-time in CFL history among anybody who's ever returned in this league for return touchdowns. When you look at the names on that list, Henry Gizmo Williams is atop of it. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it feels great, man. He's one of the greatest, you know, hats off to him. And like I said, again, you know, it just, you know, it come down to my blockers, not only me. You know, they have a big role in this. So, yes, it's an awesome feeling, but like I said, we just want to keep going 1-0 each week.
Can you take me through that moment as you go out onto the field? What were your coaches and teammates telling you? What was the return that was set up, and how did it unfold?
Man, it's just one of our go-to returns. Coach said, you know, let's at least get into midfield so we can get in field goal range. So I like, no, let's try to score. You know, that's what we out there for, right? And that's my job. So, man, we dialed it up, and like I said, shout out to my blockers. They made a way, opened the hole for me, and I did the rest.
Indeed, you did. You put the burners on. Would you describe it as a boundary return?
Yep, boundary return, exactly.
And was there anything special about it that you might have tweaked differently to spring you?
No, I just do what I do. I just set up my blocks. I was patient through the hole, and then once I saw it, I hit it, and like I said, I did the rest from there.
When you're sprinting towards the end zone, especially in a play of that magnitude, what's going through your mind when you're thinking, I just got to beat that last guy?
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like I said, it's surreal feeling, and like I said, we needed to play, and man, it was crazy. Like, that game was crazy, and to have a walk-off return touchdown is pretty sick. So that was cool.
It's pretty unbelievable. If you look at the list in terms of most all-time return touchdowns in the league, you can pretty easily get to number 2. Is that a goal of yours?
No, man. Like I said, I really don't pay attention to stats. I never did, honestly. Like I said, I just go out and play my game, and then the rest will speak for itself.
How do you keep your speed from season to season? It seems like you don't lose a step.
Just work out, take care of my body, man. I take my training serious, so in the off season I take care of myself. Always running, always doing mobility, and just taking care of my body.
Is there a secret sauce in there? Are you running on the beach? Are you eating a high-protein diet like AJ Ouellette? What's going on?
No, man, just simple stuff, man. I just, like you said, you can't coach speed. You know, you can coach it, but, you know, it's either you got it or you don't, you know. So it's just one of them things. You got to maintain it. So I just run every day, honestly. I just run every single day in the off season, and that is my routine.
Is there a specific spot that you go to for training in the off season?
No, I just train around North Carolina. Anywhere I go, just long as I can get some run, a track and some heat, because I love training in the heat while it's hot. And that's all I do.
In terms of those workouts that you do in the heat, how do they look? Like, how do you map them out?
Man, then I just try to make sure I do at least 10 to 1200s not every day, but I kind of like to put that in there. 100, like full speed, is like I'm got the ball in my hand. I do 10 of those, like a minute break, 2-minute break in between. So that's kind of one of my favorites.
Do you have track spikes on when you're doing that?
No, just cleats.
On a football field?
Yeah, on a football field.
What would you guess would be your best 100-meter time, you know, going all the way back to high school, if you can remember it?
Like a 10.5, 10.4, 10.5.
That's quick now.
It's fast, so. Yeah, but now I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been timed or got time, so been a while. I can still pull a good one, though, I feel.
Did you ever have to decide track or football? Because that's getting close towards world-class speed.
No, it was always football, man. Like, I love track, but football was my passion, so I loved it.
How do you keep it going in terms of ripping off these big returns? You know, some people thought Super Mario wasn't so super last year, but you had some kick returns and punt returns. They just were called back on those plays, right? So how do you keep this going?
Man, like I said, just keep going through our schemes and execution, man. That's part of the plan. Just execute your scheme and do it to the best of your ability, and that's all we can do.
How much does film study help you out to understand where those seams or holes are going to be, where you can use that speed?
A lot. Me and Coach Kent go through the game plan each week, maybe twice a week. I go up there in his office and we sit down. We kind of find their weakness in their return units, and we kind of attack it. So.
You don't have to give anything away, but for example, let's use the BC Lions. Are you looking at a couple specific players that you think that you can attack, or is it about their kick or punt coverage that you try to go after in terms of a scheme?
No, it's just really how they come down. Are they stacked behind each other when they come, or are they in like a straight line? Do they have two-wave, players or stuff like that?
When you talk about two waves like that, are you looking to have your blockers sure up that first wave and then you take care of the second wave, one or two guys, or how do you look at it?
Yeah, exactly. Just I get through that first wave and I take care of the rest. Just get me through the first, and the second wave is pretty much on me. I take care of the rest.
That's pretty much what you did against Toronto, wasn't it?
Yep, got through the first wave and I did the rest. So,
what's that feeling like as a returner when you're in open space and you got either just the kicker or the punter to beat? Are you thinking, man, I can't let this guy tackle me? Is that what it is?
100%. You never want to let the kicker or the punter tackle you, but they get paid as well too. So, it happens sometimes, but majority of the time you want your return man to beat the kicker or the punter.
After that clutch touchdown return last week by Mario Alford, quarterback Trevor Harris called him a borderline Hall of Famer. Wes, do you think he's a Hall of Famer at this point, or does he need to do more?
Well, he's chasing Gizmo Williams, who, got half of his, without blocking. But I would say if he maybe got to that number 2 spot on the list, he's a specialist, which kind of pigeonholes him. If he was getting some other stats, maybe some receptions here and there, that might help his case. But, he needs to climb the list, get to number 2, and then we can talk.
All right. Let's see how high he gets. Still some time to climb it. I don't think he's getting to Gizmo Williams. Even Alford agreed with that, but he could definitely get to number 2. On the other side, exclusive interviews with A.J. Allen, linebacker who started the last 2 games for the Roughriders, and Mike Rose, who has had a first career sack. It didn't come at Mosaic Stadium, but he's still enjoying playing for the Riders. This is 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
I'm Bailey Shikanik, Prairie Claims Manager for Ag Direct Hail Insurance. Our team of professional and polite hail adjusters have one goal: to thoroughly inspect your crop damage and get you a payment that accurately represents your loss. It's that simple, and why shouldn't it be? Having settled thousands of claims to the satisfaction of our customers, I am proud to lead the Ag Direct Hail Claims team. Visit agdirecthail.com or call us toll-free. We appreciate your business.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders 3-0 on the season, host the BC Lions 1-2 for the KISS Saskatchewan game. Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge. Justin Dunk alongside with you as we work our way to kickoff here. That's going to come at the top of the clock, 5 p.m. with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder having the call. Now, I want to get into A.J. Allen, a Canadian linebacker who has started the last 2 games for the Saskatchewan Roughriders at the weak side linebacker position. He's been learning a lot from Jameer Thurman, who's an all-star linebacker at the middle linebacker spot. And Allen's been working his way into this, biding his time to get an opportunity to start on defense for Cory Mace.
It means so much having the confidence of my teammates and coaches as well. It's just a combination of hard work. You know, I've been here for, this will be my 4th year now, and finally getting that opportunity to do so. It means a lot, for sure. Has my preparation changed? No. I've always prepared like I was going to be a starter or just in case injury, things like that, because it's football, right? So you never really know. So I've always prepared like that. You know, got to prepare for special teams as well, but always doing my part to know what's going on defense, being able to help my teammates. Maybe I see something they don't, things like that. So it hasn't changed my preparation. I've always tried to be a prepared athlete.
A.J. Allen still doing his things on special teams. Oh, by the way, last year, if you don't remember, he tied for the CFL lead with 22 special teams tackles. The other guy that he was tied with, Jack Cassar with the Toronto Argonauts, this 4th round, 35th overall draft pick by the Riders in 2020, is paying dividends on defense and special teams as he handles the starting role along with his assignments on specials.
It's where I started. It's a big part of my game, especially being a Canadian linebacker. Something I'm very proud of, just being able to, I don't know, just do that at a high level, man. Being able to be the person that my coaches can depend on and to make those dog plays that are necessary, lock someone down, make tackles, things like that. So it means so much to me. It's a huge part of my game. It's a huge part of this game. So it's something I take pride in. Whenever I'm out there, I'm never trying to lose, whether that be on special teams or defense. I'm never trying to. I'm always trying to be better. So 100%. It's me.
A.J. Allen is playing in front of, or should I say behind on defense, Mike Rose, who's a veteran, perennial all-star free agent addition for this team. And last week against the Toronto Argonauts, he had his first sack in Rider green and white after coming over from the Calgary Stampeders, and he's enjoying playing for the Riders.
Oh, man, I've been loving it, man. Day by day, just trying to get better. You know, there's a lot of good pieces on this defense. And, you know, I'm just coming in here just trying to play my role. That's it. I mean, every year I feel like you got to reinvent yourself, prove yourself. You know, there's always somebody younger they probably want or some guy they want. So you just got to come out here and show you still got it every day. I feel like I played here my whole career because I've been in the stadium so much, you know. I wish I could have got here sooner.
Mike Rose, who has been doing damage on the inside. Dare I say him and Micah Johnson form the most formidable duo at defensive tackle right now in the Canadian Football League. On the other side, we're going to be talking to Jake Mayer one-on-one about how he's approaching this start, his first with the Riders. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscades.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscades.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Gear up with Selford this season. New 2025 Selford tillage and application equipment is on sale until June 30th. Plus, selected 2024 and earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Selford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's a beautiful day for football in Regina at Mosaic Stadium. Welcome inside the Sports Cage Lounge as we inch closer and closer to kickoff between your 3-0 undefeated Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the 1-2 BC Lions with Jeremiah Masoli starting at quarterback, if you didn't hear. And on the other side, it's Jake Mayer who takes the reins for the Riders, and it's a comfortable offense for Mayer. He's been in some sort of a form of this offense for 5 years, going back to his days with the Calgary Stampeders and what Dave Dickinson ran. Now reunites with Mark Mueller, who was with him in Calgary, and I dare to ask him if he knew this offense better than Trevor Harris.
I have a lot of years in the system. Obviously, the terminology over the years is pretty consistent. And I've been fortunate enough at a young age to play a lot of games and a lot of snaps in this offense. So to say whether I know more or know less, I don't know. I mean, I think, again, Trevor masters any offense he's in, and that's what I strive to do too. So I would say that, fortunately for me, I have a lot of experience in the system, and there's no surprises really. You'll see me going through a routine and going over the call sheet. I don't know if I'm going to do the whole thing, from the story that. From my college days, but the mental preparation is definitely there, and I go through it throughout the week. I mean, I try to get myself home, and look at the call sheet before I go to bed, and just try to visualize and simulate anything that I can do while I'm at home by myself before I go to bed, and that's something that I've learned over the years. And then coming here, obviously Trevor prepares as well or better than anybody I've ever been around. So to get some of those little nuggets from him, I've definitely implemented some of those as well. I've really adopted the perspective over the years that I think anybody that's in this league and playing, and especially a quarterback in this league playing, you're super grateful for that. And yeah, you don't know when your last game is, regardless of your contract situation, your status, your legacy, whatever. So I've really grown a lot of gratitude for this league and for the position that I'm in. And I try to relieve myself from any of those stresses or any of those doubts or any of the outside opinions or whatever that may be, because that does not make you play better. At least it doesn't for me. I guess I shouldn't speak for everybody out there in this league, but I know it doesn't make me play better. So my goal is to just do absolutely what is in my control and hopefully impact my teammates in a positive way while we're out there. And you can live with anything that comes with that. I'm a religious man. I'm someone who believes in God, and we'll see what the story looks like. I mean, I love it. I mean, I feel like for the first 3 weeks, I couldn't be more proud to be a part of this organization and around Coach Mace and the culture that he's created here. You hear a lot about it from the outside, but when you're in these walls, you really feel it. To be able to share that real adrenaline with your teammates And, because I would say, if you don't play, you are a supportive teammate and you love to be a part of it, but you don't get really that edge to you, right? That you would get when you're out there and your body's on the line and you're experiencing those real-time moments. So to feel that in front of a home crowd that I know is going to be excited against a division rival, you can say, right? So that's going to be one of those out-of-body experiences that you always look forward to.
Jake Mayer mentioned head coach Cory Mace there, and you'll hear from the bench boss next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportsgates.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, you know it. It's game day, Rider Nation. Teagan Witko has made her way down to the sidelines. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder standing by up in the booth for this game call, which is coming up here right around the corner. But right here, right now, it's time for your coach's comment, brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. And it was imperative for Cory Mace in the offseason to bring in Jake Maier to be the team's backup quarterback for situations just like these.
The opportunity and truthfully just looking at the situation and the scenario, which, ultimately J.O. made the trade to get Jake, I just kind of saw the writing on the wall, maybe that there could have been a change going in over there with his previous team. And for us just to have the marriage of, obviously the relationship with him and Mueller and the system, man, it just aligned really well. So, we talked about it earlier, it is a league where, if you've got two proven ones, it's easier to sleep at night. And even saying that though, we've got, Jack Cohn as well. We feel amazing about him. So, we think we're pretty deep in that room. But certainly, Jake gets the nod and, it's not something that you're sitting there like, oh man, I hope this is going to go. I mean, we know who Jake is. So it's good. Jake Maier is our backup quarterback. Like that's, I think anybody would be pretty happy to say that. Certainly with his experience within the offense and familiarity with the play caller, he's been tremendous. And getting to sit in the same room with Trevor and seeing the way that Trevor sees things, I think has only been beneficial for Jake as well. I think he's been pretty vocal about that too. So, I know he's excited about the opportunity. Guys are all rallying behind him. He's one of the guys. So nothing changes. We're still going out there trying to win a football game.
Jake Maier starts for your Saskatchewan Roughriders, his 46th career start, but first for the green and white. On the other side, I don't think, despite the gamesmanship from the BC Lions, that Cory Mace had any indication that anybody else was going to start for them, the opposition, other than Jeremiah Masoli at quarterback. Mace takes us through his week of preparation as the defensive coordinator, preparing for that final call as to who was going to start for BC at QB.
There's a reason coaches do it, It is, that was just one last night I had to hang with my kids. Appreciate it. No, it's you have to be prepared for him. But I mean, even in this situation, you have to be prepared for Bryce as well. So it's just part of doing your due diligence as a coach and being able to have answers for the guys. And to have them familiar with potentially who they could be playing against, quarterback and any other position, truthfully, but certainly the quarterback position is an important one. So they've seen tape, and we've talked about all three quarterbacks. So however they choose to lay them out there, the guys will be ready to go.
That does it for the pregame show. Let's get to the football, okay? This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. On the other side, it'll be Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with the call, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold, Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Ag World Equipment in Canistino today, or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
In the immortal words of the philosopher Alice Cooper, school's out for summer. However, a pair of West Division rivals have a big test to wrap up June to see if they can graduate to the top of the division. Welcome inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, with the best stats man in the business, John Hoffman, to my left. While Carter's producing this game here at Mosaic Stadium, and Colson is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders, their grades are better than passing, sporting a 3-0 record. However, the defense has given up a concerning number of passing yards so far this season, which has allowed their opposition to stick around in games. The D will need to do their homework against the Lions offense that is second in passing this season. The Riders offense gets an A and tops the CFL on first down yardage gained, which means the entire playbook is at their disposal on second down. Saying that, today's starter, Jake Mayer, has been looking over the shoulder of Trevor Harris at his paper. It's okay, by the way. And he's learned the Mark Mueller memoir in a whole new way. The last component is the Riders need to stay out of detention after racking up 178 penalty yards last week. For the BC Lions, the narrative is that they have to play an entire season's worth of games in 3 weeks against the defending West Division champions. They're asking the CFL to hold on to their grade until tonight's assignment is complete, which is stopping a rolling Riders team who are getting ready for a recess in 60 minutes or less. The coin toss for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca just occurred with referee Tim Croker officiating right on the Mosaic Stadium midfield logo. And the winner of the coin toss was?
I couldn't tell you, Dave. I was too wrapped
BC
up in
won.
Having PTSD about school, homework, and all that stuff listening to you. BC won the toss, though.
All right. So BC wins the toss and have deferred to the second half. I now defer to the third member of our broadcast crew, who is down on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. We say good afternoon and bid for a Jew to our own Teagan Witko. Teagan?
You know, I got to admit, boys, that feeling never gets old of watching that team be brought out onto the field at Mosaic Stadium. It might not be a complete sellout here, but boy, it is loud, and there are a lot of excited Rider fans here. I will also add, there's a lot of activity over on the Riders sideline. They seem very excited for tonight's game. They seem to be very positive heading into tonight's game. We'll see if carry that out onto the field in terms of what they can deliver in terms of a football product.
It's going to be a definite test for these Riders, who will start Jake Mayer at quarterback. It's his first as a Rider, but 46th in the Canadian Football League. Thank you so much, Teagan. We'll check in with you throughout the duration of this football game. The Riders are wearing their home green jerseys with the white numbers, the white trim on either side of their pants, and the green socks. The BC Lions are wearing their road grayish uniform. It's an off-white color that they wear with the black numbers and the orange stripe down their pants. They've got the black helmets, do the BC Lions tonight. The Riders will be defending the north end zone to our broadcast left, while BC will be heading that direction and defending the end zone to our south, which is adjacent to Pill Country. The Lions sprint out two new returners as Seven McGee, who was the return man to start this season, pulled up lame in practice this week. That means that Phillip Brooks is going to be one of the two returners that the BC Lions will send back, standing at their own 10-yard line to start this football game. He'll be joined by Robert Carter Jr., number 26, as Brett Lother is getting set to put the ball down on the tee as we're 44 seconds away from the Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. See them at qualitytire.ca. So right on cue, Lother puts the ball on the tee on his own 30-yard line on the right-hand hash, which is the near side as we see it. And he'll get set to march off his approach as we get set to get underway here at Mosaic Stadium as Matt Dominguez has come out onto the turf to get Rider Nation on their feet in that north end zone to a big round of applause as Rider Nation gets to their feet.
Well, how about that, huh? Matt Dominguez, man, that guy was a tough cover back in the day. I was always in awe of the plays that he could make. He was such a physical receiver, and he had some speed to him, too. Good to see him back here in Rider Nation.
Brett Lother approaches the ball, puts his foot on it, and we're underway. Chasing Phillips Brooks back down to his 4-yard line for the Lions, and he'll bring it up on the numbers near side. Has some room, but Nick Weeb gets there first for the Riders with a little bit of help, of course, at the end of the play. Is coming up and making a stop right there was his teammate in Antoine Brooks Jr. And here comes Jeremiah Masoli after an 18-yard return on a 76-yard kickoff.
Got Antoine Brooks Jr. You got Benoit Marion making his debut on the 2025 roster. Great start to the Saskatchewan Roughriders' pursuit of victory today. BC Lions only starting on their 22.
Jeremiah Masoli wearing number 11, the 12-year pro out of Ole Miss in his first year with the Lions, making a consecutive start as he'll hand it off to James Butler across the 20 to the 25-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 4. It'll be 2nd and 6 for the Leos.
Mike Rose dipping into his gap. He's got to play with his hands here. If he's playing with his hands, he has the ability to get off the left guard in Andrew Woodruff and potentially get in on that tackle. And probably the worst thing that we could see right now is Scoop Carney down on the field and in considerable pain.
Yeah, he's down on all fours. That pile just kind of moved towards him in that run for James Butler. Injury breaks this season brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. As, again, Carney kind of got right on the end of it.
At the end of the play, he had one of the offensive linemen just land on him. And he was in a little bit of a twisted position when the offensive line did land on him. Tyler Parker or Michael Couture. Got to play with their hands on the defensive front. That's too much yardage there gained. Only 5 yards, but again, I think that when you look at the ability of Jeremiah Masoli, 2nd and 5 is probably exactly where him and offensive coordinator / head coach Buck Pierce want to be.
So Malik Carney, so far this season, 5 defensive tackles and 2 sacks. Now slowly gets up on his feet and will walk his way towards the Saskatchewan Roughrider bench. Gets a low 5 from Roland Milligan Jr. on the way, and Jamarcus Hardrick is 10 yards out of the turf to greet him as he comes off.
Interesting to see, too, and I like this, is Habba Baldonado checks in for him. At the beginning of the year, Haba Baldonado was probably the third end in behind Lake to Corte Moore.
So second down and 5 for the Lions. Ball's on their own 27-yard line, just underway at Mosaic Stadium for week number 4 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Mazzoli run pass option and then throws it out, and the play is broken up far side. Tavon Campbell, who had an interception last week, there to break it up, as well as DeMarcus Fields.
It's a good job. 3-man front. Shane Ray is your left defensive end, and he just gets let up the field by Chris Schluger. I'm not sure what their right tackle was thinking, but he lets Shane Ray go up top, and it's what throws Mazzoli off. Mazzoli's got to get rid of it quickly, otherwise it's about a 10-yard loss. Good start for the Riders as they force the Lions into 2-and-out.
Carl Meyer on to punt it away. It's an Barassa and Sons punt return with Mario Alford. High kick that Alford is going to field at the numbers at his 34-yard line. Can't make the first man miss. Good downfield coverage by Patrice Rene. And Jake Mayer and the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense will come onto the field after a 2-and-out by the Lions offense.
Offensive line's your best friend when you're Jake Mayer, and you're the backup quarterback to any team realistically. But today you get the run game going, and it should free up Mayer to get a little bit looser in the pass game. Those Hoggies are the key.
1-yard return.
Tip
on
of
that
the spear.
Barassa and Sons punt return, of course. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders at their own 35-yard line. Jake Mayer has trips receivers to his left. They'll start in motion to the right. A.J. Ouellette cuts back, has room, gets the corner to the 45, 50, midfield strike, cuts back for more into BC Lion territory, down to the 49-yard line. A.J. Ouellette.
Well, you've got 2 wide receivers leading around, and it's Keyshawn Johnson. He gets a body on Gary Peters at the edge of the defense, and A.J. Ouellette, he's ran patiently this year, which has been a key to some of his bigger runs. He allows the blocks to form in front of him, and then he breaks it down to the outside for a first down. Great start. Riders got the ball on the BC 49.
26-yard run for A.J. Ouellette for a Bazandowski Agency's first down, the first down of the game for the Rider offense, who's cooking inside BC territory. 1st and 10 at the Lions 49. Mayer in the gun, takes the snap clean, hands it off to Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, who goes the other way. He'll get to the 35, actually ran in to offensive lineman Daniel Johnson. That's going to limit that gain to about 4.
You got your big team in, so Zach Fry is your extra offensive lineman. You've got Morgan Runge in a wing position. He's going across the formation. Bertrand-Hudon breaks 1 tackle, can't get by a couple defenders after that, though. 2nd and 6. You can keep it short here, but if I'm the BC Lions, do I throw some pressure in here? I came in here thinking Mike Benavides was going to throw a lot of pressure in potentially at Jake Mayer.
Ouellette the lone back in the backfield, 3 receivers far side, which is the short side of the field for Mayer, who's back to pass. Pressure comes, throws it up, that's complete. Mitch Picton, I believe, down to the 35-yard line. Indeed it is, for another Bazandowski Agency's first down. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
Well, this is a heads-up play by Mayer because he throws this a lot quicker than he should have. Daniel Johnson completely misses the block at left tackle, and what it does is, again, just like Shane Ray, now it's the BC Lions' turn to have a guy just run completely scot-free at our quarterback, and Mayer with a heads-up play to his left to get that off.
10-yard gain, 1st and 10, Saskatchewan to the BC 35. Ball left-hand hash for Mayer, as there's 3 receivers to this near side. He'll hand off the ball to Ouellette, tries to get the corner and does, to the 30, dives ahead near the 25-yard line. Gain of almost 10 for A.J. Ouellette on first down.
You've got Logan Ferlin and Jacob Brammer pulling, and again, it's a great job. A.J. Ouellette just hanging behind his offensive lineman until the lane declares at the 2nd level. A.J. Ouellette's taking advantage of that tremendously, and now what you're getting is that rolling in of Thomas Bertrand-Hudon to continue to add power and pressure up front against the BC Lions defensive line.
Tommy Stevens comes in on a 2nd down and 1-yard play for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 10:39 to go in the opening quarter, still scoreless in Mosaic. Line loads up. Stevens to the left, flags come down. He will have a first down pending the outcome of the penalties, and right now
offside.
Both sides are pointing, you're right, offside.
BC's offside. Sorry, I interrupted you there. You know, now we got Tommy Stevens. I'll tell you
offside. BC number 95, 5-yard penalty.
first down.
I'll tell you who the Riders have looked like on short yardage, the Philadelphia Eagles. They're not exactly tush-pushing, but, man, they are unstoppable on any short down situation.
Well, fun fact, 50% of the Saskatchewan Roughriders rushing first downs this season have come off the feet of Tommy Stevens thus far.
Luke Wilson hates it. Absolutely hates to hear that.
First and 10 Riders just outside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone. They are set up at the 21-yard line of BC. Olette, the lone back in the backfield, standing to the left of Mayer, takes the ball, and the Lions do a nice job. Simone Tahume gets down from his end spot to close in on Olette, and that's going to limit the gain to maybe a yard.
Yeah, this is a good play. Sione Tuema just knifes in from the BC Lions right side, and Olette just can't get going. So now you're at 2nd and 11. Or 2nd and a long 10.
So, yeah, 2nd and 10 for the Riders. Ball at the 21 of BC. Right-hand hash. 5 receivers go out in this pattern for Mayer. Backfield empties, but Olette is starting to move that way himself. Hard count. BC jumps, or did Daniel Johnson? That's who BC is pointing at. Daniel Johnson, unfortunately for the Riders, is their starting left tackle.
He's had a tough first series. I'll tell you that. He's missed a couple key blocks that luckily Jake Mayer got us out of. But this is just indicative of the problems that they had last week, right? You're looking at two offenses that have stalled themselves. I mean, the BC Lions are almost the same way. They put together a nice drive last week, and they throw an interception here. The Riders get all the way downfield. They go from 2nd and 10 to 2nd and 16. Or 15, excuse me.
Ball on the 26 of BC. Right-hand hash for Mayer. 3 receivers far side of the formation. Near side, he is Robicelli and Keyshawn Johnson. Looked like early movement. Doesn't happen. Now it's thrown underneath, but Mayer throws incomplete. Looking for A.J. Olette. Now, we've got the officials stopping things. Is there a flag down? I don't see one, and it'll be a 3rd down situation by the looks of it.
So your first offensive drive, and you shoot yourself in the foot because of penalties, right? And again, you kind of look and you say, oh, man, I hope this is not a deja vu this week. Good story here is Jake Mayer. Looks like he's getting his guys in and out of the huddle quickly, and he's throwing the ball well early. Here's a big test. Lowther is struggling this year, and you'd hope to get off on the right foot.
34-yard attempt for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Good snap. Clean hold. Kick from Lowther splits the uprights. He was 4 of 8 coming in, but he's 1 for 1 tonight. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders take a 3-0 lead with 9 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Back with more in a moment from Mosaic. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Hey, Rider Nation. AJ here with Trevor Harris. When we need something built for the grind, I hit up my buddy Matty at Crestview in Regina.
Thanks, AJ. Whether it's a Ram 1500, a Jeep Wrangler, or a Grand Cherokee, we've got the lineup that works as hard as you guys do.
I drive a Jeep Cherokee from Crestview. Prairie tough and game day ready.
At Crestview, it's all about performance, durability, and treating every customer like part of the team. Crestview Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
34-yard Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal for Brett Lowther as the Riders in front 3-0. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today. So the BC Lions have elected to scrimmage at their own 40-yard line. A 9-play drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Their initial drive of the game, 35-yard line was the start of it, with 4 first downs along the way, and then the 34-yard field goal to boot, literally, by Brett Lowther. And the Riders are in front, and Jeremiah Masoli and the Riders will go on to work as Lowther is congratulated for reaching the 1,000-point plateau in his career. Did it a couple of weeks back in Hamilton. So Masoli will start with James Butler standing to his right on first down. 4 receivers that way. Riders show blitz. Masoli throws it up. High ball, and it's in and out of the arms of the intended receiver, Jermaine Jackson, and incomplete.
Second key of the game when we were talking downstairs was apply a little bit more pressure and might yield some turnovers. And there we were talking about it. Strong side blitz comes right at Masoli, and Masoli throws high. He threw high all last week in his first start. So hopefully that continues. Tips and overthrows. We get one, we take one to the house.
Rider Nation starts to rumble. It's 2nd and 10. BC with the ball on their own 40-yard line, left-hand hash. 3 receivers clear to the far side of the field from Masoli, who signals them to the line with his hands. He'll drop back to pass, looking over the middle, and nobody home. A couple of Saskatchewan Roughriders in Jameer Thurman and CJ Rivas had a better shot at CJ Rivas, the two of them that were there, both had a better shot at that than did anyone wearing a gray jersey.
I'm not sure if that hit someone's hand or it was just a terrible throw, but what a bad drive.
And it did get deflected at the line, Luke. Good eye.
2 and out for the Riders. That's a good sign.
Second 2 and out for BC as Mayer's on to kick it for the Lions. High kick that spirals down towards the 20-yard line. That's where Mario Alford has it. He'll get up to the 25, nearly the 26-yard line. Good downfield coverage provided once again by Patrice Rene and the Lions, and the Riders will have the ball when we come back. 8:11 to go in the first quarter. Saskatchewan leading BC 3-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Code Green 25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Corner to corner to corner of Saskatchewan, and really borderless all around. It is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the Rider Cooperator Broadcast Network. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and the Stephaniers Auctions in the Steffes Auctions broadcast booth. Glad to have you along, and you can always join in with us on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. Brought to you by B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. And a shout out to Barry on the text line. We were talking about Rough Rider quarterbacks that made a start with the Riders after double-digit starts with another CFL team. And we mentioned before 1986, so the 10 and the final one was Joe Powell. Barry pointed out, rightly enough, John Hofnagel should have been there as well. Huff, however, did it before 86. So good on you, Barry. Love hearing from you on the text line, no matter where you are. As right now we hear from the Rider offense to work. Jake Mayer over the middle, looking for Keyshawn Johnson. Can't haul it in. Johnson went up with one arm and just couldn't haul it in. Tight coverage there provided by Gary Peters.
You like the call, though. Play action pass. This was the first drive where the Riders were successful along the ground, so you throw in the play action look here, and if this throw is just a little bit lower, Keyshawn Johnson might come down with it. But, you know, now that we've said that, we are in a 2nd and 10, so couldn't have been that great a play call, right?
Yeah. 2nd and 10 on their own 27 of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 5 receivers set for Mayer, 3 to his right. Ball's on the near hash. BC puts 4 on the line. That's all they rush as Mayer's got time. Throws it over the middle. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. Takes a wallop at the end of the play from Christophe Beaulieu, the safety, but hangs on for a big first down reception for Bazandowski Agencies.
Really good throw from Jake Mayer. You've got 4 rushing linemen, and Mayer just waiting for Keyshawn Johnson to get above the linebackers and just below the safety. The second solid throw from here. This time it gets into Keyshawn Johnson's hands. and they convert.
18-yard reception for Keyshawn Johnson and the Riders. They're 1st and 10 at their own 45. Hush falls over the crowd as the Riders set up offensively. A.J. Ouellette in motion pre-snap, as is Del Duncan Busby. They're going to fake it and throw near side for Dante Myers. Just had one man to miss, but what a tackle. Coming up was Robert Carter Jr. to make the play. Yeah. Stop it for a loss of a couple, otherwise Dante still would have been running.
Yeah, this is a gutsy call because it's from boundary hash all the way across to the wide side of the field, and it gives plenty of time for Robert Carter Jr. to come down. As a matter of fact, he hesitated a little bit at first. I just don't think he believed that they were going to throw it wide that quick. Nevertheless, it's 2nd and 11.
Ball on the 44 of Saskatchewan, 6:19 to go in the opening quarter. Riders leading BC 3-0. 3 receivers far side of the set for Mayer, who sends Ouellette out into a pattern. Mayer, time, over the middle, complete up near the 48-yard line. That's going to be well shy of the first down, however, as Keyshawn Johnson brings it in for his 2nd reception of the drive.
Yeah, obviously, you want something a little bit farther, but credit to the BC Lions. There was just nothing open downfield, and you had Matthew Betts, the outstanding pass rusher. He was in and around Jake Mayer, so the BC Lions do what they need to do. You've got 2 2-and-outs by the Riders defense, and now the BC Lions get in there and lock things down.
Joe Couch on to punt it away. He is the 9th best average in the 9-team league when it comes to punts. This one a high spiraling one that'll chase the returner for BC back to his 18-yard line. Take a couple of steps forward to the 20, but then no more. The Riders do a great job of downfield coverage, and the BC Lions, pardon me, will have a long field ahead. 5:29 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan 3, BC no score. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new Saskatchewan budget is delivering for you. It makes life more affordable with lower taxes for students, seniors, homeowners, families, and everyone. It delivers new funding to improve access to health care and shorten wait times. The new budget will improve education for our students and make our communities safer. And it's a balanced budget, so we are in a stronger position than other provinces to respond to tariffs. The Saskatchewan budget, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used ag equipment, including combines, tractors, sprayers, and utility tractors. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Our experienced team is here to help you make the most of your season with dependable, high-quality machinery. Visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder high above the Mosaic Stadium turf in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth.
What happened to real cheer teams? Like, you know, the cheer teams that like threw people in the air and stuff. Is that just not happening anymore?
I don't know if anybody got a case of the drops, but I would assume that was
you think that? Yeah,
just
maybe
throwing that out
maybe
there.
someone got put on the 6 game and that was it, huh?
Yeah, I'm saying so.
Yeah, that was a good job by the dance crew there. The dance crew, that's our dance crew.
That is our dance crew. Yeah,
Harvard dance crew. Yeah, I'm just the cheerleaders that you used to throw up in the air and
you do that a lot easier than I do, just so you know.
Yeah, me and you, we'd have to be the base guys.
Yeah,
we'd have to be the guys.
Bottom of the pyramid.
Yeah, exactly.
Here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to find out more at steffesgroup.com. It's first down for the Lions as Mazzoli's back to pass. Looks to take a deep shot. Has McInnes over the middle. Flag comes out. He has tight coverage every step of the way, and I don't blame the defender in DeMarcus Fields on that far side, and flags are out immediately at the Rider 50.
It's a good job by the BC Lions. What they do is they manage to get the safety, Nelson Lacombo, all the way to the right because they're overloading their left side. And because Lacombo's got to come all the way to his right, Mazzoli has a seam up the middle that he's trying to hit his big play receiver, Justin McInnes, on. And DeMarcus Field gets in far too early on this play, and that is why they've given the ball to the Lions at the 50.
Biggest play of the day is the Lions prior to that had just gone 2-and-out in 2 consecutive series. Meantime, this is their first down now at the Saskatchewan 50. 2 receivers move in motion far side for Mazzoli. Riders load up the line. Handed off to Butler. Butler goes through the middle of the line, but not going to get much, as he'll get maybe a yard or two. It'll be second and long.
Well, again, we talked about the 3 keys of the game. Let's see a little bit more aggressiveness. I love it. We've thrown pressure here a couple of times on first down. Here it comes true again. Masoli really put in a tough situation. If he doesn't give the running back the ball, he's going to get tackled for a loss, because Malik Carney, who's back in the game, he's waiting on that RPO decision from Masoli. Here we are at 2nd and 8.
Second down and 8, as you mentioned, Luke. Ball on the Rider 48-yard line for BC. 5 receivers set for the Lions. The ball is between the hash marks. Receiver in motion goes far side. Looks like the one receiver near side was 5 yards offside. No call as Masoli's pass sails into the Rider bench, incomplete. Intended for Jermaine Jackson.
Man, Jermaine Jackson needed to be 8 feet tall and have the wingspan of a 747 jet if he was going to catch that ball.
So Carl Meyer will come on to punt this one away. Mario Alford goes back for another Ibarassa & Sons punt per return. Cut grass like a pro with Toro Morris. From Ibarassa & Sons, unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Ibarassa & Sons location today.
If you're on the sideline, you might have to keep your helmet on if Masoli's going to be throwing ducks like that.
Riders
an eye out here.
Yeah, Riders put a pair of returners back for this punt from Meyer. That's a low one. Going to go for the corner, and we'll see. It goes out of bounds, and they're spotting it up at the Roughriders 10-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Riders. They'll do that when we come back. 4:06 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan 3, BC no score. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th. Get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit Kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Miles is at the Bathtub Betty Barbecue. Thanks for listening in on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262.
I need some more information.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. I need more info on that.
A Bathtub Betty Barbecue. So is the Bathtub Betty's or is the barbecue Betty's?
Or like is like there's so much food that you just have to put it all in a bathtub. I don't know.
That'd be my kind of picnic.
Yeah, we got to be close. We got to be careful where we go with this, though.
Yeah.
You know, we're right on the line. I think we should stop and just right away.
Just say hi to Miles. That's what it says here.
Miles? Yeah.
Say hi to Miles and say, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you on the B&A Petroleum text line at 936-6262. Done. 1st and 10 for the Riders. Spot the ball on their own 10-yard line with 4:06 to go in the opening quarter. Jake Mayer, of course, making the start for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, his first in green and white. He is 4 of 6 thus far for 31 yards. Has 5 receivers at his disposal on first down. Hands it off. A.J. Ouellette with a hole to the 15-20. Stumbles ahead near the 23-yard line. Good for a Bazandowski Agency's first down.
This is an excellent job by Trayvon Tate, the left guard. You got 4 defensive linemen. Trayvon Tate gets all the way up to number 3, Micah Awe. So gets all the way to the linebacker level. And again, A.J. Ouellette just following where his blockers are going, managed to find some room on the left and then cut it back to the right. First down.
Micah Awe having a great season for BC, number 2 in tackles in the CFL, entering this football game behind only Jameer Thurman. 1st and 10 for the Riders. Handoff again to A.J. Ouellette. Gets across the 25 up near the 30-yard line. Going to be close to a gain of 7 for A.J. Ouellette on first down as he finally was wrapped up by Tahume.
Yeah. Mike Awe gets in there late too. Logan Ferland trying to get a block on him, and Mike Awe just manages to stay out of range of Logan Ferland's block. But again, you're looking at 2nd and 4. You've got your whole playbook here to pick from.
And not an ideal spot. Gain of 6 for A.J. Ouellette on the carry. As you mentioned, it is 2nd and 4. Riders have the ball just shy of their 30-yard line. 3 receivers far side for Jake Mayer, who's in the gun. BC approaches the line. They'll rush 6. Mayer gets rid of it. Looks, has a man wide open. It's Robustelli. Does he keep his feet in? He does. Big catch. Joe Robustelli into the BC territory, down to the 46.
Well, first of all, A.J. Ouellette needs credit because he picks up the blitz that gives Mayer the time to see Robustelli break free on his right. So the Lions blitz, they pick it up. Robustelli is found on the right side after the defensive back bites on the low route and loses Robustelli.
Riders rush to the line to get the play off, so it can't be reviewed. They hand it off to Thomas Bertrand-Hudon, who gets down inside the 40 near the 38-yard line after the 32-yard reception by Robustelli.
Yeah, the Riders are getting excellent guard play from Brammer and Trayvon Tate. Brammer here chips up to the 2nd level. All Bertrand-Hudon has to do is understand who his lead blocker is. In this case, it becomes Brammer, gets to the 2nd level. You're 2nd and 2. You've got your entire playbook, and you've got the unstoppable Tommy Stevens in here looking like Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow, it is 2nd and 2. He doesn't have anybody behind him pushing the tush,
there's no tush push, but it's basically the same result.
Keyshawn Johnson moves pre-snap. Tommy Stevens gets snowed under right away. The BC Lions do a great job in Matthew Betts in shutting that down, and they're going to drop Stevens for a loss of maybe 3.
Oh, I'll give all the credit in the world to Thibaut DeBele here. I can't see which lineman. Oh, it's Trayvon Tate. We just finished talking about how good the guards have been, but Thibaut DeBele gets his pads underneath Trayvon Tate and knocks Tate back, and
yeah,
they go from looking like the Philadelphia Eagles to just not being able to execute. That's the first time we've seen Stevens and that short yardage team all season struggle a little bit, but give credit to Thibaut DeBele.
Riders have to settle for a Alliance Heath water heater rental 48-yard field goal attempt from Brett Lawther. His 2nd of the quarter. He's 1 for 1, this time from 48. Right in the middle of the field, a low driving kick, and it's through the uprights as Brett Lawther extends the Rider lead to 6-0 with 49 seconds to go as Lawther is 2 for 2 tonight.
No more Philadelphia Eagles tush push references for the rest of the game. I've learned my lesson.
Well, and again, you were bang on, though. It looked like Tommy Stevens was unstoppable on those short yardage situations, but the BC Lions blew it up and blew it up good.
Well, when you're that efficient, teams spend a little bit more time looking at things on film, right? They try to figure out, okay, where is the opportunity here to stop this offense when it comes to these short yardage plays? I'd be shocked if the BC Lions don't come out and run the ball here.
Well, they've got extra bodies in on the offensive line. It's 1st and 10, left hash at the 40. Flags should be out everywhere, and they are this time. BC Lions receivers, looks like they've jumped a couple of times early.
Well, BC Lions came in here the least penalized team in the league.
Yeah.
Right? And the Riders came in here the most penalized team in the league. So you had opposite ends of the spectrum.
Chris Schluger, that's the 2nd penalty on him this quarter. He is starting at right tackle in place of the injured Dijon Allen. He wasn't even on the roster last week, so he's getting the start right now at right tackle. He's being penalized twice.
And it's already an offensive line that's struggled a little bit in pass pro.
Yeah. So 1st and 15 now for the Lions at their own 35-yard line. Mazzoli sends everybody out. 4-man rush, Saskatchewan dumps it underneath. That's complete to Jackson across the 40, near the 41 before he's tripped up there by Marcus Sales, I believe.
Well, and you see how much a penalty can throw you off schedule, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they had that play drawn up on 1st and 10, they would almost have a 1st down right now. But because it was 1st and 15, now it's still a tough get at 2nd and 6. If I'm Coach Mace, I'd keep following the script. Go with pressure here.
Ball on the BC 44-yard line. As you mentioned, Luke, it's 2nd and 6. Left-hand hash with the football. Empty backfield for Mazzoli on 1st down. Riders load up the D-line. Mazzoli gets it away. Riders jumped. And they're going to get a first down. Will the Lions up near the 54 of BC. It's Justin McInnes that came down with the ball.
Well, we were hoping to see some pressure. We got pressure. Unfortunately, it was too early. Micah Johnson's going to get hit with the offside call. Wouldn't have mattered. Would have been a first down.
Saskatchewan number 4. That penalty is declined. The gain is greater, and that's the quarter.
So the quarter comes to an end on the Quality Tire scoreboard. It's Saskatchewan 6, BC no score. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. Back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the numbers after the opening quarter, the Riders 6 first downs to BC's 2, albeit one of them coming by virtue of a penalty. Net offense, the Riders 132 yards to 26 for BC in the passing department. Saskatchewan 65 yards, BC 19. Rushing yards, the Riders 67 to the Lions 7. So a quick look at the statistics following the opening quarter, one in which the Riders have opened up a 6-0 lead. As we move to the second quarter, though, with BC possessing the ball at the 54-yard line to start things off, 1st and 10 for Jeremiah Masoli, last-minute starter, 2 of 6 for 19 yards thus far. And you talked about it, Luke. You anticipated pressure. The Riders have shown that. Unfortunately, they jumped offside the last time around, but are ready to go again here. 1st and 10 as play gets whistled in. Ball right on the O of Mosaic near midfield. Mazzoli hands the ball off. Room to run across midfield down to the 51. Ball is out. Riders have a chance to jump on it. A.J. Allen got a hand in there. Riders say they have it. The officials agree. Olympic RTM's turnover as the Riders come up with a fumble.
Yeah, Butler initially has a good running lane here, and he just fumbles the ball as he's running into traffic. Lake Corte Moore just checked into the game, and right on time, it's C.J. Rivas who pops this ball loose. You're running straight at the strong side linebacker. C.J. Rivas pops it loose. Lake Corte Moore, as I've always said, kids, sprint to the football, good things happen.
Well, I hate to blow caution to the wind, but the CFL Replay Center is involved in this now, checking to see whether or not it was a fumble. Brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank.
Totally a fumble.
Totally
a fumble.
So
easy decision for Andy.
How much of my money do you want to wager on it?
I'll put my money on this.
Okay, fair enough.
It's gonna hold.
Well, the Replay Center, no longer the Command Center, it is now known as the CFL Replay Center, are taking an extended look at this, though.
They stopped calling it the Command Center. There was too much heat. They wanted to say, hey, look, we're not in actual command here. We're just the replay booth guys, so let's rename ourselves to take all the pressure off of us.
Well, from the angle I
Let's
just
go,
saw.
Stop stringing this out.
I hate to be a negative Nelly.
You think so?
But it looked like his elbow might have touched, but I don't know. They're showing it here on the Maxtron at Mosaic, and Thomas Bertrand Houda says it's our ball, and I wouldn't expect anything different.
Here we go.
Here's Tim Croker.
Wow. Anytime now, Croker.
That was a little antique.
After automatic review by the replay center, the ruling on the field stands.
Yes. I won $10.
There you go. That was a little anticlimactic as Tim Croker approached the sidelines. The music, everything went silent, but he didn't have the answer yet.
He's been working out all offseason. He wanted to show off a little bit.
So the Rider offense will go to work 1st and 10 now at their own 53-yard line. Their best starting field position of a drive thus far tonight. Mayer in the gun. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. He'll get the carry on 1st down. To the left, cuts back to the right. Going to get tripped up at midfield, though, after a gain of 2.
Such a good play here from Matthew Betts. Morgan Runge is the fullback. He comes into the formation, and Morgan Runge's job is to cut Matthew Betts down and let A.J. Ouellette run right up. Betts avoids Runge's cut, gets back up, and gets in on the tackle. That's outstanding football. That's why you pay him the big bucks. That and rush the passer.
2nd down and 8 for the Riders after a gain of 2. The ball right at midfield. 3 receivers motion far side for Mayer as the huddle breaks. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. BC have 3 down linemen. 4 linebackers drop back, 3 only on the rush. Mayer going to load it up, looking far side, has a man, and that ball going to sail out of bounds, intended for Dante Myers. Incomplete, and the Riders will punt the ball away.
This ball was thrown about 10 yards out of bounds, and Gary Peters, who was on Dante Myers one-on-one, is still celebrating like he had anything to do with the fact that that was incomplete. That is classic defensive back behavior, Dave. I did absolutely nothing, but I'm going to celebrate and show off.
Why wouldn't you?
DBs, well, I tell you.
Joe Couch on to kick this one away, a 42.6-yard average. Lions will send 1 returner back to the 10-yard line.
Couch, we talked about him, man. He's got to be better here in these situations. This is a good opportunity to flip the field and stick these guys down against their goal line.
Couch going to aim it back this way to try to trick up the Lions returner, and is it going to flop out of bounds? Indeed it does, right at the 13-yard line. So nice directional kick from Joe Couch. Long field ahead for the BC Lions, and they'll try to conquer it when we come back. 42-yard punt for Couch, 13:20 to go in the opening quarter, or pardon me, the second quarter. It's Saskatchewan 6, BC no score. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When the drive starts, be ready. New 2025 Salford models are on sale until June 30th. And dealers still have select 2024 and earlier models with 0% interest and no payments for 12 months. Push your season forward. See your dealer. Salford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, if you haven't done so already, do so. Check out the Rider Foundation 50-50 for all games this year, including when the Riders are on the road. The current jackpot for today's football game is at $185,442. You can get your 50-50 now at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. Nice punt there by Joe Couch that's going to hem the BC Lions deep back at their own 13-yard line on the right-hand side. The Lions offense has sputtered but really hasn't been firing on all engines or consistently yet. As play is whistled in for Jeremiah Masoli, the starting quarterback today for the Leos. He'll hand it off. Butler gets to the 15, up near the 19-yard line for a gain of almost 6.
Little RPO action. Malik Carney plays it well. just hesitates as Masoli and the running back have that mesh point. He identifies when the ball is coming out, but Butler ran hard there. He ran about 5-6 yards in traffic. They ended up getting 7 out of it.
2nd and 3 there for the Saskatchewan.
This is where if I'm Saskatchewan, I throw a ton of pressure at him right now.
12:44 to go in the second quarter. Saskatchewan leads 6-0. It's 2nd and long for BC in the shadows of their goalposts. Mazzoli, here comes the blitz. Hands it off. Butler eludes the rush and gets across the 25 near the 27 for a first down and a carry of 7 yards for James Butler.
I feel like that was the right call. We did get some pressure on the right side, but BC picked it up. As a matter of fact, their left guard kind of lucks into a double block.
Cory Mace,
Andrew Woodruff, Jameer Allen and Jameer Thurman, were kind of in the same spot blitzing, and it just so happened that Woodruff is so big, he just runs into both of them and kind of nullifies the blitz on his own.
First 10 BC, now on their own 28-yard line. Ball right in the middle of the field for Mazzoli. Fakes the handoff. Now he'll throw it over the middle. That's complete to Katoy up to the 45-yard line. Takes a big hit from Nelson Lacombo, but holds on for the first down and his first catch of the game.
This is a good throw from Jeremiah Masoli. They got the play-action fake here, and Katoy with strong hands takes a mean shot from Nelson Lacombo right over the middle.
18 yards on the touchdown, on the reception, and then a handoff quickly for James Butler. Room to run to the far side. 45, 40, 35 of Saskatchewan. Finally, DeMarcus Fields rides him out of bounds at the 26, but some tempo offense from the BC Lions catches the Riders off guard.
Yeah, Malik Carney misses a tackle, and then so does A.J. Allen, and it's off to the races to the left side for Butler. You got Tavon Campbell chasing him down. Wow, BC's going
quick again. Masoli near side for Hatcher's got it down to the 15, dives to the 14 of Saskatchewan, another 12-yard gain.
Well, I love this throw. This is a quick decision from Masoli. Throws it right between the linebacker and the defensive back to his left side. Hatcher does the rest. They're moving again quick.
Here comes Masoli, 1st and 10 for the Lions at the Rider 15-yard line inside the Ashdowns Furniture red zone. To Hatcher, goal line touchdown. Keon Hatcher just ran a slant right through the heart of the zone defense of the Riders and finds pay dirt from 15 out.
What a drive. This is the first drive in a couple weeks that the BC Lions don't stall themselves offensively. You got the Riders secondary looking at each other like what happened, but I'll tell you what happened. The Riders just couldn't adapt to the quickness of Masoli moving his guys in and out of the huddle. They didn't give time for the Riders to call something in on the sideline, so you had to go generic calls, mostly playing man in a soft zone. Either way, you can't really dial up pressure. BC capitalizes on it, and with a field goal here from Sean White, we're stuck 1.
Point after from Sean White. Low snap. But White's still able to split the uprights, and BC takes their first lead of the ball game, 7-6, 10:20 to go here in this second quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
Here at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, we want you to put the very best into your machine so that you can get the very best out of your machine. Choose to use Case IH genuine parts. Only Case IH genuine parts are specifically engineered to fit and function perfectly with your Case IH equipment. They deliver the performance your business demands while giving you the durability your schedule depends on. So when you want to maximize your performance, go with the original Case IH genuine parts. To find Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the BC Lions made a liar out of me. As I said, their offense was sputtering to start the football game. They turn around and goes 6 plays, 97 yards, ending in a 15-yard touchdown reception to Keon Hatcher Sr. from Jeremiah Masoli. And the Lions all of a sudden have a 7-6 lead as the Riders really dominated the first quarter.
Wow.
But the BC Lions make good on a long drive to start the second.
I think that they dominated the time of possession in terms of efficiency, but one of the things that you see, Dave, you got to score touchdowns in the Canadian Football League. You got 2 field goals, which was probably good just to get your kicker out of the slump that he's been in. But then the BC Lions, who've been struggling for the most part, all they do is get one, and all of a sudden is the momentum on their side, right?
So Carl Meyer will get set to kick it off once again for the Lions with 10:20 to go here in the second quarter. Steps into the ball that Mario Alford is going to take down at his 7-yard line. He'll cut to the left and head straight up, looking for a gap. Can't find much of one. Gets brought down at the 30. Is once again downfield for the Lions. Patrice Rene, who's having a night on teams. He'll stop him up, and the Riders will go to work. First and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
Sione Tuema, starting defensive end. He just absolutely lights Lake Court Tamor up as our lead fullback, and that just took away any gap or lane or anything that Mario Alford was looking to get. That was a fantastic job playing physical by Tuema.
73-yard kick, 23 on the return for Mario Alford, which was right in front of our Teagan Witko down on the sidelines. First and 10 now for the Rider offense. Ball in the left-hand hash at their own 30. Olet the lone back in the backfield for Jake Mayer. Fakes the handoff, going to look deep, loads it up, far side. That's complete. No, it's not. Right at the BC bench. It looked like it was going to be the first completion for Dante Myers, or the first reception for Dante today. He couldn't squeeze it, and it's second down.
Yeah, there's been a couple missed opportunities. There's that opportunity right there, which was a decent throw. Myers just couldn't bring it in. And the other missed opportunity was Robustelli's bomb that he was wide open on, because if that had been placed properly, it probably would have been a touchdown. So let's hope these opportunities here start getting capitalized on by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Get us moving the ball.
So following the incompletion to Myers, it's second down at 10 for the Riders at their 30-yard line. Lions have 5 down on the line. They'll rush them all on the second and long play. Mayer throws it. Oh, and it's tapped down at the line of scrimmage. Pardon me. Intended for Myers, who was open, cutting through the middle. Unfortunately, the incompletion means it's a 2 and out for the Rider O.
He was open only because he was standing in the middle of the zone. I don't know if Mayer has the arm to get it to where it needed to be. We were actually lucky, not to get hit with a holding call, Johnson, on Matthew Betts. And let's hope that we get a rocket here from our punter. Got to flip the field.
Joe Couch will come on to kick it away to Phillip Brooks. Couch stands at his 15-yard line. The way his toes are pointing, if that's giving anything away, it'll come near side. And indeed it will. Kind of a wobbling kick with a bit of a backspin as well. It'll jump back towards the line of scrimmage and out of bounds into the Rider bench at the 48-yard line. So decent starting field position for the BC Lions as Jeremiah Masoli and team come out onto the field after driving the field essentially in their last opportunity.
Yeah, you've got a lot of successful pieces that Masoli's got to sort of lean on here coming into the second drive. They really did well by just not allowing the Saskatchewan Roughriders to get organized defensively, right? Going in that quick count.
Just a 32-yard punt for Joe Couch. Lions are first and 10 at their own 48-yard line. Right hash for Masoli, who's got Butler in the backfield beside him. Hands it off, gets up near the 50-yard line. A.J. Allen comes in to make a play, gets some help from Jameer Thurman at about the 52 for a gain of 4.
Yeah, it's a good job by Allen and Thurman here. You've got an elongated or sort of widened B gap because Habel Baldwin jumps outside a little bit too far. But a good job by Thurman and A.J. filling that widened B.
Second and 6 for the Lions. Ball at their 52-yard line. Fans come to life trying to get a stop on second down for this Rider defense, which hasn't been kind to them. Masoli in the gun, one back in the backfield. Riders show blitz. They jump and they bring it. And C.J. Rivas is there. Masoli drops the ball. The Riders scoop it up, but the whistle sound, and it's going to be all for naught as the Riders went offside.
I love the fact that we are dialing up pressure call after pressure call. We just got to stay on side. And again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but the penalties for the Saskatchewan Roughriders are killing them.
Well, Haba Baldonado in an animated conversation with Aubrey Miller Jr. after the fact, and it is going to be a 5-yard penalty, I'm sure. The replay center is getting involved as to whether or not this was a fumble, but it shouldn't matter, as the offside occurred prior to that, essentially giving the Lions a free play and turning a 2nd and 6 into a 2nd and 1. We'll await the call from referee Tim Croker.
Saskatchewan number 95, intentional grounding, BC number 11. Those penalties will offset. It's still 2nd down.
Why would the intentional grounding count?
That's for Tim Croker to know and us to find out.
We'll take it if you're Rider Nation.
Yeah. And we'll
take that one. Whatever.
And if I'm Jeremiah Masoli, I might have thrown that one a touch earlier because he took a big wallop at the end of the play as well.
Well, again, I love the fact that the Riders are dialing up pressure. We just got to stop jumping offside.
4 down linemen this time for the Riders on 2nd down and 6. Ball on the BC 52. Some mix-up in the backfield. His play is whistled in. Now they've got it sorted out to the Lions. Get to the line, Masoli to pass. Pumps once, now feels the pressure, going to head upfield to the midfield stripe. He'll dive down at about the 51, maybe 52-yard line. It'll be real close to a 1st down.
Heads up play here by Jeremiah Masoli. Marcus Sales is the defensive back, and he's going with the long route. And the reason I mentioned Marcus Sales is because he goes with the long route, there's a ton of space due to the pass rush lanes that the defensive line have taken to the right for Masoli to get into. And this looked like vintage prime Jeremiah Hamilton Tiger Cat Masoli here. He just picks the pocket, sees that he's got a gap on the right side, and takes off. Smart play.
So some issues with this spot is Tim Croker. You can see that the turf has been disrupted, and I don't think he had signaled that the play was a 1st down. So the turf was disrupted where Jeremiah Masoli slid. And right at the end of that sliding mark was where Tim Croker was standing. At the end of it all, it's going to be a 1st down for the Lions at the Rider 52-yard line.
I was just about to insert a skid mark joke. It was going to be great. Missed the opportunity, though.
2 backs in the backfield for Masoli and the Lions on 1st down. Riders show run blitz. Fake the handoff, throw it up. That's deflected and almost intercepted. It falls incomplete as Jameer Thurman got into the backfield like he was shot out of a cannon. The combo had a shot at the deflected ball.
Jameer Thurman has been so good at timing these blitzes from the middle linebacker spot. He ricochets off the right guard and gets up on Masoli. Masoli's got to throw it high, and I'm telling you, these tips and overthrow, Dave, they're going to pay off soon if Saskatchewan Roughriders just keep at it.
2nd and 10, Rider Nation on their feet. BC has the ball at the Saskatchewan 52, leading by a point with 7 minutes to go before halftime. 4 receivers far side for the Leos. Masoli signals them to the line with his arms. Backfield empties, early motion, and the Riders caught it. So did the officials. Jumping early was left tackle Jarrell Broxton.
Procedure. BC number 69. 5-yard penalty. It's still 2nd down.
So Rider Nation going to get credited for those 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 15 now as the ball moves back to the Riders' side of center for BC on a 2nd and long play. So 15 yards to 1st down territory for BC. 6:43 and counting to go in the 2nd quarter.
Well, this is an opportunity here where I don't think you'll see pressure. I just think you'll see the Riders playing a nice soft zone. Actually, it looks like they're going to go into man. Oh, no, they're changing it. They're in zone.
4-man front. Here comes the pressure. Masoli drops it off underneath. That's to Butler. To the 50 of Saskatchewan. Malik Carney going to get some help as he'll step up along with Jameer Thurman to make the tackle well short of the 1st down and likely a punting situation for BC.
Well short of the 1st down, but again, I think that there's an opportunity to flip the field. I think BC right now is thinking, hey, let's get this punt and try to put the Riders on their heels towards their goal line. So again, you're looking at when we talked about our keys to the game and getting our kickers involved and getting them to the position where they can start flipping the field. It's the BC Lions who now have a chance to pin the Riders back.
So Mayer standing back at his 47-yard line to punt this one away for BC. A little bit of deception in the BC coverage scheme as they'll shift pre-snap. Doesn't move the Riders, and Mario Alford stands back at his 10-yard line. Meyer looks to get this one out of bounds, and he'll kick it right into the chest of Alford, who tries to go far side, gets around one to the corner. Flag comes out as he gets to the 20, still on his feet. 25, 30, 35, out of bounds at the BC bench to the 39, but likely coming back with multiple flags down in the play for the Riders with 5:22 to go in the second quarter. BC leading Saskatchewan 7-6. We'll take a break, sort out the penalties when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Teagan Witko's on the sideline for Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. What's up, Teagan?
Well, you remember how at the very beginning of this game I said there was a ton of enthusiasm on the Riders sideline? Yeah, maybe not so much the case anymore, especially after that Hatcher touchdown by the BC Lions. There was a long conversation had on the sidelines between Mika Johnson and, of course, their head coach, Cory Mace. Not exactly sure what they were talking about, but I know he did not look impressed with his performance out there, so I know they're doing some adjusting on the sidelines here.
Hey, thanks so much, Teagan. Micah went offside on that last drive and also took a key offside penalty a week ago in Toronto, so you know the veteran's not happy with that. And, hey, the two are trusted voices with one another, and well, they'll sort it out. Right now, the Riders have to sort out this field position following the penalty. They're marched all the way back to their 7-yard line. 1st and 10 with 5:18 and counting to go in the second quarter, trailing BC 7-6. High snap. Mayer takes it, hands off to Ouellette. Gets out across the 10, still chugs forward near the 13, almost 14-yard line. 6-7-yard gain on first down for the Riders.
Good job by Morgan Runch here. He's the fullback, and he's coming from his wing position on the left. It's a little bit of just a dive, and this fullback is his design blocking scheme is just basically anybody that gets in front of him. And in this case, he gets to the second level, gets some push on the middle linebacker to get Ouellette just a couple more extra yards.
6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4 for the Riders on their own 13-yard line. Mayer in the gun, 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side, which is the short side for him. Ouellette alone back in the backfield. Mayer back to pass, has lots of time, looks, can't find anyone, now steps up and takes a big hit back at his 10-yard line. I think it's going to be Matthew Betts that was able to get off his block and make the sack, and the Riders go 2 and out for a second consecutive drive.
Wow, I'll tell you what, this is 2nd and 4 and a 3-man rush. That is not supposed to happen. There's no way you're supposed to take that sack on a 3-man rush at 2nd and 4. That is an outstanding job either by the BC Lions defensive line or their coverage team or their defensive backs, because that is just unheard of. And now we need a good kick just to get us out of trouble. Because with a good return here, they're already in field goal range.
Joe Couch standing 5-yard deep in his end zone. High spiraling kick. That'll be chased back by Brooks inside his 48-yard line. Already a flag down to the play as he brings it into Rider territory. Steps out of bounds at his 50-yard line with 3:37 to go. But like I say, a flag came out, and it came out really early.
Yeah, it looks like it's against the BC Lions, so they'll move him up a little bit here. 3:37 left, so a ton of time.
Holding. BC number 80. 10-yard penalty, first down BC.
So the backup receiver, Ezekiel Tied, 2nd year out of Concordia, was a 2nd-round draft pick of the Lions last year.
I was so glad. I was hoping you would say that name once out loud so I wouldn't screw it up later.
Well, young Micah Mace is now up on the Maxtron here at Mosaic Stadium. Got the crowd to come to their feet.
A little camera time, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So 1st and 10 for BC as he's hoping his dad's defense will stand tall as the ball is moved back after the penalty to the Lions' 38-yard line. 4-receiver look here for the Lions. Riders load up the line. Here comes the blitz, but they'll throw it out. Butler in the flat, takes a huge hit, but hangs on up at the 41-yard line. Nice play by Marcus Sales for the contact, but full credit to Butler for hanging on.
Yeah, Masoli owes Butler dinner after this. He throws a little bit high because Haba Baldonado on the blitz breaks free, but still, you're hanging your running back out to dry, and Marcus Sales, he's been having another tremendous year so far. He's always on the job physically.
And right now, the CFL Replay Center is looking at the play to determine whether or not it was a headshot.
Wow, come on. Really?
Yeah. 3 minutes to go in the quarter. And I think we're going to take a break. Indeed we are. 3 minutes to go. BC leads Saskatchewan 7-6. The 3-minute warning is up. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Minute warning brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. In the final minutes or the middle of the growing season, performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. No penalty assessed on the play, so it will be 2nd and 5 for the BC Lions. A shout out to Pump Jacks Cathedral. They're now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. Pump Jacks Cathedral. They bring you yards after catch, which the Riders, unfortunately, don't have a lot of, with the offense sputtering a little bit in the second quarter.
Oh, yeah, it's right so far.
Sorry, I mentioned food and got you off your game, didn't I?
My bad. I started thinking about, like, what would be the specialty over at Pump Jacks, you know? Trying to figure out what that looks like.
There you go.
Yeah, it's been a I don't know, been a meh first half, I think. Meh. That's probably how I decided this.
I thought I was doing this game with Luc Mullinder, not Luke Wilson.
Yeah.
2nd and 5. Riders show the blitz. House comes. Masoli throws it near side.
Great job.
Incomplete. Jameer Thurman in coverage on the back. James Butler knocks it away.
Yeah, if Jameer Thurman isn't here to make this play, this is a touchdown. And I don't say that just to make it sound like he made an amazing play. It's just him understanding his role in the defense when there's a blitz drawn up. The only person who is going to be able to impact this play from a BC Lion perspective is the running back, because he's the first guy that Masoli comes to once he sees pressure. Because Jameer Thurman knows that that's his man, he's breaking down on it and forcing the Lions to punt.
Carl Meyer ready to kick it away. Mario Alford for an Barassa & Sons punt return. Cut grass like a pro with Toro Mowers from Barassa & Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Barassa & Sons location today. Myers stands back at his 29-yard line to get this one away. Riders bring a half-hearted rush, and Mario Alford all the way back to his 7-yard line to take it. Early flag comes down. Alford tries to split the difference and goes up near the 20. But again, this ball is going to be coming way back after an illegal block, I'm sure, on the Riders.
Patrice Rene has been unstoppable, by the way.
Yeah.
He's been on every single kick. He's doing fantastic. Hey, listen, you got to be a star in your role, right? Whatever your role in professional football, whether you're the third guy in, Whether you're the first guy in, whether you're a special team man, as long as you focus on being a star in your role, you will contribute to the team's success. And today, number 24, Patrice Rene, he's probably the MVP of this first half. That's how much he's been in on our special teams action today. And that's also how unexciting the offensive output has been.
On the kick, BC number 6. It's a 10-yard penalty. Will be applied. Still third down.
Oh, they're going to make him kick it again.
Yeah, Tyler Coyle called on a penalty very early in that. So the ball is going to be marched all the way back, and
well, now
the BC punt cover team comes on tired.
They're exhausted.
Yeah.
Right? Although Mario Alford's probably sucking wind a little bit too, but not as much as those guys, right? So I like that call by Coach Mace. Hey, make him do it again, make him sprint again. If I'm the BC Lions, I take all the time in the world here.
Well, the Riders aren't going real quick either to get out there.
Well, they got to run too.
So Alford will go back, and last time he accepted the punt at his 7-yard line and got it to the 20. This time Myers stands to deliver the kick from his own 18-yard line. We'll see if this works out for the Riders or not.
Gotta watch the fake here.
3rd and 15. Ball on the 33 of the Lions. Little pre-snap motion by the Riders. Nothing happens as Meyer gets another good one away. This one going to be taken by Mario Alford up at his 17. Has some room. Stutter step to the 30, 35, 40. Spins away up to the 45, up near the 48-yard line. And Mario Alford does a great job. And now a late flag comes out at the end of it, as Jaden Dahlke is going to get called as he got tied up with the cover man for BC, Kyle Nelson. Coach Mace can't believe it.
No, Coach Mace is pissed, and rightfully so. Dahlke at the end of this, for some reason, they might take it back. Let's see.
Well, right now they're going to go and talk about it, are the officials, as the would-be 1st and 10 for the Riders at the 48. There's still 2:21 to go.
What a bad time to take this.
After the play, there's offsetting misconduct penalties
thank goodness.
against BC number 47, Saskatchewan number 38. It'll be first down.
This was offsetting. That's a good thing.
And my apologies for pointing out Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. I didn't think he was on the
he's
punt
a
return
saint.
team.
Yeah, no way is that guy committing anything bad. No way.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Come on. So 60-yard punt, 31 on the return for Mario Alford. 1st and 10 Riders at their own 48-yard line. 2:21 to go before half. BC leading Saskatchewan 7-1. Riders are going to send 4 receivers to the far side of the formation. Joe Robicelli, the lone man near side, with Gary Peters in one-on-one coverage. BC Lions shift back to pass as Mayer steps up, fires it over the middle, and that's incomplete.
Wow.
Deontay Myers took a heck of a blow from Christophe Beaulieu right at the 32-yard line. Fortunately, Myers hops up, but we've got a shaken-up player right at the end of the play, and we've got a flag down as well, and it's Trayvon Tate.
Yeah, Trayvon Tate is hurting, and it looks like he's going up to his shoulder or pec area on the left side.
There's a foul roughing the passer, BC number 90. 15-yard penalty, first down.
We do get a reprieve because it's a roughing the passer call, but Tate's going to have to come out. Looks like he's okay, but this is a tremendous hit. You got to, as safety, you got to separate ball from man, and that's exactly what Beaulieu does.
Wow, and they just showed the hit on
Myers.
Deontay
I mean,
Myers.
he's good job by him just getting up from that, because he took a whacking.
Was that Carter Jr. 26, not 29, the safety? Either or, I wondered if
Beaulieu.
Again, there's a lot of effort gone in by the CFL to ensure that receivers that are defenseless are protected. And I wondered if we wouldn't see some nylon come out on that, as that was a big hit on Myers.
No, I don't think it.
But you got to allow them to play D, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, otherwise you're just taking their ability to play defense away.
So Trayvon Tate, who's already got that left arm bandaged up, he's got a brace on it as well, and he's going to come off to the sideline slowly. Edwin Harrison comes out to talk to him.
Zach Fry's going to check in, and Zach Fry's got a ton of playing time, obviously. The problem with Zach Fry checking in, though, isn't that he's in the game. It's now the Riders don't have their big formation, because in their big formation, you got Runge and Zach Fry is the tight end. So you're going to have to play a formation down unless you have somebody to replace the tight end spot that Zach Fry is vacated.
So the injury timeout for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. Trayvon Tate is on the sideline. The Riders are 1st and 10 with 2:16 to go. at the 47-yard line of BC. 3 receivers near side for Mayer. Hands it off. Ouellette with a seam up to the 40, down to the 35 of BC. Big first down run for big A.J. Ouellette.
Yeah, Matthew Betts is just firing up field. I think that he thinks that there's going to be a little bit of an end around something. I'm not sure, but he just bulls his way upfield. And because he's so intent on getting to Mayer, he actually opens up the gap to his inside. And that's exactly where A.J. Ouellette goes. Ouellette runs right by him and doesn't get contacted to the second level. That's easy.
1st and 10 Riders. Ball on the 35 of BC. 2 minutes exactly to go in the second quarter. Mayer in the gun. Ouellette stands to his right. Pre-snap motion brings Del Duncan Busby down, but the handoff goes to Ouellette. He'll get up near the 30-yard line for a gain of almost 5.
Job by Logan Furlan. He's in there fighting as hard as he can against Dwayne Hendricks.
Trayvon Tate makes his way towards the Rider locker room.
Wow. Hopefully he's just going in early and it's not something serious, because that's a loss.
Well, he's been
fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
Started left tackle, then moved to left guard.
Yeah.
And now he's headed to the locker room. We'll wish him well, but as we do, 2nd and 6 for the Riders. Ball on the 31 of BC. Left-hand hash for Mayer, who's got 3 receivers to the far side. 2 targets near. 1 back in the backfield. He'll drop back to pass. Here comes the rush. Mayer steps up. Can't find room. Now still looking, still running, trying to find it, but can't. As finally he's going to be tracked down by Marcus Moore. Also some help coming in from the backside as well. I think Ben Hladek was almost in the neighborhood.
I'll tell you what.
And that's a heck of a pass rush as Isaiah Messam also gets in on the sack.
Matthew Betts. He comes around. He gets Mayer spooked, and Mayer avoids him, right?
Yep.
And then he comes back out, and Matthew Betts is able to turn around, continue pursuing him, comes all the way back, and finally gets Mayer down. Like, Mayer avoided him twice, and still he ended up getting to him. Fantastic job by number 90, one of our premier pass rushers in this league, and he's Canadian.
So here comes another field goal attempt from Brett Lothar. He's 2 of 2, this one from 45 yards. As always, brought to you by Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today as his kick is up, and it's good. Lothar is 3 for 3, and the Riders regain the lead now 9-7 with 65 ticks to go before halftime.
Lots of time if you're the BC Lions. You just got to play this correctly. I think that you can run the ball, but you got to get in your no huddle if you do after, and it's got to be a run that obviously gets more than 2 or 3 yards, right, Dave? And
yeah.
I'm not sure if you come out here and you throw it right away. You throw it right away, you risk getting a 2 and out. And with the Riders having 2 timeouts still, they might keep you down here and end up trying to get another field goal out of the deal if we get up the field quick enough.
1:05 to go in the second quarter. Handoff goes to Butler, makes Roland Milligan Jr. miss him in the backfield, and then dives up across the 45 near the 47-yard line for a gain of 7 before eventually being tackled by Shane Ray.
Well, teams have absolutely avoided Roland Milligan Jr. at the start of this year, and Keon Hatcher is, they're going.
Mazzoli hands the ball off to Butler once again, gets near midfield before Nelson Lacombo comes in to finish him off on a team tackle as Jameer Thurman was right there, and the Lions go hurry up.
Obviously this completely changes things to the Riders. The Lions, and I love the hurry up again.
54 seconds to go. Ball at the the BC 54. Mazzoli fakes the handoff. Sprints near side, throws it flat. That's complete to Jackson. To the Riders 50. He'll be kept in bounds. Nice play there by Tavon Campbell at the Saskatchewan 47-yard line, a gain of 7.
44 seconds still. Plenty of time. You got Jackson just hanging out by himself near the sideline on the right side. Mazzoli finds him.
Riders tried to make a substitution, can't, as Baldonado goes off the field. Handoff goes to Butler. He'll get to the Rider 45-yard line, which should be good for a first down. Indeed it is, with 36 ticks remaining on the clock.
Yeah, Mazzoli's got to get his guys in and out of the huddle here. The whistle blows. The clock is going to start. Still a ton of time. 38 seconds in the CFL.
Riders making a late line change as Ali Saad comes rushing on. 1st and 10 for BC at the Saskatchewan 45. Riders show blitz, bring it. Mazzoli up, looking for McInnes. He's got it, and he's got it in the end zone.
He's offside.
Roland Milligan Jr. was in one-on-one coverage with McInnes. He hauls it in,
He's offside. There's no way this is not offside.
Offside.
Yeah.
PT number 18. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
He'll be offside tomorrow, too, Dave. That's how offside he was.
Well, to me, it's looked really, really close all game that the Lions receivers have been offside, and this one was about par for the course, but this time it gets flagged. So the Riders
it also just absolutely obliterates what the BC Lions were trying to do. They caught the Riders, though, Dave. I'm not going to lie. They got the Riders in a blitz situation, zero coverage. They got the look that they wanted. And that's probably why McInnes was quick to go. He's probably getting excited that he knew that his number was up.
1st and 15 for the Lions at their Riders' 50-yard line. Again, looked like a pre-jump, but Eberhardt gets his first catch of the game down to the Saskatchewan 37-yard line before he's tackled with 22 seconds left.
Good job by Eberhardt, just settling down in space, and then Masoli comes and finds him. Masoli's been here long enough. He knows that he's got a few seconds on the clock. They're going to hurry up.
13-yard reception, first down BC, handed off to Butler, gets across the line, still on his feet to the 30, down to the 29 of Saskatchewan before finally being wrapped up. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for the Lions with 16 seconds to go in the quarter.
To the line. I wouldn't be surprised to see a shot here. If I'm the Lions, I'm taking a shot right now.
Masoli's got 5 receivers, 6 in the formation. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Throws it far side. Flat. Intercepted. Riders have it. Bringing it back the other way. It's Teagan Campbell to the 30 of BC. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Teagan Campbell takes it to the house.
Riders got a 5-man pressure. Masoli sees it, but unfortunately picks the wrong target. Teagan Campbell sees it the entire way, jumps the throw, and takes it to the house for his 2nd touchdown in 2 games.
Talk about bringing the house to their feet. Teagan Campbell.
I tell you, it was time for the Lions to take a shot, but Masoli, this is just a terrible throw. And Teagan Campbell, I mean, Masoli just sort of... Teagan Campbell's watching his eyes the whole way, kind of walks into it, and then uses that track speed from the U of R to finish the job.
Point after attempt to come from Lothar. End over end kick splits the uprights, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders lead is now 16-7 as we get to the half after the Teagan Campbell interception return for a touchdown. Woo, what a way to end half. Where it's only going to get better, we'll go to Teagan Witko as well as Justin Dunk and the crew for your halftime report for YAC Auctions. That's coming up in a moment, but on the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 16, BC 7. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today. Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
Yes, Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. It's Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk. Through the first half of this football game, let's take you through the halftime rewind for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Brett Lawther approaches the ball, puts his foot on it, and we're underway. Jake Mayer has trips receivers to his left. They'll start in motion to the right. A.J. Ouellette cuts back, has room, gets the corner to the 45, 50, midfield strike, cuts back for more into BC Lion territory, down to the 49-yard line. A.J. Ouellette, 34-yard attempt, good snap, clean hold, kick from Lawther, splits the uprights. BC approaches the line, they'll rush 6. Mayer gets rid of it, looks, has a man wide open, it's Robustelli! Does he keep his feet in? He does! Big catch, Joe Robustelli into the BC territory, down to the 46. From Brett Lawther, his second of the quarter, he's 1 for 1, this time from 48. Right in the middle of the field, a low driving kick, and it's through the uprights as Brett Lawther extends the Rider lead. Mazzoli hands the ball off, room to run across midfield, down to the 51. Ball is out, Riders have a chance to jump on it. A.J. Allen got a hand in there. Riders say they have it, the officials agree. It's turnover as the Riders come up with a fumble. So here comes another field goal attempt from Brett Lawther. He's 2 of 2. This one from 45 yards. As his kick is up, and it's good. Mazzoli's got 5 receivers, 6 in the formation. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Throws it far side. Flat. Yep. Intercepted. Riders have it. Bringing it back the other way. It's Tavon Campbell to the 30 of BC. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Tavon Campbell takes it to the house.
So that, of course, is your halftime rewind for Quality Tire. The score 16-7 in favor of the Riders. Tavon Campbell, my goodness, finishing out that first half in some serious style. You mentioned that was his second career touchdown, technically?
In his pro career, yeah.
In his pro career.
In the CFL.
Yeah, first in the CFL. So it's going to be a big moment for him. We will come back, and we're going to go through a little bit more of what we experienced in that first half. Of course, Saskatchewan Roughriders, BC Lions here at Mosaic Stadium. We're going to be back with your halftime report here in just a moment. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Ag West in Yorkton.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere and gives you a chance to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
The latest on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've got it anytime you want it at sportsgates.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And you got Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk here for the halftime report for YAC Auctions. YAC Auctions, your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. We do have to correct ourselves here ever so slightly. Tavon Campbell, at the end of that first half, storms back with a pick six, 89 yards, gets the Riders way up on the board. Well, that was his first career CFL touchdown, not his second overall. He actually had a couple in the NFL, right?
Two, that's right. One pick six in the NFL and one fumble recovery, as we learned at the break. But that's his first career CFL touchdown. What a time for it, Teagan. You're talking about the BC Lions, Jeremiah Masoli finding a rhythm on offense, driving down the field, looking like they could take the lead back at halftime 10-9. But you have a 10-point swing there with Tavon Campbell jumping in front of that ill-timed throw from Masoli, who's trying to throw a wide field hitch route. And Campbell uses that elite speed that he has to jump in front of it. And there was no chance anybody on BC was going to catch him for his first career CFL touchdown. And how fitting is it for Campbell that it comes at Mosaic Stadium, the same place where he played at when he was with the University of Regina Rams, and in a big moment for the Riders.
Yeah, that was a huge moment for the Riders. And simply due to the fact that on the post-game call-in show most recently, we've had a lot of talk about Brett Lowther and about how he maybe hasn't had the greatest start to the season. Hey, he's been great tonight. He's been ace.
He has been 3 for 3, and you look at the field goals that he knocked through in the opening half. They weren't chip shots. 34 yards, 48 yards, and 45 yards. I think Brett Lowther has put the yips, quote, behind him, and really shown that he can focus in here and knock these field goals through, especially when they count the most. It was fortunate that especially those three misses came against the Ticats, and the Riders were still able to win the football game. But when you're playing with your backup quarterback and Jake Mayer, and yes, I know some people feel like he's a starter, you need to take opportunities when you can get points, and Brett Lowther has done that, even bailed out Jake Mayer, who took a sack there when it was 7-6 and pushed that field goal longer. Lowther still kicked it through to make it 9-7, and then, of course, Tavon Campbell did the rest.
And where we sit right now, 16-7 in favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders as they get back on the field right away here to wrap up the second half of this game. Make sure you stay with us because we will be sending things back up to the broadcast booth with, of course, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder. We are going to take a break before we get to that point, however. Coming up next, it's that play-by-play action I mentioned. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new Saskatchewan budget is delivering for you. It makes life more affordable with lower taxes for students, seniors, homeowners, families, and everyone. It delivers new funding to improve access to health care and shorten wait times. The new budget will improve education for our students and make our communities safer. And it's a balanced budget, so we are in a stronger position than other provinces to respond to tariffs. The Saskatchewan budget, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Need some dirt moved? Some snow plowed? Or how about some grass cut? Well, Redhead Equipment has got a skid steer for that. The B-Series K skid steer comes in 8 different models varying in power and load capacity to meet all your operational needs. And you can put your K skid steer to work all year round with attachments for plowing, mowing, digging, and many more. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth as we get set for third quarter action here, and want to take a moment to send our condolences to the family and the friends of a legendary broadcaster who used to host the halftime program on this very Rider Broadcast Network. Friends and family of Pete Pasco, our thoughts and prayers are with you at this difficult time as Pete lost a long battle with cancer back on Thursday. So to the entire Pasco family, our thoughts go to you at this difficult time. Back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, of course, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Boy, what a difference and emotion change can happen when you return an interception for a touchdown on the last play of the opening half, as did Tavon Campbell. But again, he goaded the pass to come his way, and then he trusted in what he saw to make the interception return for 89 yards. Now, other statistics, BC had 11 first downs in the opening half to Saskatchewan's 8. As far as offensive plays go, the rushing yards, BC 99, Saskatchewan 91. Passing yards, Saskatchewan 65 to BC's 97. Overall net offense, BC 196 to Saskatchewan's 147. As mentioned, for the first time this year, the Saskatchewan Roughriders lost a coin toss. So what's going to happen is they're going to get the football to start the third quarter. So it's kind of like that double opportunity that you see late in games in the NFL, where you have the opportunity to double up, if you will, and they're going to get the ball back.
You got a 10-point swing to end the half, right, Dave? You kick a field goal, and then you go and get an interception for a touchdown. It's not the way you drew it up, but it's perfect.
You'll take it. So a Quality Tire kickoff upcoming for Quality Tire with 9 convenient locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca as the BC Lions are going to put the ball on the tee, and Carl Meyer will approach with both Thomas Bertrand-Houdin and Mario Alford back to return for the Riders. Low driving kick that's going to bounce at the 19 of Saskatchewan into the arms of Mario Alford, looking for the blocks to set up in front of him. Doesn't see much and actually trips himself up going to the 41-yard line. And that's where Jake Mayer and the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense will come back trotting out onto the field. For Jake Mayer in the opening half, he threw 10 times, 5 complete for 65 yards.
I thought he was good. Didn't make any silly decisions, didn't rush anything. But again, I also thought Mark Mueller's play calling was good as well, right? Right now, the strength of your team is in the run game, so make it easy for your quarterback. Put him in good situations.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their 41-yard line, right-hand hash. Mayer's in the gun, hands it off to Ouellette. He'll take it, spin at the line of scrimmage, then drive his feet forward near the 45-yard line, and it'll be a gain of about 4 yards for the Riders.
Got Mitch Picton adding into the frame. On the left side, A.J. Ouellette, it looked a lot harder from up here, and now that you see the replay, there was a lot going on just to get that 4 yards. But A.J. Ouellette runs so hard, and he's so low to the ground, too. He's got a great center of gravity about him.
2nd and 6 for the Riders. Should mention Trayvon Tate is not back at left guard. He was shaken up in Beaulieu, the safety, and A.J. Ouellette after a gain of 3.
Well, it was Michael Alway, and A.J. Ouellette tried to stiff arm him. Alway was having none of it. Excuse me. I just don't know why I can't speak English anymore. But J.C. Beaulieu comes in late. Christophe Beaulieu, excuse me.
So it's going to be.
Can we just start this half over again?
2nd and 7. The drive continues, though, for the Roughriders. Now at the BC 52. 12:37 to go in the 3rd quarter. Just nicely underway in the 2nd half, and a gorgeous night for football. As Mayer takes the snap, back to pass, throws it underneath. Joe Robustelli's got it. Has to make a man miss, and then he gets dragged down by the shoulder pads from behind. Deontay Williams, his former teammate, makes the tackle to hold him shy by a couple of yards.
It's a good tackle by Deontay Williams, and it also puts the Riders in a little bit of a bind. It's about a yard to go. Yoshi wants...
the Riders are going to go.
They will do that. Ali Saad now is going to take the place of Zach Fry, I think, on that short yardage team, because Zach Fry has to bump in due to the injury. So Ali Saad, the Riders' 1st-round draft pick, getting inserted into a...
Well, this is going to be a long Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble.
And BC did a great job.
But the replay center is activated by the officials on the field, as now a flag comes out late, and this is likely going to be a horse collar tackle. As again, the replay review brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community.
Foul, horse collar tackled. BC. 15-yard penalty.
So Mazank Fuels, of course, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. And I wondered watching that live if that wasn't a penalty.
Yeah, no, good call, Dave. And I feel kind of bad for Ali Saad. I know what it's like to be pumped up and getting ready to go in as a defensive lineman on the offensive field. You get to be involved in short yardage, and Now his moment of glory is taken away from him by the CFL Replay Center.
So it's a first down for Bazandowski Agencies. The ball moves all the way up to the 31-yard line of BC. Jake Mayer in the gun, 4 targets to his right. A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. BC loads up the line. A.J. gets the ball. Ouellette will get across the 30 and moves the pile to the 25. Still going down to the 24-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 6, maybe 7. Good second effort.
Every single one of his offensive linemen adding to the rugby scrum that develops at about 3 yards, and because of it, they get maybe 1 more yard out of it. 2nd and 3, though, you've got all of your playbook. TBH checks himself in here.
Ouellette comes out. Mitch Picton comes in.
It's always nice, though, when you can put in a running back to replace your number 1 running back and there's no drop-off, right? That's essentially what you want to do in every position of your football team is the guys in the depth just have no drop-off from the guys who are starting.
2nd and 3 for the Riders at the BC 25. 4 down linemen for the Lions on short yardage. Hand off to Thomas Bertrand, gets the shoulders down, puts a hand down to keep the legs turning. He'll get up near the 21, which should be good for a first down.
Yeah, and there you go. I said it. No drop-off, right? Thomas Bertrand, you can keep the same playbook. He gets an outside block from Mitch Picton. Del Duncan Busby throws the outside block, and then Thomas Bertrand keeps his feet moving, uses his hand, like you said, Dave, to keep himself upright. To extend the sticks.
And an injury way away from where the play was. That's Robert Carter Jr. who went down, perhaps with a bit of a cramp, but he is down on the field. Of course, injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. As Carter Jr. bounces up and runs off the field, which is a good sign, and he's a little ginger jumping off, but it is a hot night. 26 degrees still here in Regina. We were anticipating the temperature to drop down to about 21, and now that we're starting to get full field shadow, that temperature will likely drop a tad, but it seemed humid for the most part as Carter Jr. is going to go off and right into the medical tent on the far side of the field. Play whistled in by referee Tim Croker. Hey, a big shout out to the crew out Comox area. Found out what the big bathtub is. So the bathtub barbecue, it's a spot, but a bathtub race is what they've done for years out that way. I can't remember if it was Nelson or Comox, and I'll get back to that in a moment, but they do the races, the boating races out of bathtubs. As Mayers back to pass on first down. That ball complete in the flat to Del Duncan Busby, but he'll be spun out of bounds at about the 21, so he might actually lose a yard on the play.
Not much open, to be honest with you. It's a good decision by Jake Mayer just to take what he can get into the flats here. Might have had a chance on the sideline and the numbers to his right side to get a little bit of a dig. But again, he would have had to adjust his eyes quickly.
Well, Dwayne Hendricks,
where it was.
Pardon me, was all over him. And Deontay Williams, the former Rider, was there in coverage. 2nd down and 12 after a loss of 2. Ball on the 23-yard line of BC right hash. 3 receivers far side for Mayer in the gun. Back to pass. Going to dump it off. That's complete. Ouellette's got a lane to the 15. Reaches out for the first down. He'll be close to the 10-yard line, which is where he needed to get for a first down.
Yeah. This is a smart play call. You sneak Ouellette through the offensive line. You get your center, Logan Furland, out into space blocking. Ouellette finds him. Furland I'm talking about, and manages to convert the first down, and we got another injured player on the field.
Well, the Riders now nicely inside the Ashdown Furnitures and Interiors in Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Just the second Red Zone play coming up as it's Hendricks that's down for the Lions and in some discomfort right at the 10-yard line that will hold up this play for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. A.J. Ouellette, 12 carries for 92 yards. That reception was for 12, so combined yardage over 100 on the night with 8:44 to go here in.
And when you're playing the physical brand of football that the Riders are playing right now, it's like an RESP, right? Like, you know, you're depositing it for a long, long time, and then in the fourth quarter, you take your opponent to school.
Well, we're going to get a timeout on the field to tend to this injury. We'll talk about it when we come back. 8:44 to go in the third quarter. The Riders leading 16-7. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Dwayne Hendricks, the shaken up BC Lion defensive tackle on the play. He's recorded a sack in every game this season. He's been kind of a thorn in the side of Jake Mayer this far tonight, too, getting into some of his passing lanes and providing pressure through the middle, but he goes off under his own steam to the BC sideline where that tent is getting busy on the far side. Meantime, it's 1st and 10 for the Riders on the 11-yard line of the Lions. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield, 3 receivers far side of the field. Mayer hands it off to Ouellette, searches for a hole, finds one across the 10, but not much more, only a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and long for the Riders as, again, bodies are flying late and extra whistles sounding.
Daniel Johnson and Zach Fry do a good job knocking guys off the line of scrimmage just to give this play a chance here. 2nd and 8. If they get 8 and not a touchdown, they'll be on the half-yard line.
Well, interesting, Robert Carter Jr. just checked in to the game for the BC Lions. I think he still has to miss one more play because he only missed 2. Then again, that's an unofficial count. So we'll wait what happens on this 2nd and 8 play with 7:44 and counting to go in the third quarter. Riders of the ball on the right side, the right hash. Handed off to A.J. Ouellette, trying to bounce outside. Has room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown! Riders! A.J. Ouellette bounces into the end zone to extend the Riders' lead.
The only problem A.J. Ouellette had on this play was Sione Tuema. He manages to avoid his tackle. And from that point on, the only defender who might have had a chance is a defensive back. And I'll take A.J. Ouellette on the 1-yard line versus a defensive back 50 times out of 50. So this was a well-designed play to the left. A.J. Ouellette dancing and spinning into the end zone, and the Riders are going for 2.
Indeed they are. 7:30 to go in the third quarter. Ouellette's 9-yard touchdown run good for the Major. Now the Riders looking for 2. This is Del Duncan Busby time. I'll explain in a moment. First, though, Mayer gets the ball, fakes the handoff, rolls to his right, has time, looking, can't find anyone back of the end zone, and that's going to be incomplete. Mayer took a late hit, doesn't like that. Fans in Pill Country don't like the fact that Joe Robustelli got knocked into the concrete. End of the play, it's incomplete, and the 2-point convert is no good. Saskatchewan 22, BC 7 with 7:09 to go in the third quarter.
Mayer took a massive hit. It wasn't late. More importantly, though, Robustelli.
And we're going to take a timeout. Come back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Your Nelson GM and Assiniboine Avonlea touchdown drive. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 11-play drive for the Riders. Started out at their own 41. Means it's a 69-yard drive with A.J. Ouellette, 8-yard touchdown run. The 2-point convert failed. A.J. Ouellette on the drive, 5 carries for 25 yards and a reception for 12. So A.J. Ouellette's drive leads to the Riders extending their lead to 2 scores. And he gets carried off the field by Jamarcus Hardwick at the end of it all.
I'll tell you what, man. A.J. Ouellette right now looking like the most outstanding player the Riders have. Nobody's throwing to Roland Milligan's side anymore.
No.
So,
do you blame him?
Yeah, no, I don't blame him, but it's making it hard for Roland to go back-to-back in that category.
So Brett Lother, end-over-end kick. Fielded there by Phillips. Brooks back at his 9-yard line. Already up to the 25 on the return. Going to be caught from behind up at the 31. And that's where the BC Lions and Jeremiah Masoli will get the football. Their first possession of this second half as he'll jog out onto the field with 7:03 to go in the third quarter. His team trailing 22-7. And we'll take a break. Come back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Well, the kiss cam is on the screen here at Mosaic Stadium, and I heard they wanted us to go to Teagan Witko, so I wondered where she was, but now I understand it's completely different for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Teagan, what do you got?
Well, I will tell you that they've been definitely utilizing the medical tent on the BC Lions sideline with a couple of guys shaken up here, including, of course, Matthew Betts at one point, but he's still sitting on the bench, and then Hendricks Dwayne also a bit shaken up on the play. He looks quite upset on the bench, but he hasn't gone to the locker room, so that's saying something.
Something else. It's been a night tonight. Teagan, thank you so much. Of course, her sideline reports brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. First and 10 for the Lions. Pass swung out near side, complete to Jackson at the 36. Going to be pushed out of bounds at the 37-yard line. And not a bad gain of 5 on first down before Marcus Sales broke it up.
This is an incredibly important drive for the BC Lions. I really think they got to come away with points somehow, some way here. You got 6:53 left. Again, there's a lot of game left, but you're at risk of just giving momentum to the Saskatchewan Roughriders completely if you're not able to manufacture something here.
2nd and 4 for the Lions offense. Backfield empties for Mazzoli. 4-man pressure for the Riders, and it falls out of the hands of Mazzoli. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but that's one of the most awkward things I've ever seen come out of a quarterback's hand.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Mazzoli was about to get picked again, and he tried to pause mid-throw because the Riders were going to jump the quick throw that he was going to be forced to make due to pressure. So instead, he kind of paused at the top, and the ball came out looking crazy.
So 3rd and 5 for the Lions at their own 38-yard line. Mario Elford back for an Ibarassa & Sons punt return, cut grass like a pro with Toro Moores from Ibarassa & Sons.
The Lions are in trouble here. They need their best effort here defensively.
Out of trouble as Myers kicks it all the way down to the 8-yard line of the Riders. Mario Alford scampers up the near sideline, hops out of bounds just at the 30-yard line of Saskatchewan, and that's where the Riders will go to work. Let's take a look at the 50-50, Luke, just to find out how much we can win with those winning tickets that we purchased at halftime. The jackpot, by the way, we had a question on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. This isn't a cumulative jackpot. This will be drawn for tonight in the fourth quarter. $294,670 in that 50-50 jackpot. Get your ticket at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. 64-yard punt, 22 on the return. Riders first and 10 at their own 30 with Mayer in the shotgun. Hands off to Ouellette, goes to the left, back to the right, through the middle, and just steams his way up near the 39-yard line for a gain of another 9.
It's a good job by A.J. Ouellette, just sort of hanging back, waiting for Zach Fry on a double team. You've got Fry and Johnson knocking guys off the line of scrimmage, and a patient A.J. Ouellette just sticking behind him until it's time to explode and use those powerful legs that he's got, and he's doing it really well.
Second down and a long one here for Saskatchewan. Tommy Stevens checks into the game. He, of course, was stopped up on a second and short earlier. Let's see what he's got this time. Gonna go to the right, takes a shot, but gets to the 41-yard line, which is, well, good enough for a first down and more for Bazandowski Agencies. Gary Peters in on the tackle.
Well, it's a good job by the offensive front here. Just getting low and knocking guys off the line of scrimmage. So hard for defensive linemen to get their pads and leverage under themselves on those short yardage plays. But again, I feel like if you're the Lions and you don't stop them here, or at least hold them to the field goal, that's all she wrote.
So first down for the Riders at their 41-yard line. There's 4:49 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan leading BC 22-7.
And do we see Chase Bryce?
Well, he's been warming up on the sideline, but nothing yet. Mayer hands off to Ouellette, spins when he sees a man, and not going to get much there. Nice job there by the Lions. I think it was his former teammate Deontay Williams who's been active, playing a linebacker as opposed to a halfback spot like he did with the Riders a year ago.
The Lions sold out here. This is zero coverage, so no safety, man-on-man on the two receivers that are to the left, and just everybody dedicated to stopping A.J. Ouellette at the line of scrimmage. So it works for them here. And now they get the Riders in a 2nd and 10 spot, which if they can get off the field, they're going to be extremely relieved.
Second down for the Riders, like you say, long at their own 41. 3 receivers near side. Here comes the blitz far side from Mayer. He'll avoid it, steps up, then tries to dump it off underneath. Incomplete. Deontay Williams in coverage on Del Duncan Busby.
Yeah, he got his hand on Del Duncan Busby a little early. This is a good job by Mayer just evading the initial pressure, but just too far in front of Busby to take a fair crack at it. And now you've got Couch on to pin the Lions back as far as possible.
So ball at the 40. Jake Mayer in a animated conversation, should I call it that, with Keyshawn Johnson on the Riders sideline, but it's Joe Couch standing back at his 26-yard line to deliver this punt. Again, the Lions' primary returner not here, and Couch kicks it near side. It's going to trickle into the end zone. It'll be picked up there, and the single given Phillip Brooks, as we've got flags down, so this could be no yards against the Riders at the end of it. So with 3:22 to go, we'll find out what this call is going to be. But again, the primary returner, Sevens McGee for the Lions, tweaked his hamstring by the sounds of it in practice this week, isn't here, so that means Phillip Brooks is doing the return job this week.
And I'm not saying Sevens McGee must be very likely a great young man, probably from a great young family. How do you come up with the name Sevens, though?
It's just like George Costanza in Seinfeld. What was his name? The ideal name was 13 or something, wasn't it? But like, why not? Seven's pretty good.
What goes into picking the name Sevens? Like, is that maybe it's a lucky number? Maybe.
Yeah. Do you know what his jersey number is?
Is it 7?
77.
There's no flag on the play. The player was pushed in. It's a single point. Timeout.
So the Riders will get one. That extends the lead to 23-7. Timeout on the field. Back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. 77-yard punt single off the foot of Joe Couch makes it a 23-7 Saskatchewan score. However, it's a tough one for BC. Not only do they not get a no yards penalty, but Tyler Coyle, the rookie out of Purdue, has exited the field holding on to his left hamstring. So Jeremiah Masoli and the BC Lions go to work from their 40. Masoli fakes the shovel, now going to sprint out far side. Looks deep, has a man. That's caught far sideline. It's Justin McInnes to the Saskatchewan 45-yard line, Aiden Eberhardt with the catch. Big one for BC to move the sticks.
Yeah, much needed. And it's playing to Masoli's strengths, right? Getting him outside of the pocket, extending the launch point somewhere else, allowing him to throw on the run to his right side. Now we're down. I think it's Teagan Campbell.
Teagan Campbell, yeah, shake it up.
I just realized the pick six last half.
Yep.
I said that he had 2 in the last 2 games. He had 2 interceptions in the last 2 games, not 2 pick sixes.
Yeah. So that means Kerfala Exume will check in, 6-year pro in his first year with the Riders out of the University of Montreal. And that was a heck of a designed play by Masoli. Faked the shovel underneath. He then rolls out towards his right, looks down the field for Eberhardt, who looked like he was running a go. Instead of that, he stopped it up and caught it 25 yards down the field. And Teagan Campbell at the end of it all is now coming off the field talking with the training staff.
Well, if you're BC, do you go right at Exume right now?
Yep.
Right? Like, do you take a shot?
Well, and the BC Lions bench was upset. As interestingly enough, Aiden Eberhardt comes over to check on Campbell as he's coming off the field. But BC wanted to go hurry up again. That's when they've been their most successful, correct?
Right.
So that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to go hurry up, and they were upset that Campbell was down on the field, slowing the pace of play, because when BC's been at their best, it's been up-tempo tonight.
Yeah, it's been probably their one shining bright spot.
Well, it worked on a drive for a touchdown. Back in the second quarter, we'll see if Masoli can make it work again. It's 1st and 10 on the Riders' 45 for BC. Receivers in motion, Masoli back to pass. Here comes the pressure. He'll dump it off, but it's incomplete for James Butler as he was in the grasp and being hauled down. Shane Ray in the neighborhood, and it's going to be an incompletion.
Yeah, this is a defensive job up here by our linemen. Great rush. You've got the pocket collapsing. Masoli, and here's the benefit of having 2 defensive tackles like Mike Rose and Micah Johnson who can pass rush, is because when Masoli steps up because of the pressures due to the end, he steps up right into the face of Micah and Mike Rose, and he's got to get rid of it. 2nd and 10.
Ball on the 45-yard line of Saskatchewan, right-hand hash. 3 receivers far side. Riders load up the line. They'll drop back into coverage. Rush 5 still, though. Masoli, here comes the pressure, throws it underneath to James Butler. He's in the flat, looks for a man missing, and he does. Gets the first down as he was able to turn it in on C.J. Rivas before he was brought down by Nelson Lacombo.
Yeah.
Nice run there by the running back.
C.J. Rivas is normally a lot more effective as an open field tackler here. It looks like he just loses his footing late, trying to break down. BC's going.
Well, some yak yards there for the BC running back. 1st and 10, Masoli back to pass. Far side, dumps it underneath to the 15. It's McInnes, and he'll be wrapped up around the 14-yard line. Sorry, that's Eberhardt, 19, not 18.
So they're having success going quickly, but they're also having a little bit of success now rolling Masoli out of the pocket to his right.
Into the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. First down play, Masoli throws it behind the coverage. That's complete down to the 5-yard line as the Riders will converge there to spin the receiver down to the turf. But it's going to be another first down and 1st and goal upcoming as Eberhardt makes the catch.
Masoli takes advantages of the fact that he's got A.J. Allen in a little bit of a spot. A.J. Allen's either got to come and defend Masoli or he's got to hang back in coverage. BC going again.
1st and goal for the Lions. Hand off to Butler. He'll get to the line, wrapped up by C.J. Rivas there and held out. It'll be 2nd and goal. Ball carrier Butler gets down near the 1-yard line. BC going to go quick again. Masoli comes right up to the line this time. Riders going to crowd it. Lots of pre-snap movement. BC jumped.
This is the problem with the BC Lions, and this has been indicative
procedure. BC number 64.
They did this last week. They would start a drive, it would be successful, and then they'd find a way to screw themselves. And here, that's exactly what they do. They're jumping offside. Andrew Woodruff can't hear, so you need a little bit better communication just in terms of the staff because Rider Nation is so loud. But again, now you're in there. And my question is, if it's 2nd and goal now, if you get it towards the 1 or the 2, do you go for it? I think the answer is yes, Dave.
2nd and goal from the 6. First things first, Riders try to make a stop.
I'd love to see some pressure here.
Masoli in the gun. James Butler, the lone back, standing to his right.
Yep, here it comes.
Masoli looks to throw it deep into the corner of the end zone. It's up, and it's incomplete. What a battle into the corner of the end zone, and it's knocked away at the last second by the Riders. Here comes 3rd down.
DeMarcus Fields plays this really well. As a matter of fact, he probably could have gotten an offensive pass interference push-off on McInnes because of the way DeMarcus Fields is playing. If you're a kid watching this game and listening to the broadcast, watch DeMarcus Fields as McInnes gets behind him. He just waits and times McInnes in terms of his hands going up, and that allows him to avoid the pass interference but still play the ball. McInnes can't come down with it, and the BC Lions, I would advise against this, but they're going to do it. They're going to kick a field goal. I would have gone for this.
13-yard attempt coming up from Sean White. He's 5-5 on the season.
What does this accomplish? It accomplishes nothing.
Well, it goes through the uprights, and it puts 3 points on the board. It's now a 23-10 Saskatchewan lead with 9 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. And how about the Riders in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw Red Zone? All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs, a full line of appliances too. The Riders in the red zone have stopped their opponent 30% of the time, which is 7th overall. The BC Lions in the red zone, though, are only 4 of 10 this season. Coming in, that was last in the Canadian Football League.
Sorry, say it again, Dave.
BC was last in the Canadian Football League in the red zone. Saskatchewan was 7th in stopping opponents in the red zone. What I can tell you now, though, is it's 1st and 10 for the Riders as they'll scrimmage the ball 1st and 10 at their 40 with zeros on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Mayer takes the handoff, looks to throw it. Keyshawn Johnson comes up with it at the 50-yard line. That'll be very close to a 1st down for Bazandowski Agencies. So the Riders will have a fresh set of downs when we come back on the Quality Tire scoreboard. It's Saskatchewan 23, BC 10. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The 4th quarter is coming up in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football in the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, we're up in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Teagan Witko is down on the sidelines, and the Riders are 1st and 10 at their own 51-yard line with a 13-point lead entering the 3rd quarter of play. This season, the Saskatchewan Roughriders have led after the 3rd quarter each and every game thus far. They're 3-0. The BC Lions have trailed in 2 of their 3 games going into the 4th quarter this season and have yet to stage a 4th quarter comeback victory.
BC Lions, they just haven't had any consistency, and again, they've been stalling themselves. They had a great opportunity to come a lot closer and ended up having to kick a field goal because they shot themselves on the foot on the 2-yard line.
Penalty hurt them. Riders will take it. Jake Mayer fakes the handoff, throws it near side, and that's just behind Keyshawn Johnson. He spun and got both hands on it. Couldn't squeeze it, though. That would have been close to a first down. Well, instead, it's incomplete.
It's the identical route they just ran the play before for a first down, and this time Keyshawn Johnson's just on the other side, and Mayer puts it behind him a bit. Maybe that's the route they were talking about on the sideline when they came off the last time, because him and Keyshawn Johnson were trying to figure things out. So they've gone to that route twice. They've been successful on it once, and now because they weren't successful on it they're in a 2nd and 10.
Ball at their own 51-yard line, just underway in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leading BC 23-10 in week 4 for the Riders. Mayer's in the gun, 3 receivers far side, calls the receivers to the line. He drops back to pass. Mayer near side, throws it looking for Johnson, but that's incomplete. Jake Mayer kind of throws his hand down disgustedly a little bit at himself, and it's kicking situation for the Riders.
Keyshawn Johnson was open here. He's running the slot, runs an out route at about 7 yards, and Mayer puts a little bit behind him, but either way, it was also very high. So
a long throw, right?
The BC Lions, they're hanging around. You can't let teams hang around in professional football. I felt like the Riders had a chance to just steal all the momentum last quarter if they had scored, but yet here we are. Game does not feel like it's out of reach yet, Dave.
Joe Couch's last punt was 77 yards. This time he stands at his 36 to kick it away with Phillip Brooks back to return for the Lions. Lots of time for Couch. Big punt. Brooks all the way back to his 8, then it goes over his head. He didn't touch it though, so it's into the end zone, and the Riders are going to give 5 yards, wait for Brooks to take a knee, and he will indeed give up the 1. So another punt single for the Riders, but we've got a player down on that far side.
It's Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. That is not good.
Coach Mace is out talking to the officials, so I don't know if he saw something or not. But another injury for WorkSafe Saskatchewan with Bertrand-Houdon down on the field. Just a minute 10 here into the fourth quarter. And again, a booming punt from Joe Couch, 74 yards this time. So the failed 2-point convert doesn't really hurt the Riders thanks to 2 punt singles, but I'm pretty sure the Riders would be much happier had that not gone into the end zone.
They would have been elated, but nonetheless, you're up 14. BC still hanging around. Doesn't look like Thomas Bertrand-Houdon is too hurt. So there's some positives here. Felt like the defensive front now has an opportunity to put its stamp on the game. Turn some of the pressure that they've been generating into a couple sacks. If you're Coach Mace, do not take the foot off the gas here. Continue to throw pressure at Masoli. You've come close to getting an interception. You've already got 1 for 6. Get another. Tips and overthrows.
So BC gets the ball following the punt single. 1st and 10 at their 40. 5 receiver package for Jeremiah Masoli, who's in the gun. Riders rush 4. Masoli, though, gets it off. Hit as he throws it up, and it's batted away. Epic battle. Keon Hatcher, senior, who led the league in receiving yards coming in this season, was in a hand fight and more with Nelson Lacombo.
Well, the ball is thrown short because of the pressure up front from Scoop Carney. Malik Carney's just making his way through the traffic and ends up getting a hit on Masoli late. And that's why the Lions can't complete the ball. Coach, Buck Pierce, is now challenging the call, though.
Absolutely. So we're going to go back to the CFL Replay Center for Mazank Fuels as the
BC is challenging the previous play of the defensive.
I don't know. The ball is underthrown. Both players have to essentially come back to it.
Again, this is going to be a tough one. It was ruled no penalty on the play. And again, the CFL Replay Center has made it abundantly clear, and again, actions speak louder than words. Right. But they have made it abundantly clear that unless it's directly clear and obvious, they don't want to get involved in this. So it's an opportunity for Buck Pierce to challenge. This for Buck Pierce, when it comes to challenges, will be just his 2nd of the season. He's 0 for 1 so far. And we'll see now whether or not he's successful in this one, which would be a big play. Granted.
Yeah, I don't think this is a pass interference call. I don't know. The ball's underthrown. You've got two guys stopping. Lacombo does get an arm up early, but I mean, I feel like he's got all the right in the world to compete for this football as well. And the fact that his arm got in maybe a little bit early did not look like it impeded the receiver at all.
After review by the replay center, the ruling on the field stands. BC, by losing its challenge, has lost a timeout. It's second down.
Buck Pierce is 0-2, Dave.
All right. So the challenge is done. 2nd and 10 for BC. Ball on the Saskatchewan 40-yard line. Trailing by 2 scores of the Lions. Just underway here in the fourth quarter of play. Masoli in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Back to pass, looks near side. Gonna flip it to James Butler. Nice juggling catch in the backfield, but the Rider defense responds and are gonna drop him for a loss of a couple. DeMarcus Fields was there, also getting in on the play. You gotta love this guy, getting an opportunity to get into the lineup. Antoine Brooks Jr.
Yeah, Brooks Jr. and an outstanding effort as well from Mike Rose, coming from all the way from his defensive tackle position. They're pass rushing up here with 5 guys. The ball's out, and Rose just takes off pursuing the football, and he gets in on the tackle as well. You love to see that effort on film the next morning, right? Because
absolutely.
You want to point out plays that made you successful, and seeing a defensive lineman pursuing down and getting on the play far away from where he started, you love those.
Carl Meyer kicks a long one to Mario Alford. Looked like there was going to be an illegal block. None forthcoming as Mario Alford takes it out to the 24. And that's where the Riders will have the ball when we come back. 12:25 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 24-10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Twelve-yard punt return for Eberassa & Sons. Cut grass like a pro with Toro Mowers from Eberassa & Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Eberassa & Sons location today. The Riders 1st and 10 at their 23. Teagan, what do you see, though, on the Riders sideline?
We have had a couple of Riders hop into that Medi tent as of late, and I will say Tavon Campbell, he is back. He is walking around on the sideline. Doesn't look like he is going anywhere. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, he is out of the tent, but he is favoring his right leg a little bit there. He keeps bending it. He's walking around talking to some folks. It looks like he may have tweaked something, and it looks like it's lower body.
All right, thanks, Teagan. Don't forget he did miss a game, of course, with that strained groin injury, so we'll have to wait and see Thomas Bertrand-Houdon's status moving forward. But for now, it's A.J. Ouellette in the backfield for the Riders. 1st and 10. Ball on the left-hand hash. BC loads up the line. Ouellette gets the ball up to the 25 near the 30-yard line. A gain of about 7, even though BC sold out on a run blitz.
Yeah, BC sold out on the run blitz, but I mean, right now you're seeing the effects of this all game. A.J. Ouellette gets hit at the second level and carries his defender about 4 more yards. And I'll tell you, it's like that RESP, right, Dave? You make those deposits over a long period of time, and then in the fourth quarter, you take your opponent to school, and that's what's happening. That's a physical beatdown is just getting a little bit too much for some of these BC Lions.
With the way you gamble my money, there's no chance I've got a shot at investing. 2nd down and 3.
We've been winning a lot, man.
Okay. Come on. 2nd and 3 for the Riders at their 30. Handoff to Ouellette. Spins away for a great dive near the 1st down marker. I thought Ouellette was going to get stopped at the line of scrimmage, but he spun at the last second and got near that 1st down.
Michael Awe saves this play for the BC Lions. because A.J. Ouellette has the first down if Micah Awe doesn't sift through the traffic to his right and get in on it. But the Riders are going to go for this on 3rd and 1. So
Tommy Stevens coming into the game. The Riders are looking at something with A.J. Harris out on the field right now, making a motion. Play clock hasn't started yet.
Poor Ali Saad. Ali Saad just wants to get in the game at the offensive position.
Well, this is going to be
taking him out every time.
Big Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. It's a big yard at the Riders' own 32-yard line.
Yeah. BC stops them here, they got a shot, right? They still got a shot. I mean, there's a lot of game left, but you get the feeling if the Riders score any type of points from here on out, it's a wrap.
Stevens in under center. Pair of receivers on either side, though, as Stevens will go to the right, kind of bounces up. Whew. He took a shot to Tommy Stevens, but he should have the first down.
Looks like it from here.
No sign yet.
No, BC, I mean, Ryan Phillips, the former defensive coordinator here, this is an awkward thing, but the former defensive coordinator is out immediately.
And it is a Bazandowski Agency's first down. Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. So big one there for Tommy Stevens to move the sticks. Jake Mayer comes back into quarterback. 10-19 to go in the 4th quarter.
And if you're BC, I feel like because of the way you're looking a little bit fatigued, you kind of have to go with the first down run-stopping blitz here, maybe even for the rest of the game.
Now the Lions are going to load up the line here on 1st down. As everybody comes in nice and tight, handoff still goes to Ouellette despite his high snap. He'll get it up near the 40-yard line for a gain of 6, which will bring him up to 127 yards rushing on the day.
Not much here for A.J. Ouellette, but he does manage to run his feet a little bit and give time for Morgan Runge, his fullback, to get in front of him and put a block on one of the blitzing linebackers, I think it was. Does a good job of getting 6 yards. You're at 2nd and 4.
Ball just shy of the 40-yard line of BC is where the spot is.
Former NFLer Christian Covington has been in here for a while.
Mayer in the gun, 5-receiver package for the Riders. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. BC show blitz, and here they come with 6. Mayer can't find anyone, now slings it out near side. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. 45, 50, midfield, down to the BC 51-yard line. Lots of yak yards there for Pump Jacks in Cathedral for Keyshawn Johnson at a big first down.
It feels like BC dialed up the right pressure blitz here, but unfortunately they were late getting into it from the linebacker level. And because they were late, it gives Jake Mayer a couple fractions of a second longer than he probably should have had, and he manages to find Keyshawn Johnson, who the Riders always go to, it seems, in the 4th quarter to make a big play.
And boy,
he connects on a short out, and next thing you know, the Riders are at the 50. Sorry, Dave.
And threw a good deke on Ronald Kent Jr. inside out. 1st and 10 Riders now at the BC 50 with 8:48 and counting to go in the 4th quarter. Here comes 7 from the Lions. Mayer reads it, throws it to Myers, far side, complete up to the 45-yard line.
Yeah, Mike Benavides now knows that they are up against it physically, but also they're now up against it on the clock. They're in potentially Lowther's range here, depending on which Lowther we get. But 2nd and 4 here from the Riders, just more of the same. Short throws, find number 3 if you can. But if I'm the Lions, pressure. I got to throw blitzes at them.
Mayer 12 of 21 now for 128 yards. It's 2nd down and 4 for the Riders at the BC 44. Ball right in the middle of the field. Here comes the blitz from BC again. Mayer lobs it over the middle, looking for Myers. Can't get there. Good coverage being provided by the aforementioned Ronald Kent Jr.
That's a very good call by Benavides. 0 blitz. You got man coverage on the receivers. You've got pressure on Mayer. He throws it up, looking to give Dante Myers a chance up the seam to the left of the hash. Now the Riders are in a little bit of a predicament. You got to figure out what you want to do. I think that what they're going to do is put out Joe Couch, yeah they are, to try to pin the Lions back in their own territory. Now,
watch this. Sorry, Luke, go ahead. Marcus Sales has wandered out onto the field and is in an onside punt position. So is Roland Milligan Jr. on the far side. Couch, high kick. Way up, going to be returned to the 15-yard line. Take a step to the sideline, and here comes the return, but a flag is out already. Back the other way is Brooks. He'll get pushed out of bounds at the Riders' 46-yard line, but is likely going to come back with an illegal block.
Yeah, it's going to be on number 80, the wide receiver here. Ezekiel, how do you say that name?
Ezekiel return, holding, BC number 80. 10-yard penalty, first down.
You even said his name earlier and gave me the answer, and I still messed it up.
30-yard punt, 31-yard on the return. All for naught as it'll back BC up. They'll have the ball deep in their own territory when we come back. 7:40 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leading BC 24-10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Well, I mentioned after those Keyshawn Johnson yak yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game, the place where friends meet. I thought that would be the place to be. But on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262, I want to be wherever Richard is, because Richard just pronounced, we'll see you in the Grey Cup.
Oh, wow.
I'm good with that. I want to be around Richard.
Yeah. I like it.
Ball all the way back to the BC 10. That's where Jeremiah Masoli will start this drive for the Leos. 5-receiver package. Riders show blitz. Thrown out far side. That's complete up to the 15-yard line. Riders, though, all over it.
Yeah.
Not going to be much. Maybe 4 or 5 yards on the reception. Well, it'll be second and long.
Schematically, they understand that because they're blitzing the way they are, Masoli's going to have to throw it early. You're just seeing guys plant on their back foot and charge down as soon as Masoli looks. Smart play. 2nd and 4. Lions now not going no huddle. That was one of their advantages, and they've stopped doing it. So
McInnes on the reception for 6. 2nd and 4. BC from their 16-yard line. Left hash for Masoli in the gun. 5 receivers set. Butler the lone back in the backfield. He'll get the carry on 2nd down and gets the first down and more up to the 30-yard line before finally being wrapped up there. But a big first down run for James Butler of 14 yards.
Saskatchewan deviates from the 5-man pressure they're showing. They rush 4. They drop Haba Baldonado back, and it seems as though Butler runs it right into the spot Haba Baldonado left.
Now tempo offense from the Lions. 1st and 10 at their 31. Masoli to pass over the middle. That's intercepted. Roland Milligan Jr.'s got it. Bringing it back the other way to the 35, 30, 25, 20. Steps inside down to the 11-yard line. And Roland Milligan Jr. comes up with the INT for the Riders and an Olympic RTM's turnover. The 3rd of the game for the Rider defense.
Man, Dave, I've been fat. I've been skinny. I've been short, I've been tall. Roland Milligan has always been that guy.
37 yards on the interception return for Roland Milligan Jr., but some concern on the field as the intended receiver, Jeremiah Jackson, was hit by Nelson Lacombo. It was Lacombo losing his footing, and the pass was well in behind him. Good news that Jackson is up and walking off the field. That is remarkable with the contact that occurred on that play, and Buck Pierce doesn't have a challenge flag to throw for pass interference. So the Riders should have the ball with 6:19 to go. Down at the Lions' 11-yard line inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone.
We knew that continued pressure was going to eventually cause one of these turnovers, right? Pressure eventually busts pipes, and finally, when the Riders just sort of need to stomp out the last little flame that the BC Lions have, here's the opportunity, and it's Agent Zero, who we have not been calling a lot of because nobody's throwing his way these days.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. At the Lions 11, 3 receivers near side for Ouellette in the backfield. Mayer hands it off. Ouellette. Stutter step down to the 6-yard line. Offensive line going to push him forward. Still going to the 5. Inside the 5 to the 4 before eventually going down. Rider Nation loves it as he'll get 7 on a carry that probably should have only had a couple.
Yeah. He's got about 3 here until, again, that rugby scrum from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Just all effort. Remember I told you you point out Mike Rose defensively, and those are the plays right there. You know, you've got your offensive unit banding together, trying to just do anything they can to help their teammate push the ball forward. You keep seeing those on film, it helps you galvanize the culture of your locker room.
2nd and 4 for the Riders on the BC 5. 3 receivers far side for Mayer, who hands it off again to Ouellette. Looking for a hole. He's patient, can't find one though. Only going to get maybe a yard or 2. 3rd down situation for the Riders. Tommy Stevens has got his helmet on, looking at the coach.
Yeah, I'm going for it. No. They're
going to send out the kick team.
I feel you, Tommy Stevens. Tommy Stevens is like, man, put me in the game. I can get this.
Well, the Riders have been dynamite in the red zone for Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Coming in, they're number 3 in the Canadian Football League, 6 of 9 in the red zone. This one, though, doesn't bear fruit, aside from a field goal attempt for Brett Lother at the 11-yard line.
Oh, man.
3 for 3 tonight, 34, 48, and 45 yards. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Field goal attempt is good. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today with Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. 4:35 to go. Riders extend their lead to 27-10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko all here at Mosaic Stadium. 27-10, the Saskatchewan Roughriders lead, looking to go 4-0. While BC is looking to get back into the win column. They haven't done so since week 1. And they trail by 17, 3 scores by the Lions, so they need to make something happen, and they'll do it, or attempt to do so, starting from their own 40-yard line after that 11-yard field goal for Brett Lother, who is now 4 for 4 tonight.
I think there's a higher likelihood of the Riders coming up with another interception versus the BC Lions.
Oh, why did you
do that? No, I'm serious. Just keep up the scheme. Throw pressure at them.
1st and 10 for Jeremiah Masoli. Riders have got 4 down linemen. They'll drop back into coverage. Masoli, near side. It's up.
Told you.
And what a catch.
I told you.
Riders bring it in. What an interception. Antoine Brooks Jr.'s got it. Oh, my. Welcome to the lineup 33 as he makes an Olympic RTM's turnover and jumps into Rider Nation.
What I tell you, man, higher likelihood for a pick then a touchdown. Masoli's he's all over the place at the moment. He's erratic and throwing to whatever he thinks is going to be there, and last 2 times, nothing's been there. Only green jerseys.
Hey, that is one heck of a spectacular interception.
I'm a big player was down fan. By contact at the 44-yard line. First down, Saskatchewan. 44-yard line.
I was pretty excited when Antoine Burke was on the roster.
Well, so were a lot of people who have been very impressed with that young man who then jumped up into Rider Nation after the fact. Again, leaving his feet, catches the ball in front of the receiver, intended for Justin McKinnis. And for Jeremiah Masoli, that's interception number 3 on the night. And the Riders are going to scrimmage 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line of BC following the turnover. 4:15 and counting to go in the 4th quarter. Riders have a 3-score lead. A.J. Ouellette alone back in the backfield with Jake Mayer. Again, his backup, Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, left the game with a lower body injury. Handoff goes to Ouellette. He'll try to gain the edge. Can't quite get there. Still going to get maybe a yard on the carry. That still continues to move the clock with 3:59 to go in the 4th.
Yeah, this is a good decision here by A.J. Ouellette, right? He hit pay dirt because of one run like this earlier to the outside. But this time he's just aware that the main thing he needs to do is A, keep the ball secure, and B, keep the clock going. So he cuts up into the inside and goes down. 2nd and 8.
3:35 and counting in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan leading by 17. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. 3 receivers come to the near side in this 5-receiver set for the Riders. BC load up the line and they'll bring the house. Mayer back to pass, throws it up near side as a man. Dell Duncan Busby, 10-5, touchdown Riders! Dell Duncan Busby scores his first CFL touchdown, a dandy from 42 yards, and Jake Mayer, who's getting carried off the field by Jermarcus Hardrick as he throws his first Saskatchewan Roughrider touchdown.
BC's had no choice but to continue to throw pressure at Mayer, and this time he gets him. Dell Duncan Busby is the first receiver of 3 to his left, and what he does is he goes behind the 2 receivers to his outside and ends up on the sideline almost wide open too. Mayer puts it on him with a perfect throw in the face of pressure, and the Riders are rolling the BC Lions.
Point after attempt to come from Brett Lothard. Coach on the hold, clean snap, good hold, kick through. Riders extend their lead to 34-10 with 2:54 to go in the 4th quarter. 3-minute warning time brought to you by the great crew over at Brett Young Seeds. In the final minutes or the middle of the growing season, performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. Back with the conclusion of this one in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Points off turnovers. Your Nelson Motors touchdown drive. Nelson GM at Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. After the Antoine Brooks Jr. interception, the Saskatchewan Roughriders needed 2 plays and to go 44 yards into the end zone, with Dell Duncan Busby making the 42-yard touchdown reception for the Riders. And it's 34-10 Saskatchewan leading BC with 2:54 to go in the football game.
Oh man, what a night it's been here in Regina, Saskatchewan. It's been a beautiful day, and really everything's gone right for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, yes, in a way. Is Brett Lother going to kick it off? Ender and Berender going to be taken by Phillip Brooks back at his 8-yard line. Cuts to the far side, near side, then across the 32-yard line. He gets wrapped up there. Here comes Jeremiah Masoli in the BC offense with 2:49 to go. As we got flags coming down at the end of the play, and the teams needing to be separated. 72-yard kick, 23 on the return. It looked like it might have been Ben Vladek that was involved in that conversation following the kickoff.
We're finally going to see Chase Bryce here.
Oh, you're right.
In what they call garbage time. And it is very early to say that, but I really don't see the BC Lions.
This penalty is going to be on Aubrey Miller Jr., I believe.
At the moment, the only thing that's on the line here is the amount of money we put on calling the...
After the play, there are 2 misconduct penalties. A 10-yard misconduct penalty against BC, 45. A 15-yard misconduct penalty against 47, Saskatchewan. The difference is 5 yards. It's first down.
So Saskatchewan, Bourne, Riley Picket, and Aubrey Miller Jr., the players that take offsetting penalties. As you mentioned, Chase Bryce comes into the game. 3rd year out of Appalachian State for the Lions' 3rd stringer. Bryce turns, handed off to Butler. Butler gets away from Shane Ray, but not going to get away from the rest of the crew. Wrap him up and take him down. Malik Carney was right there, and now he got a scrap as Micah Johnson's involved. And now look at this. Players are piling on. This is a brawl on the 44-yard line.
Yeah, Micah Johnson took exception to one of the D linemen essentially trying to take out his ankles.
And now we got more flags coming out. As for a second week in a row, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are in a heated situation with their opponent.
Yeah, Micah Johnson, I mean, if there's one guy on the field, though, you'd probably want to avoid.
Well, I'm not sure I'd want to tangle with any of them, to be honest. As Tim Croker and his team have got something to worry about, or at least contend with, is Chris Schluger. The right tackle had his helmet taken off, and he started wandering off the field and is yelling back at the field as he comes towards the sideline now. The BC Lions coaching staff are 15 yards out onto the field right now. And we'll wait to see what's going to go on here. As again, the CFL made a number of points this season, one of which being that there would be no nonsense when it came to head contact, throwing, punching, what could be considered a punch if it's a slap, all of that stuff. And we'll see if that lives up to it here or not. As Tim Croker, like I say, has got his hands full. Coming up, of course, we've got the 5th quarter post-game show. The only way you can go inside the locker room is with us. Live here in Mosaic Stadium. Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, Teagan Witko going to bring it to you. We'll also go down to field level for Teagan to speak with one of the heroes of the ball game. But for now, the paperwork is out. It's like the old days in junior hockey where the officials would bring out the notepad and just start writing numbers down as to who did what. And right now, the coaches, if we go back and allude to the schools out for summer reference that started this broadcast, they look like they're a bunch of...
Yeah, that was a heck of a reference, by the way.
You know.
You're really good at putting those little... what are those called? Those introductions, I guess?
I've got a lot of time on my hands, Luke.
Yeah.
But,
well, not anymore, man. You're going golfing all week. You got the week off, bye week's going to be good to you.
Yeah, recess for the Riders.
Yep.
But in saying that, it's like everybody's going ahead as far as the officials are concerned, and they're talking about...
Well, there's a guy just out there in plain clothes, too. Like he's
That's
wearing
what I'm
jeans
not
and a
sure.
t-shirt. He's just...
And that is one of the off-field officials. So I'm assuming because this is such a long conversation that there might be disqualifications. So that undercover linesman. Thanks on the B&A Petroleum text line. I love that. Undercover official at Mosaic.
Yeah, he's just out there. He looks like he could be a greenskeeper.
Yeah. So now the discussion is on with 2:44 to go. And the explanations are going to both head coaches, Buck Pierce and Corey Mace.
While we're at it, I just can I just say, and I know that we've acknowledged it all week, but just we're praying for Jake and the Pasco family, and want to say,
After the play, there are misconduct penalties by both teams. A 10-yard misconduct penalty against Saskatchewan number 5. Unnecessary roughness misconduct against Saskatchewan number 4. Unnecessary Saskatchewan number 42 misconduct. And BC number 57 misconduct 15 yards. The net is 25 yards. That way, first down.
Sending prayers and positive thoughts. Pete Pasco is such a promoter of local talent here in Saskatchewan, specifically he passed away. He was a football guy, so maybe Pete is looking down on this game and hopefully having a nice brew. Enjoying the Rider win.
Absolutely well said, my friend. As play will resume with BC in Saskatchewan territory, Chase Bryce is up, and he completes it to Keon Hatcher. Roland Milligan Jr. took a beeline towards that football, couldn't come up with it. Hatcher does at the 29-yard line of the Riders.
Well, Bryce does two things really well. He stands in the face of Malik Carney, who puts an inside swim move on right tackle Chris Schluger, and then he puts it on. And that's hard to do when Roland Milligan's playing a ball as well as he did. It was a great throw he made for the first down.
So now the replay room is going to stop play after the first down was collected at the 29-yard line by Keon Hatcher Sr. Again, Keon Hatcher Sr. came in leading the Canadian Football League in receiving yards thus far tonight. Should that one stand, it would just be a second catch for 26. But the replay room will agree. 1st and 10 for BC. 2:36 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front, 34-10. Chase Bryce now at quarterback for the Lions. He's back to pass. Looking, feels the pressure, now escapes near side, and it's almost intercepted. Oh my! Off the hands of Marcus Sales, who can't believe it. He had a shot at that as he stepped in front of the target, Keon Hatcher Sr.
Marcus Sales is sick here. He plays this so well. In and out. And Hatcher, who's making his way towards the sideline after Sales cuts him off to the inside. Sales is also able to get back out and get his hands on the ball. He would have been gone too.
Yeah, scores a touchdown. 2nd and 10. 2:25 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. BC with the ball in the Saskatchewan 29. 3 receivers near side for Bryce. Dumps it off underneath. That's complete to Jackson. He gets up to the 25. Late flags come out at the end of the play as Bryce is on the carpet.
Yeah, this is going to be a roughing the passer call, I think, here.
And this might have, I'm not going to say who it was until we
Major
get
foul, roughing the passer, Saskatchewan number 11. Full 15 yards at the end of the play, and it's first down.
Malik Carney wanted to get into the penalty parade as he was the lone defensive lineman not targeted in that last outburst of penalties.
Look out for his boys, get himself on the penalty sheet. How many penalties we got today for yards?
Couple.
I mean, I know this game's out of reach, but still something the team's got to work on.
Right now, the Riders 10 for 123. 1st and goal inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone for the BC Lions. They'll spot the ball just inside the 10. 2:19 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. BC unaware of what they need to do. There's zeros on the clock and they let the play go. Bryce throws it far side, complete down to the 3-yard line, but time had expired on the play clock by 2 full counts. BC gets it off. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 4.
The refs feel sorry for the Lions. They're just giving them 2 extra seconds here randomly.
Bryce in the gun. Hurry up offense again for BC. Hand it off to Butler. He'll zoom into the end zone for the touchdown. Cut left, cut back right. Dances into the end zone and cuts into the Rider lead.
Well, it's much ado about nothing, but this is a good run here from Butler, who I felt has been running hard all game. Nice little cut outside, runs right into Ali Saad. Ali Saad's got to make this tackle. He walks right through Ali Saad's arms. BC Lions going for 2. Dave, we have made a lot of money on this game and the point spread today. We took like 4 of our paychecks, we put them on the line.
Yeah.
We also put the rest of the money we had on the spread, on the points over and under. it's a good day for everybody in Rider Nation.
2-point convert attempt for the Lions. Chase Bryce in the gun. Riders load up the line. Hand it off to Butler. He'll get into the end zone. 2-pointer is good. 34-18.
It's a good job by Jarrell Broxton. He blocks the only guy on the Lions' left side that is going to be able to put a hat on Butler. Just gets right on the inside shoulder, and also they do a good job of keeping Malik Carney off the line of scrimmage. And well, we got 16-point lead.
34-18, 2:09 to go in the fourth quarter.
6 point. What is that? I don't know, man.
16.
Yeah. Oh, I was right the first time.
You were right. I said you were.
No, I know. I just,
Red zone's
I doubt myself when it comes to math,
Okay.
Unless it's something easy like 2 + 2.
Red zone touchdown drive. Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. The BC Lions make good on that red zone possession, and now are they going to try the short kick? Why wouldn't you with 2:09 to go and after just scoring a 2-point convert? We'll wait to see who comes out to kick this one, and it's going to be Sean White, which pretty much gives it away, as the only time he's tried a kickoff this season was on a similar short yardage kickoff, and what he did was he actually kicked it 32 yards. So the Riders are going to prepare for a return on the far side of the field from Sean White. That's where he lines it up. Keyshawn Johnson is standing at the BC 50 awaiting this one should it get to him. White approaches. High kick is up. White goes up, makes the catch. What a job by Keyshawn Johnson at the 48-yard line, and we've got another meeting of the minds right in front of the BC bench, but a nice play there by Keyshawn Johnson to go up and get it with 2:08 to go.
Yeah, normally your front line needs to block the initial attack wave on these onside kicks, and number 31, Adam Konar, just came barreling down on this unblocked, so it actually made that jump ball to Keyshawn Johnson a lot harder than it probably should have been. So great hands, and obviously that's a situation that you work on quite a bit in practice, but you always like to see your team execute the actual play.
18-yard kickoff, nothing on the return for the Riders. 1st and 10. Tommy Stevens in the game. Little run pass option. He decides to pull it down, and then he'll take it inside the 45 up near the 43-yard line, where he actually had a defensive lineman on his back, and he carried him for a yard.
Yeah, so you've got a battering ram in A.J. Ouellette, and this time he plays the role of fullback by blocking the initial guy at the line of scrimmage that Tommy Stevens is going to have to deal with. That gives Stevens a little bit of a jump on the line of scrimmage, and next thing you know, you're 2nd and 5.
Ball at the BC 43-yard line, 1:52 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 34-18. Mayer in the gun. Del Duncan Busby in motion pre-snap. Handoff goes, doesn't go, and now Stevens has it, dives forward inside the 40, near the 39-yard line. He's signaling first down. I think he's about a yard shy, though.
You know, it was funny because during training camp, one of the main discussions you and I kept having was, hey, like, what did the Riders do with their quarterback situation? We knew that in the past they've taken 4 guys. You know, you look to potentially look at 3. But I'll tell you, I really think they made the right decision keeping all 4 quarterbacks, because Tommy Stevens is, I mean, he's almost unstoppable.
Timeout, BC.
So the BC Lions will take their coach's timeout for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. 1:38 to go. It's a 3rd and 1 play for the Riders, who are likely going to go for it. This is the first of 3 meetings this season between the BC Lions, so the points for and against do not matter, and the season series will be determined by wins and losses, obviously, unless you throw in a tie, and you never know in the Canadian Football League.
In the Canadian Football League.
3rd and short. Tommy Stevens up to the line under center, goes to his right, across the line, gets the first down for Bazandowski Agencies. Nice job by Tommy Stevens following Morgan Runge. Also over there was Jacob Brammer and Jermarcus Hardrick. So
This
first down, Riders.
Line, it's just been a physically dominating performance. You're still knocking guys back. Look at all the hands on hips with the BC Lions. They're tired. The Riders are not. You know, these big boys, they can play all day in the shade, man. That's the tip of the spear right there, though, just like John Harbaugh says, or Jim Harbaugh. The offensive line is the tip of the spear in your attack.
Tommy Stevens on a rider to side, has got room to run, hurdles a man across the 25-yard line as he pulled it from A.J. Ouellette and then just ran behind the running back and gets a first down run for the Riders.
Well, you're in a run formation, and again, A.J. Ouellette gets to play fullback after this run fake, and Tommy Stevens just barreling through the line of scrimmage.
14-yard run for Tommy Stevens. I chuckle as you can see on the Maxtron the smile on the face of A.J. Ouellette as he went and delivered a lead block on the play. So Stevens again in the gun this time. 54 seconds and counting. Has the ball, hands it off to Ouellette this time. Near the 21-yard line, so just a gain of a couple for A.J. Ouellette on the carry with 49 seconds left. 137 yards rushing this afternoon for A.J. Ouellette and the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
He's had a game, and he's had a great season so far. It was a season in which some concern right off the bat because of his early exit in, I think, the first game. But since then, it has been an absolute clinic in patience and then running hard through contact.
Stevens going to keep the ball this time, try to follow A.J. Ouellette, gets up near the 17-yard line, a gain of 4. It'll be 3rd and 4 for the Riders with 27 seconds to go, and Brett Lother is going to have an opportunity to come out and attempt a 5th field goal on the afternoon. As again, the Riders really turned this game on the final play of the opening half when Tavon Campbell stepped in front of a Jeremiah Masoli pass and returned it 89 yards for a touchdown when it seemed like the Lions had a lot of offensive momentum and were getting a lot of things going. But Campbell made the play and turned the tide for the Riders, and they truly haven't looked back since. 25-yard attempt here for Brett Lother for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals.
The last couple of twos for Lother have been chip shots. It was about 13 and now 25.
11 and 25, and it's 5 for 5 for Brett Lother tonight. Riders' lead extends to 37 to 18 with just 6 seconds to go. One of
the things we talked about, Dave, in this game, and the 3 keys of the game was we needed both kickers to come out and play well. And Lother has, and I thought that Joe Couch, when we needed him to kick some big ones, I thought he was all right too. So again, you want to get rid of the penalties. You want to clean some things up, but this was a dominating performance by the Saskatchewan Roughriders in a game that you came in kind of not knowing what was going to be the deal because you knew that BC had played Winnipeg twice and the opponents that you had beat had 2 wins between them. So to come out here and really just dominate in all phases of the football game, it's a really good showing, especially heading into the bye week.
Yep.
It's a great high to go out on.
And more to your point, in your keys to the game, which were bang on tonight when you talked about the kicking game, Brett Lother is 5 for 5. Well, Joe Couch has punted the ball 7 times for an average of 50.1, which for Joe is almost 8 yards better than his season average coming in. Is Lother going to kick it off? High end over end kick that'll be taken by Phillip Brooks back at his 9-yard line. Start through the middle of the field, runs into a rider right at the 30-yard line, and that's it. No more than that. And here comes Chase Bryce with just 2 seconds left to go, and more conversations occurring down on the field. 70-yard kickoff, 23 on the return. 5th quarter postgame show coming up. We'll be down inside the Rider locker room. Justin Dunk, Wes Cates going to break it down. Then the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable will follow that 5th quarter programming where you, Saskatchewan, get to have your say. Break it down for us as Chase Bryce is in the gun on this 1st and 10 play from his own 33-yard line. Just 2 seconds left in the ball game. He'll hand it off to Butler. Gets to the 35, down to the 39-yard line, and that should do it. Indeed it will on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The Riders improved to 4-0 with a 37-18 victory over the BC Lions tonight at Mosaic Stadium. As we'll go down to field level in just a moment and catch up with one of the riders that were instrumental in the game, and I see it right now. Teagan is ready, and so are we. Let's go join Teagan Witko with a special guest. Teagan?
I'm here with number 18, Dell Duncan Busby. Big night for you tonight. First CFL touchdown. That's got to feel pretty good.
Man, all glory to God, man. I'm shout out to my teammates, man. They got me open. And, you know, first of many.
Walk me through that play up until the celebration.
Oh, man. Well, we called our play. I'm like, wait a second, this might work. And I looked like they were in man, so I'm like, yeah, this really going to work. And our little out route, number 9 bid on it, wheeled up. The rest is history, man. And to the celebration, I told the guys if I dive into the end zone, man, I'm surfing on them. So that was the whole thing there.
Congratulations on the touchdown and enjoy the win tonight, Del.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Teagan Witko and Dell Duncan Busby on the field. Of course, her sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Thank you, Teagan. We're going to send things back to the studio and get set for the 5th quarter postgame show. Again, the Riders are 4-0 thanks to a 37-18 victory tonight at Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders improved to 4-0 on the season with an emphatic 37-18 win over the BC Lions. Welcome inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Of note, AJ Ouellette records his first 100-yard rushing game with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. In this one, he had 23 carries for 139 yards and 1 touchdown, but that game-changing play came late in the first half, courtesy Teagan Campbell. So we go to the post-game rewind. You can hear all the highlights called by Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder there. It's brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders. In Avonlea, for all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Brent Lawther approaches the ball, puts his foot on it, and we're underway. Jake Maier has trips receivers to his left. They'll start in motion to the right. AJ Ouellette cuts back, has room, gets the corner to the 45, 50, midfield strike, cuts back for more into BC Lion territory, down to the 49-yard line. AJ Ouellette. 34-yard attempt, good snap, clean hold, kick from Lawther, splits the uprights. BC approaches the line, they'll rush 6. Maier gets rid of it, looks, has a man wide open, it's Robustelli! Does he keep his feet in? He does! Big catch, Joe Robustelli into the BC territory, down to the 46. From Brett Lawther, his second of the quarter, he's 1 for 1, this time from 48. Right in the middle of the field, a low driving kick, and it's through the uprights as Brett Lawther extends the Rider lead. Mazzoli hands the ball off, room to run across midfield, down to the 51. Ball is out, Riders have a chance to jump on it. A.J. Allen got a hand in there. Riders say they have it. The officials agree. It's turnover as the Riders come up with a fumble. 18 yards on the reception and then a handoff quickly for James Butler. Room to run to the far side. 45, 40, 35 of Saskatchewan. Finally, DeMarcus Fields rides him out of bounds at the 26. Lions at the Rider 15-yard line to Hatcher. Goal line touchdown. So here comes another field goal attempt from Brett Lawther. He's 2 of 2. This one from 45 yards. As his kick is up, and it's good. Mazzoli's got 5 receivers, 6 in the formation. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Throws it far side. Flat. Yep. Intercepted. Riders have it. Bringing it back the other way. It's Teagan Campbell to the 30 of BC. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Riders. Teagan Campbell takes it to the house. Handed off to AJ Ouellette, trying to bounce outside. Has room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown! Riders! AJ Ouellette bounces into the end zone to extend the Riders' lead. This 13-yard attempt coming up from Sean White. He's 5 of 5 on the season. Goes through the uprights and it puts 3 points on the board. BC show blitz, and here they come with 6. Maier can't find anyone, now slings it out near side. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. 45, 50, midfield, down to the BC 51-yard line. Lots of yak yards there. First and 10 at their 31. Mazzoli to pass over the middle. That's intercepted. Roland Milligan Jr.'s got it. Bringing it back the other way to the 35, 30, 25, 20. Steps inside down to the 11-yard line. First and 10 at their 31. Mazzoli to pass over the middle. That's intercepted. Roland Milligan Jr.'s got it. Bringing it back the other way to the 35, 30, 25, 20. Steps inside down to the 11-yard line.
I think there's a higher likelihood of the Riders coming up with another interception.
Riders have got 4 down linemen. They'll drop back into coverage. Mazzoli, near side, it's up.
Told you.
And what a catch!
I told you.
Riders bring it in. What an interception! Antoine Brooks Jr.'s got it. Oh my! Welcome to the lineup 33. For the Riders, BC load up the line and they'll bring the house. Maier back to pass, throws it up near side, has a man. Dell Duncan Busby, 10, 5, touchdown! Riders! Dell Duncan Busby scores his first CFL touchdown. A dandy from 42 yards. And Jake Maier, who's getting carried off the field by Jermarcus Hardrick as he throws his first Saskatchewan Roughrider touchdown. Bryce in the gun. Hurry up offense again for BC. Hand it off to Butler. He'll zoom into the end zone for the touchdown. 25-yard attempt here for Brett Lawther. And it's 5 for 5 for Brett Lawther tonight. And that should do it. The Riders improved to 4-0 with a 37-18 victory over the BC Lions tonight.
That was the highlights for your Saskatchewan Roughriders winning 37-18 over the BC Lions. The post-game rewind is brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders. Make sure you visit Prairie Gun Traders for all your hunting and shooting needs. Lots coming up in the fifth quarter post-game show. Offensive game star, defensive game star, happy honker, and then we want to hear from you, Rider Nation. But hopefully next we'll hear from some people outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Ready for better cutting on your hay operation? More efficiency? More comfort? Of course you are! And Heston by Massey Ferguson is here to help. Meet the smart, efficient, reliable way to make legendary hay. The Heston by Massey Ferguson WR Series Windrower. Stop by Nick's service in Humboldt today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the WR Series Windrowers.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Defeated to start the 2025 CFL season with a convincing 37-18 win over the visiting BC Lions as the Riders stay undefeated at home, 2-0 on the season, 2-0 on the road. Everybody can go home happy from Mosaic Stadium and away for the Canada Day long weekend with an impressive victory. Jake Mayer started at quarterback. The offense relied on A.J. Ouellette, 23 carries, 139 yards in this one, and a touchdown. He was dynamic. Defensively, 3 picks. Tavon Campbell, his first career CFL touchdown in this one. That play really swung this game, Wes Cates. If you look at it, BC had a chance to possibly go up 10-9 with a field goal there if Jeremiah Masoli doesn't throw an interception or have a shot at a touchdown.
10-point swing the other way really turned this game.
Right. I mean, really, both teams struggled in the first half, but here we are down in the last couple of minutes, basically running the clock out. Mazzoli looks like he's finally getting something going, getting down the field, and then next thing you know, he throws it late outside, a little off target. Devon Campbell, thank you very much. The other way, nobody's going to catch the outside throw, pick six out. That was basically a pick six throw. If you throw late outside, then what the heck? That just was a tough. That was a tough play by Mazzoli, but great anticipation by Campbell, and finished it off real easy.
If you're watching on our live stream at sportscage.com or our YouTube channel, you can see Tavon Campbell hyped up using that 4.36 40-yard speed to take it the distance. Once he caught it, man, he was gone. There was no way Jeremiah Mazzoli or anybody else was chasing down him on the angle. You've done that before, though.
Oh, he's bringing up, yeah. Well, I did have to hawk actually a BC Lion back in the day, Ian Smart. They had a great returner. And it was actually as we were getting over the hump in 07, coming in, BC had given the Riders the business in 06 to go on to win the Grey Cup. The Riders were trying to dethrone BC. We go into their place. Yeah, they had Jarius Jackson, who was their third-string quarterback, playing. But anyway, it was a back-and-forth game. Ian Smart takes up the sideline. Cates, the new free agent, hawks him from the backside, baby. He took it 93, but he needed about 15 more. I said, no, sir. And then the defense got to stop, and we pulled it out. That was what really kicked off our 07 run, and I think gave us the confidence to hoist that trophy at the end of the season.
You love it, man. What was your best 40 time?
My best 40? I ran a 4.47 coming out of college at Ohio State's Pro Day. I probably ran a little faster at school when I was a little lighter, but officially with some real coaches taking it, 4.47. So that ain't
how many
slow.
Pounds?
I was probably 210, a little maybe 208.
That's quick for that size, man.
Yeah, not bad.
I don't know if you could catch Devon Campbell on that play though.
Yeah, nah. I'd have seen it. I'd have seen it early. I'd have got a jump on it.
Devon Campbell with a massive momentum swinging play in this football game for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We're waiting patiently to go down to the Riders locker room, and indeed we do have the victorious head coach outside the locker room. Cory Mace and his team improved to 4-0. And, Coach, I just want to get your overall assessment of this game. It seems like you dominated it in all facets. Do you feel the same?
I'm dominated. There's just so much stuff we want to be better at, man. So, we're happy with the win. No doubt, man. I thought there was some big highs in all three phases of the football game. Super proud of these guys, and I know they're looking forward to getting a little bit of time here on the bye. So, nice way to go into that.
Wes and I were just talking about it. Can you take us through what you saw on Tavon Campbell's 89-yard pick six?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think they may have went empty, and he tried to throw it out. Tavon was sitting there waiting for it, and he was out of there. And I got the cop on real quick. I was fortunate enough to play against Wes, and that joker's fast, but he ain't catching TC.
Give me a chance. Hold on now.
Was that something that you guys saw on film, Coach, that then Tavon Campbell is able to execute in the game in terms of the route combination?
Every team has only has a short playlist out of the empty backfield set. So certainly there's some things that we saw on tape, but I don't want to take too much credit away from TC because ultimately you got to read the quarterback and make things work.
Coach, when BC went tempo, they seemed to find some success. What were they doing right then, and how did you counteract that?
To be honest, there was a few things going on outside of it that, I don't want to get too much into it, but we had to switch to how we got our calls in the second half. But, yeah, they tried to go tempo, caught our guys, tired. Sometimes it was on me if the call was coming in late, just how we get the calls in. But we were able to settle in, and certainly we saw some of that last week in Toronto as well. So it's good for us. That's why we drill it every week. But you want to be better in those situations, no doubt.
They weren't going tempo felt like you were a lot more aggressive this week in your defensive approach. Felt like there was a little bit more pressure there. Did you come in with that goal?
Yeah, just kind of had that thought process. When you look at each offense and what they're trying to accomplish and the quarterbacks, certain things dictate how you want to attack it. And certainly for us, we felt that it did play into our favor as long as it stayed. They stuck to their game plan and what we figured it was going to come, and they did. So it was good there. And then when it was crunch time, we let the dancers dance and the fighters fight. Let the D-line go rush the passer and let those ball hawks do what they do, and I think it paid dividends.
Penalties again were a bit of a problem, yes or no?
Yeah, I'll just say yes. Like I said, there's just things that we know we need to get better at if we want to go where we want to go.
Coach, how would you analyze A.J. Ouellette's performance? It's his first 100-yard rushing game as a Rider.
Yeah, it's crazy to say that, man, because he's been outstanding, I think, this year, and I think he's got a couple of 90s. But it's just good to validate. You get that century mark, and not just AJ, but the offensive line, man, and they did such a good job up front. They take such pride in that, being able to move the LOS, and they got some good run defenders and some physical defensive line on that side of the ball, and I think we won. The battle in the trenches from that standpoint from our offensive line, man. So happy for AJ, happy for the offensive line. That's a blue chip performance.
Trayvon Tate went down with an injury, Coach. I don't know if you can update that or not, but maybe the other point that I want to make that's maybe a little greater, you can't see what's happening on the field, but Rider Nation is out. Families are everywhere throwing footballs around. At the conclusion of the game, Roland Milligan Jr. has his daughter. There's Jorgen Hughes and his kids. Yoshi's got his kids out there. It's something pretty cool that you have built here, and even Micah Mace worked the crowd into a frenzy up on the Maxtron. What do you think when you hear about that and understand this culture that you're building here?
Yeah, man. I'm happy you tell me that, because that's the kind of stuff that flips my mindset. From strictly to the game to the culture and what we want going on here. And man, incredible men, incredible fathers. Those are memories that they're going to have forever for them and their kids. And I don't want it to be a secret, man. They're family first over here, so incredible to hear that, and looking forward to keep seeing that kind of stuff.
Coach, going into the game, you talked about how important it was to go out and get Jake Maier in the offseason. Jeremy O'Day makes a trade for him, signs a one-year contract with the team. How would you analyze his first start in green and white?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't think it was bad. I thought we had some good momentum there. He threw a couple good balls. I know there was a few that he was a little bit behind on, and I know there's one sack that he said he wish he didn't take that. But excuse me. Other than that, man, I thought he did a good job getting us where we need to get. And certainly when we gave back the ball, that we were able to push the field and put some points up, man. So hell of a throw to Dell too. That thing was a thing of beauty, man. We're happy as hell he's on our team.
One player that you were particularly excited about getting into the lineup this week was Antoine Brooks Jr., and oh me, oh my, that was an amazing interception. Did you get a good view of it? And have you seen him make plays like that in practice to help him get onto the game day roster?
Yeah, Twan, man, I could cry being how happy I am for that guy in that moment right there. Had the best seat in the house for that one. It was incredible. You're talking about a guy who's been waiting patiently, does nothing but work his tail off to try to help our offense. And on Luc teams, he competed his tail off during training camp, and the boy's got magnets in his freaking hands, man. Like this is what he does. So an opportunity for him to get out there and to make that play. The whole sideline, as you saw, was just so elated for him. So man, love that kid.
You're 4-0 entering the bye week, an undefeated start to the season. How do you approach the next week before you start preparing for the Calgary Stampeders?
Yeah, just, these guys, just want to spend some time with their families, and they should kick their feet up, but, don't have too many pills or anything like that. Don't drink too many, but stay in the gym. But come back and let's get ready to work. There's so much work ahead of us. And again, as I said, so much things we got to get better at, man. So, we'll start prepping for Calgary as a staff, and these guys come back. They'll come back ready to go.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Enjoy the win and your Canada Day weekend.
Enjoy, guys. Happy Canada Day. Appreciate you.
That's head coach Cory Mace with your post-game comments. Coming up, we'll talk to a couple game stars, so you don't want to miss it. Exclusive interviews outside the Roughriders locker room. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
When the drive starts, be ready. New 2025 Salford models are on sale until June 30th. And dealers still have select 2024 and earlier models with 0% interest and no payments for 12 months. Push your season forward. See your dealer. Salford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power on board, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The day-long weekend 4-0 with an emphatic 37-18 win at Mosaic Stadium. We're going to have an offensive game star and a defensive game star, but now we go back out to Mosaic Stadium for our unsung hero of the game, brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. Dave?
Well, I'm going to give my unsung hero in a moment. First, though, your keys to the game way back in the Rider Nation pregame show hit 1, 2, 3. So in your analysis, when what you saw transpire here today, what would your analysis be overall with this Saskatchewan Roughrider effort and an unsung hero, if you want to name one?
Well, I think that the unsung hero today should be Mark Mueller, the offensive coordinator. I thought he called a great game. He knew that he's got Jake Mayer coming in. I felt like Jake Mayer was never put in a situation. There were a couple 2nd and 10s in there, but he was never put in a situation that was outside of what you would normally expect a backup quarter to be able to navigate through. So kudos to Mark Mueller. He understood the assignment, right? Let's go win up front. Let's pound this team out, and let's get our backup quarterback into great situations. So that was good. I felt like, again, when you came into this game, you saw the opportunity to create turnovers through pressure. I felt like they were high pressure today, which was good, and it did yield to some turnovers. So I think with Mace, alluding to the fact that there's so many things he wants to clean up. Obviously, penalties are still one of them. The kickers played way better today. That's kind of where you want them to be. But more importantly, this was a game where the Saskatchewan Roughriders kind of came in and you didn't necessarily know what they were. And now that you saw this game and the way they dominated the Lions, they're a threat. It's good to see.
Let's go back. That's a great call. Mark Mueller for the unsung hero, but I understand we do have one of our game stars ready to go downstairs. Is that right, Dunk?
AJ Ouellette, our offensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Ouellette on the day, 23 carries for 139 yards and 1 touchdown. AJ, it's your first 100-yard rushing game as a Rider. How does it feel?
It feels good, but I think there was an error there. I would say that the O-line is the offensive players of the game.
Okay, I like it. Why is that?
I mean, just watching some of the plays on the iPad on the sideline, left a lot of yards out there, and they were pushing from behind on most of the runs. So credit to them big boys.
AJ, you've had a lot of yards in your last 3 games. Check this out. 53 carries for 326 yards. I'm no mathematician, but that's over 100 yards a game. 6.15 yards per carry, and you have a touchdown in 3 straight games. What's working so well for you?
What number's yours? We got a physical team. My running style matches the way the team is built, so it's just kind of meshing now. Love you, bro.
It looked like Trevor Harris was potentially the only person that could tackle you today from what I saw on TSN.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting an actual hit, and I thought I was going to go down there.
For those that didn't see it, well, AJ was doing his walk-off interview with TSN and Brett Dort. Trevor Harris was right there, fired up, giving AJ a little pop. You know, I hope that means positive things for Trevor Harris in the future in terms of his health. But AJ, what was it like having Jake Mayer in the huddle, and how would you assess his performance?
Oh, he did exactly what he was asked to do. Every play that was called, whether it was reading the defense on the handoffs or scanning through progressions and throwing the ball where it needed to be. No major mistakes, right? Led the team out there, was confident in his play calls in the huddle, and is a great team player, great leader out there.
You're 4-0, AJ, going into a bye week. A, is it a good time for a bye week? And B, how can you carry this momentum going forward that you've established early in this season?
Yeah, let the guys, get a little rest, a couple days off. 4-0, I mean, we always look at 1-0. So it doesn't matter what it is. We just got to stack it day by day and hope we can recover, get some guys back on this bye week and go after it.
AJ, what's the feeling like in the locker room after going 4-0? Take us inside their postgame if you can.
Oh, frustrated. We left some plays out there. I mean, we're always pumped for a win, but we know we can't have those penalties if it's a close game. It's just going to hurt us. So we got to come together as a family. We got to start playing smart. And, I mean, we're playing physical, so keep playing that way, but we just got to add the intelligent part to it and be smarter.
What messages did head coach Cory Mace have for the team in the locker room after the game, and what did he tell you going into the bye week?
I mean, just recover, love up on each other. We're a family, right? So try to spend as much time as you can. If you're staying in town, get together. If you're going home, spend some time with family. Enjoy yourself, be safe. And, yeah, looking forward to getting back to work.
Do you know that you now lead the Canadian Football League in rushing? And when you hear that, where does your mind go?
Yeah, it's still early. We gotta keep the ground and pound going. Got to stay in the meeting room trying to figure out how to improve the running game that we've started.
It looks like you've been more patient potentially than last year, and I say that because you've talked about that with your running backs coach Andrew Harris there. Would you agree, or if not, what's been the key to your success to start the year?
Yeah, patience and getting to know the O-line more. Another year working with the guys. And like I said, this new style, the style that we have is working well with the O-line that we have because they like getting on their doubles, working up to linebackers. And by the time I get hit, we're already 4 yards, down the field.
You have 3 straight games now, not only with touchdowns, but with runs of 20 yards or more. How are you ripping off these chunk yardage gains?
Receivers blocking downfield. Nothing special I'm doing. I'm just reading my keys, getting where I need to be, trying not to make those mistakes of going the wrong way, and then trusting the receivers out there.
What does A.J. Ouellette's bye week look like?
A little bit of recovery, hang out with the dogs, hopefully a bonfire or two. A lot of hydration too.
That sounds pretty good. Enjoy the 4-0 start in your Canada Day weekend, AJ.
Yes, thank you.
That's your offensive game star, A.J. Ouellette, 23 carries for 139 yards and 1 touchdown. He believes the offensive line should be the offensive game stars, and rightfully so. They've played very well to start the season. The offensive game star, again, brought to you by Quality Tire. Now we flip to our defensive game star. Surprise, surprise, Wes Cates. It's Tevon Campbell. 3 tackles in the game, and that game-altering 89-yard pick six. Tevon Campbell showing that 4.36 record-setting speed from the combine way back, I think it was in 2015. Your defensive game star brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Tevon, take us through that pick six. What did you see? Did studying the game film help you in terms of the schematics from the BC Lions? And when did you know you were going all the way to the house?
Man, I honestly didn't know I was going all the way. I thought he was throwing it to number 2, and I kind of hesitated, was waiting. The ball got in the air. I seen it. I'm like, hey, no way this is going to 1, but kind of just jumped it. All I was thinking was just catch it. And then I was running. I seen Mazzoli run. I'm like, man, he might have an angle on me. I think I got a sprint for real, but nah, it was good.
It looked like easy speed to the end zone. How does it feel, Tevon, to score your first career CFL touchdown? You had 2 in the NFL, a pick six and a fumble return, at Mosaic Stadium, considering you played for the University of Regina Rams.
Feels good, man. Like you said, it was my first here, but I also played for the Rams. I played for the Riders back in 16 and 17, so it definitely feels good to get my first one.
Do you remember scoring a touchdown when you played for the Regina Rams? Did that happen?
Nope. No, I actually scored when I was with the Riders. I did score on the Riders. It was a blocked punt, I think it was.
Okay, This is good. We can add to your stats. So you've got 4 career professional touchdowns. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah. I got to get more, though.
That's amazing, man. What was it like in terms of the defense ball hawking today? It seems like you got it started. We saw you with the pick six, then A.J. Allen gets a tip, Roland Milligan Jr. the interception, and then Antoine Brooks Jr. laying out, man. You got some ball hawks back there.
No, we were going crazy in the back end. But I told Twan afterwards, I said, it's kind of bittersweet because, you came in for me and got the pick. I think I could have had 2 today. But, I was happy for him. I was happy for Millie, happy for Reeves getting that punch out. And, man, Coach was talking about it all week. Go out there, make plays, get the ball, force a fumble. That was his main thing, force the fumble. We got that first right out the way. So, it was just seek the ball, go get it.
Tevon, I got to go back to that pick six just for a second. Do you feel like that pick six kind of sparked your team? Because it was a little back and forth, and BC had a chance to go up right before the half before you made that great interception. Or did you guys talk about it at halftime and then come out with a little bit of enthusiasm after making some adjustments at half?
Yeah, I definitely think that did change the momentum of the game. They were driving down the field that drive, and the score was close, so we definitely needed a play. I'm obviously thankful it was me, but I think anybody on the secondary was, ready to make that play at any point in time in the game. So, it was definitely a momentum changer. It was good, especially going into halftime, coming back out. We know we have momentum. We just had to hold it and keep pushing.
Tevon, what's it like from a defensive perspective when you're on the sideline watching a guy like A.J. Ouellette run the ball like he has the last 3 weeks, and especially tonight at Mosaic Stadium going over 100 yards for the first time as a Rider?
Man, it's crazy. Especially in the CFL, you don't really see that a lot. It's a 2-down game, so to run the ball and do it as efficiently as he does it, and especially as a defensive player, you don't want to get back on the field as much. But I think in the third quarter they took up 8 minutes of the clock. So it's definitely great time management. It's great for the the momentum of the team, the morale, just football, gritty football. Just run the ball down their throat and just get as much yards as you can.
What does Tavon Campbell's bye week look like?
Oh, going back to Toronto.
Hanging out with the family?
Hanging out with the fam, just chilling, kicking my feet up.
That's what Cory Mace told us he wanted you guys to do. So enjoy it, considering your 4-0 start, and also enjoy your Canada Day weekend, Tavon.
No doubt, I appreciate that.
That's Tavon Campbell, our defensive game star, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers. Campbell had 3 tackles in that game-changing 89-yard pick six to really change all the momentum in this one and lead the Riders to a 37-18 win, improving to 4-0 on the season. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Power through your busy season with Redhead Equipment. It's time to save on all the parts you need to keep you up and running. Save on lubricants, OEM and fleet guard filters, hay and forage parts, precision farming products, hand tool sets, air compressors, and so much more. Select items are on sale now through August 31st, 2025. Visit your local Redhead Equipment or visit us online at redheadequipment.ca.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders improved to 4-0 on the season with a 37-18 win over the BC Lions, who fall to 1-3. Let's quickly revisit our unsung hero of the game, brought to you by SEIU West, and go out to Dave Thomas at Mosaic Stadium.
Well, I completely agree with Luc's assessment, and Mark Mueller called a terrific game, set up a perfect scheme for quarterback Jake Mayer and the running offense to capitalize on what I thought was a terrific defensive line for the BC Lions. But if we had to single out a player, I think you don't have to look much further than A.J. Allen. A.J. Ouellette, of course, our offensive game star. But A.J. Allen, 7 tackles, special teams tackle, as well as a pass breakup. I thought he was terrific. And, again, his game just keeps growing and growing and growing. We had a chance to talk to him way back on the Rider Nation pregame show, which, of course, you can see on demand on our YouTube channel. But, boy, A.J. Allen, I would say, unsung hero material written all over him for the effort that he put in today, leading the Riders in tackles, by the way.
A.J. Allen, you know why that gets close to my heart, Dave? University of Guelph Griffins.
Yeah,
leading the team in tackles, 7 on the day, and a special teams tackle. Like this guy trying to be like Riley Pickett out here, the Sask Swiss Army knife, playing defense, getting it done on special teams. Man, even though he went to my alma mater, I don't want to sound too biased, he's balling out. Like this guy's a Canadian, getting it done, stepping in for CJ Avery and leading the team in tackles. He's bided his time. Dave, you had an excellent interview with him that we played in the pregame show, and he talked about being patient and that he never got frustrated. He was just always working for the opportunity. Jameer Thurman, the West Division All-Star from last year, has been helping him out a lot. Thurman on the day had 5 tackles, so that's one of the really unique stories in this football game.
Well, and don't forget, right? He was right up there in special teams tackles with Roland Milligan Jr. last year, so earned his playing time and, again, was great today, I thought.
Indeed, tied for the league lead last year with Toronto Argonauts Canadian linebacker Jack Cassar, 22 special teams tackles, and as you mentioned, just edged out his teammate there, Roland Milligan Jr., in that category for the team lead. You're going to want to stick with us, though, because it's Dave's favorite segment of a Rider game day, the Happy Honker, coming up on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere and gives you a chance to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Snap goes back to
breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, yes, it is. And your Saskatchewan Roughriders victorious on this Saturday night, 37-18 over the BC Lions. The Riders 4-0. Top spot in the CFL, don't you know? I know Winnipeg Blue Bombers fans are going to say we're 3-0, but hey, the Riders are 4-0. They beat you to it, Winnipeg, with an emphatic 37-18 win over the BC Lions, who dropped to 1-3 without Nathan Rourke in the lineup now for 2 straight games after he got injured against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It is time for the favorite segment of the show, at least from Dave Thomas's perspective, the Happy Honker, brought to you by McBids, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. Mr. Thomas, take it away.
Well, I can still see traffic over on Saskatchewan Drive to my right. So that must mean we're ready for the Happy Honker Award. So if you're in Melville, if you're in Meadow Lake, wherever you are, get set to honk your horn. Even if that means you're using the key fob to hit the honk and the lock button. We want to hear from you because this Rider Nation is your opportunity to officially stand up and be counted and show your support for the team. And tonight's question for the Happy Honker, whether you agree or not, is should the Saskatchewan Roughriders get a happy honk themselves for the entire team, because for the first time since 1969 and 70, the team has gone 4-0 in back-to-back seasons. So you happy with that, Rider Nation? If you are, get set to honk your horn. It should be a no-brainer, right? Okay. On the count of three, the happy honker will go for McBids. Here we go, Saskatchewan. Want to hear you. On the count of 3, 2, 1. Go. There we go.
Did you hear horns out there?
I heard horns right over there. Absolutely.
Is this Dave Thomas or Rob Vanstone pulling out these old-time stats?
You know what? I love Rob Vanstone and every statistic he has, and that is a dandy that we were able to dig out and find thanks to the great folks at CFL.ca.
Before we let you go, Dave Thomas, we asked the players and Cory Mace how they're going to spend the bye week. What about you?
I will be on a golf course somewhere, probably in a sand trap.
Come on, lots of birdies, man. Don't be in the beach. Save that for when it's close to the water and you're enjoying some sun.
Done deal. Done deal. Sounds like a plan.
All right, man. Great call and work with Luc Mullinder. Riders 4-0 to start the season. Enjoy the bye week, and we'll talk to you on the other side, partner.
Happy Canada Day. Let's go, Riders.
Indeed. By the way, Happy Honker brought to you by McBids. That segment is awesome. You can hear the horns all around Mosaic Stadium as the Riders improve to 4-0. Coming up, it's the Sports Cage Radio Roundtable. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. Call or text the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. Get at us before those phone lines fill up. And when you call in, make sure you make your point quickly. Otherwise, Teagan might dump you real quick. She ain't messing around with that, okay? You, Rider Nation, on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th. Get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Canola fans are on the edge of their seats with the jaw-dropping action from Proline Gold Fungicide by Bayer. Watch out for the dual modes of action working in synergy to protect canola yield potential with excellent disease control, even in high disease pressure situations. Offense sells tickets and defense wins championships. So as you're looking to protect against yield-robbing Sclerotinia infections, it's time to put Proline Gold into your lineup and get yourself brag-worthy yields. Ask your local retailer today. Always read and follow label directions. I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. Another big W. Off to 4-0 to start the season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable. So now is the time where you can have your opinions heard. You can give us a call. It is brought to you by Echo Sound, of course, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Call or text us at 306-936-6262 or, of course, toll free at 1-866-767-0620. And by the way, if you join in the conversation with us, then you also have a chance to win some free Country Thunder tickets, which is coming up in mid-July. So if you want to go check that out in Craven, Saskatchewan, then you better give us your input. And again, calling, texting, it all works. So boys, maybe not the prettiest start to the season for the Riders, but again, they're still undefeated, 4-0. And that streak hopefully will continue after the bye week. Wes, what do you think they need to do in the offseason to keep themselves in tip-top shape? Because I know you've been there before.
Yeah, in the bye week, I think a lot of times it is about kind of taking care of your body, getting off your feet a couple of days, but, getting some work in, making sure really these next couple of days they need to get some workouts in just to get rid of that lactic acid and to get their bodies feeling better quicker. Then maybe take some days off, but, maybe work out here and there. But really, you're basically getting into shape, and it's good to take a break every few weeks. It really is a blessing that the riders have their buys when they do, because trainers and people, kinesiologists, people that study the body say 4 to 6 weeks when you're beating up your body, you really need to take a break within that 4 to 6 range. So the Riders, this should be a good season for them to stay healthy, stay injury-free. And I think, just hanging out a little bit if you are staying in town, keeping each other out of trouble and maybe getting some workouts in. Other than that, spend some time with the family and just kind of take your mind off of football for a few days.
So they shouldn't be crushing Pilsners. kind of like Cory Mace was saying. Like maybe that's not the play?
Maybe a couple nights, but definitely not the whole break.
Well, we do have our first message here that I just want to spell off to you, Justin. This is on the Echo Sound hotline. You can call or text 306-936-6262. This is Morley from Bruno. Great game tonight. Would still like to see more blitz packages from our defense, especially when BC went tempo. Not sure, but I think we were the least blitzing team in the league. Thoughts?
When you blitz, though, as Wes knows, you usually end up playing cover zero, which can lead to big plays. I like the way that Cory Mace has been selective with his blitz packages, but I think most importantly, you don't just blitz, right? Mace is very creative with twists and stunts and games with his front seven, not just the defensive line. We've seen Jameer Thurman be able to get to the quarterback playing some games up front. So I don't think you need to go full-out blitz. Yeah, BC's going to make some plays. Like, these guys get paid, too. And there was a couple touchdowns there, specifically the drive to Keon Hatcher looked great. But ultimately, the Riders dominated that Lions offense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're known to blitz a lot, then the quarterback and the OC are going to start to pick up on that, and then they're going to really just start to look for their best matchups and kind of beat you there. And if you don't have coverage across the board, which most defenses don't, you're going to start to get burnt. So, yeah, those timely blitzes, maybe a zone blitz where you're sending one extra guy, really not even sending an extra guy. Maybe you're dropping a D lineman and then bringing a guy like a DB off the edge or a linebacker in his place. That's when you maybe throw an offensive line off and you get two guys blocking one, or they just don't see that late blitzer. So really being strategic with your blitzes, like Dunk said, if you're just really trying to blitz, then you're probably going to have to just bring more than they have blocking in the box, and then it's going to get real tricky because you're going to be leaving your defensive guys on an island in coverage.
You know what? Why don't we go to the phone lines here? Echo Sound hotline 306-936-6262 or 1-866-767-0620. So we have Colby from Yorkton wants to talk about the roughing the passer calls at the 2-minute warning. Colby?
Hello.
What do you think about roughing the passer calls at the 2-minute warning?
So I just had my dad and I were actually at the game. I'm just driving home, actually. We were just thinking, so there's this meme of a kid that says, I will say some profanity on air, so I apologize for it.
No, you won't. All right, let's go to James from Dawson, Manitoba. You want to talk about the defense? James, what do you think about the defense?
Oh, yeah, that was some amazing show today. I coach D-line in Prince Albert. Fortunately, they weren't making too much noise today, but 4 turnovers, a bunch of tips that knocked the ball away from the Lions. Beautiful.
So you're just happy with their performance overall? No complaints?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much for calling in, James. Enjoy the win. Okay, let's go to Michael from Saskatoon. You want to talk about Jake Mayer. How do you think he performed tonight?
I think that the biggest thing I got off of this game for me was that this team is so amazing. Like, for Jake Mayer to come in there, and he knows the system for 5 years or whatever, I've heard from hearsay, but for the team to be able to come around Jake and Harris being able to be a healthy scratch, if you will, for them to take care of the whole game, offense, defense, special teams, line of scrimmage, right? For them to be able to do that, he didn't have to do much but manage the ball. And then for Trevor Harris to sit there in coaching of this Meyer, I think we have a beautiful gift ahead of ourselves. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about anyway.
Well, thanks for the point, Michael. Justin, are you confident in the Riders' QB room and their situation right now?
I think you have to be, especially after the start that Jake Mayer had. Did he blow the barn doors off? No. But most importantly, he did not turn the football over. I think McLeod Bethel-Thompson, going back to last night's game in Hamilton with Montreal, could learn a thing or two, as Dave Roberts, our producer, gives 2 thumbs up to that point, which is true. You come in the game as a backup quarterback. Yes, he's been the starter, but you have a great defense that can turn the football over, and you now have the league's leading rusher. So I like the game plan from the Riders, and especially Jake Maier protecting the football. 13 of 23 for 170 yards. Not great, but it was good enough to win the football game, and he didn't turn the football over, and he flashed his ability on that deep ball touchdown to Del Duncan Busby down the left sideline. So I think there's some upside there to be realized with Jake Maier as he gets used to his teammates. Ideally, you have Trevor Harris come back healthy after the bye week. He was out there trying to tackle A.J. Ouellette on the field post-game. That could be a positive sign. But I think Jake Maier looked really good. And we know the Riders are high on Jack Cohen, too. So that QB room, really intriguing. Plus Tommy Stevens doing his thing in short yardage.
Yeah, I think I just like the fact that it was overall team win. Great job by the defense. Offense got off to a decent start. Got to give some kudos to Lowther. 5 for 5 on field goals and hit both of his extra points. So special teams game, we saw Mario Alford get a couple of nice returns in there. I think everybody just worked. The team worked well off of each other. And then Tavon Campbell with that pick 6 when things were looking a little shaky and BC might get to go in at half with the lead. Tavon Campbell shut the door on that pick 6, and then they just the ball kept rolling from there.
So thank you, Michael, for calling in. Nice to hear your input. You can reach out to us as well at 1-866-767-0620, the Echo Sound Hotline. Pardon me. Man, losing my voice today. Why don't we hit the phone lines one more time here before we go to break? This is going to be a person from Cranbrook, BC. So you want to talk about the unsung hero. And my understanding is that you disagree with us. So who should be the unsung hero?
It's Kootenai Duke.
Hi. Well, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, there could be a lot of names that could be thrown around, but I think we found a bit of an identity for the team in the way they can block towards that second level. And, facilitating that run game with AJ, it doesn't seem to matter whether it's AJ or BTH or probably Kadeem Carey for that
TBH.
matter. So my unsung
Thomas
hero.
the Train. Just say Thomas the Train, Kootenai Duke. Chugga, chugga,
Yeah,
chugga, chugga,
right.
choo-choo!
And I think Edwin Harrison. I mean, it was talked about.
Hey,
in the
CNC
fifth
Productions. Did you hear that, Kootenai Duke?
quarter. What's that?
Thomas the
Yeah, I
Train
did.
taking off from the station.
Chug, chug, chug. Keep feeding the coal.
Sorry,
For
keep
sure.
going. I'm just having some fun.
I just think that it doesn't matter who's back there. The way they can get to that second line to block. I remember even in training camp, Coach was saying how impressed he was with the young people and their ability to block, and we're sure seeing that.
Definitely,
So that's
especially
what
down
I
the
think
field
is-
with the receivers. A.J. Ouellette noted that. That's how he's breaking off these big 20-plus yard runs.
He gave them tons of kudos tonight, and I think it was Trevion Tate that got hurt, didn't he?
He didn't come back in the game. We'll have to get an
Yeah.
update on him after the bye week.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter who goes in, whatever Harrison's doing. It's been a couple years of just working and getting better all the time.
Valid points.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you very much for calling in, Kootenai Duke. We have some of the best nicknames of callers into this show. It is the Echo Sound Hotline. Feel free to give us a call. Again, Country Thunder weekend passes on the line here. We want to hear what you thought of the Saskatchewan Roughriders' victory over the BC Lions, 37-18. So give us a call. Again, 1-866-767-0620. That's the toll-free number, or you can call or text us, 306-936-6262. Coming up, more of your calls and texts on the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Here at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, we want you to put the very best into your machine so that you can get the very best out of your machine. Choose to use Case IH genuine parts. Only Case IH genuine parts are specifically engineered to fit and function perfectly with your Case IH equipment. They deliver the performance your business demands while giving you the durability your schedule depends on. So when you want to maximize your performance, go with the original Case IH genuine parts. To find Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And the Riders 4-0 to heading into the bye week. Pretty good start to the season. We want to hear your thoughts on the Riders' 37-18 win over the BC Lions at Mosaic Stadium. So you heard the big voice guy. Call us, text us, Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. The point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. All right, I want to read this text here. I kind of wish David would just call us because I'd like to hear him out on this. David said it was a good game. Disappointed in the unsportsmanlike penalty. Time to find new players.
Time to find new players? I don't even know what happened. By the time the camera cut, it was just a pile of bodies. So I'm not sure who started what. I mean, when you're up like that in the game, usually late in the game, things get a little chippy, especially, guys, there's some big egos out there. Guys don't like to just take L's like that. They definitely don't like to get spanked. So I think it was a little bit of that, probably when the Lions players got a little chippy. Rider player took offense to it, and then everybody come help their buddy out. So whatever. I mean, to say it's time to get rid of players, all right, well, go find me some players to replace them. Then I don't know what. That's a little harsh. That's a little extra. We dial it back a touch.
This comes back to my point that I make. If you're going to have a comment like that, who are you going to go find? What players you want? We talked about Brett Lauther earlier in the season. People wanted to cut him. What kicker were you going to bring in? Now the guy goes 5 for 5.
No one's talking about him.
Exactly.
Wes brought it up, but yeah.
Yeah.
No one's singing his praises.
Guy goes 5 for 5, long field goal of 48. Had another one from over 40, hit from 34. So a couple other shorter ones there. But Brett Lauther, kudos. 5 for 5, worked through his struggles, apologized to Rider Nation, and the team is 4-0. Like, I think you want to see your team play on the edge and protect their teammates. I understand you want to cut back on the penalties, but especially in that game, you want to show, knowing you're up on the scoreboard, that no matter the situation, you're not going to be pushed around.
That's a valid point. He did have a second part to this, too. QB needs to toss the ball away when he has no one. So I'm not really sure what he means by that. But
Jake Mayer kind of did that.
Yeah,
13 to 23, $170 and a touchdown. He didn't really put the football in harm's way. I thought he played smart football.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to eat it, man. You can't just sling it and think you're going to get it out of bounds. Like if a guy's if you got the rush right on top of you and you really aren't sure that you can get enough on the ball to throw it out of harm's way, then you're supposed to eat that. Take that sack, protect the ball, live to fight another down. Better to punt it away and gain some field position that way than to try to throw it away to not lose a few yards when you still have possession of the ball. So it's thinking man's game out there, whether you realize it or not. You got to make some on the spot decisions like right now.
And I'm not trying to throw David under the bus completely here, but Mike on the text line at 306-936-6262 completely agrees with you guys. He says get rid of players because of the scrum at the end of the game. This guy should go watch figure skating. Give me a break. It's football. So you guys are certainly not alone in your opinions.
Preach, Mike.
Again, call us, text us, let us know what you think. Okay, you're entitled to an opinion. 1-866-767-0620 on the Echo Sound hotline or 306-936-6262. And I do believe we have someone on the line standing by. So we have Monty. They're driving back to Saskatoon after the game. They want to talk about Cory Mace getting Tommy Stevens to go out and do a third and second in our own end.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm quite happy with the win tonight. I really appreciate the fact that Mueller called a heck of a game for Jake Mayer there and didn't force him into places where he had to potentially turn over the ball, because that's been kind of his MO over the last few years with Calgary. But I'm just curious what your thoughts are on going for it on 3rd and 2 in our own end when we're up by 2 scores. And if we don't make it, BC has a chance to come back within 7 points. I'm all for the proactive approach on trying to put the knife in the throat and put the dagger down. But what are your thoughts on that?
I love the aggressiveness. This is why you went out and got Tommy Stevens. He is almost a lock to get a first down. And there's some coaches nowadays that'll tell you 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, Wes. If you can't get it, you don't have any business being in the football game anyway. So I like going after it, keeping the football in your possession.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, if you go back to last season, Coach Mace was punting it away when it was 3rd and less than a yard. So it just speaks to the confidence that he has in this O-line and that big body specialist, Tommy Stevens. He's going to get those couple of yards for you. He's 2 yards tall, right? So, hey, he's a big body. If he gets it leaning forward, he stretches out. He knows how to find the seams. So that 3rd and 2 for that O-line and a guy like Tommy Stevens is basically like a 3rd and 1 in their mind.
Okay, I'm happy it worked out. I think, kudos to the team for doing it. It's an aggressive call, so we're 4-0, baby. That's all I can say. Let's go Riders.
You said it, Monty. Thanks so much for the call. And you can feel free to join the conversation with us as well. 1-866-767-0620 or 306-936-6262. So we did get a text here, and they want our opinions on who we think will be their first loss of the season. Who are the Riders going to lose to?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, if you're looking at the schedule, I hate playing this paper Tiger game, but anyway. Our producer, Dave Roberts, thinks it's going to be Montreal, but not after that performance on Friday night, Dave. Put your notepad down, okay? They didn't ask you for your opinion. I think they probably beat Calgary, and they go out to BC. We'll see if Nathan Rourke and this core injury has healed. Edmonton, has shown to be dangerous with Trey Ford. That's a home game. The Montreal game comes up on August 2nd. I don't see a potential loss here until playing the Blue Bombers, honestly.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, BC, I think interior-wise, Saskatchewan's crushing BC. So even if they do get Nathan Rourke back, I think it'll be a tall task for Rourke, even though we'll be in BC play. So maybe there's a chance that they could get caught up there. But, I'm looking at maybe Montreal's probably going to be their first test. Edmonton's looking better, but I don't think their offense is consistent enough. And I just feel like if we must look ahead and try to find a reason for the Riders to win to lose, then I guess we away in Montreal. Montreal's usually a tough place to play too. So
if Davis Alexander's healthy, if McLeod Bethel Thompson, otherwise known as Just for Men, is playing, then I think the Riders are winning that game.
I mean, this is a good problem to have, right? Like having a discussion about who are the Riders going to lose to eventually.
Right.
There's a lot worse things we could be talking about on the on this roundtable call-in show, which you can reach out to us by texting, by calling 306-936-6262. We are going to get to more of your calls and your texts here in just a bit, but we are going to take a quick break. Again, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Gear up with Selford this season. New 2025 Selford tillage and application equipment is on sale until June 30th. Plus, selected 2024 and earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Selford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, talking about the Riders. Big win, 37-18 over the BC Lions. Now we should take you right to the keg-size moment of the game, which is brought to you by the Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Masoli's got 5 receivers, 6 in the formation. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Throws it far side. Flat. Yep. Intercepted. Riders have it. Bringing it back the other way. It's Tavon Campbell to the 30 of BC. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Tavon Campbell takes it to the house.
The sideline absolutely erupted for that. That was a hard moment to beat. So that was your keg-size moment of the game, brought to you by the Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. And a reminder that we want to hear your calls, your texts. Give us your opinions on the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable, 306-936-6262, or toll free at 1-866-767-0620. We do have some callers standing by, but we are going to take a quick break, and we'll get to those in just a moment here. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming at sportscage.com and our socials on the home of Rider Nation as well. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your lottery ticket answers the call that dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket fuels the aircraft that's equipped with a flying intensive care unit. Your lottery ticket is a little girl's lifeline when a swing set collapses. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere and gives you a chance to win the truck and trailer early bird prize package. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. License LR 250008, Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates talking about this Rider 37-18 win over the BC Lions in Week 4, and we want your input. So reach out to us, call us, text us, 1-866-767-0620, or of course you can call or text 306-936-6262. Let's get to Dwayne from Carrot River. You think the Riders are starting to gel?
Hello?
Dwayne, what do you think?
Well, I'm just really happy to see the progress we've made in these games. A little shaky in the first few, and now we've had a really good chance to look at our backup quarterback. Lothar's back in business, and some pretty remarkable play out there. And if we could just quit getting scrappy at the end of the game, it'd be perfect.
I could not agree more. Hey, mostly all positive stuff. Thank you so much, Dwayne from Carrot River. Now let's go over to, not to be confused with Dwayne, but Wayne from Victoria, BC. You're a big Rider fan, and what did you think of the game tonight?
Oh, of course, I was very happy. I just wanted to comment about A.J. Ouellette, like just a great game by him. And actually, our backup quarterback played reasonably well. I thought he had a couple of drops, and it was good to see Duncan Busby get a TD.
Yeah, man, he was so excited about that. He was just vibrating after the game. What a moment for that guy. Well, thank you so much for the call, Wayne. Really appreciate it. Rodney from Regina wants to talk about the Riders secondary. Rodney from Regina, what do you think about the Riders secondary?
Well, thank you. What I think, I'm pleased with the interceptions, some of the knockdowns today. I'm concerned on the consistency of being able, opposition completing passes in the middle, about 15, 20 yards down, and some of the deep plays. I'm wondering, is there a better approach for the secondary using the current bodies that we have there? Or is it more just getting to know one another better and when they should step in and help one another? I'd like to see them be more like Winnipeg or Montreal, being shut down teams at first or second and 20 and not give up a 27-yard completion.
Well, there was only a long completion tonight of 25 yards.
Yeah.
Aiden Eberhardt had a 25-yarder. Keon Hatcher had an 18-yarder. James Butler, 15-yarder. Javon Cotoy, 18 yards. So you look at Jeremiah Masoli's stat line, 16 of 29, 173 yards. I think the pass defense was really good tonight. There were some precise throws made, and let's not forget, the other guys get paid too. I think this Rider passing defense played much better, and overall, this was probably the secondary's best game of the season. Also add the 3 picks in there too.
Now, my other question then, had it been somebody other than Marzoli, had Nathan Rourke been behind there, or had we been playing a team like Winnipeg, would we have been victimized more often? I guess what I'm looking is how can we utilize the bodies we have, because I see potential in a number of them, and a number of them have good track records. So why are we, in some cases, giving up those long balls when it really does hurt the
Part of that's because the Riders are ahead, right? And the teams are playing catch-up, so they're trying more of those balls. But look at Jeremiah Masoli. He was barely over 50% completion percentage.
Yeah.
You know?
And
the Riders usually stuff the run. It's a rarity to see James Butler go for over 100 yards against a Cory Mace coach defense. So, I think something's got to give here. When the Riders are up so much, especially in a game where they're dominating, there's going to be some pass yards given up because the other team's trying to throw to score quickly to get back in the game.
I understand. I guess I'm looking for ahead to the teams in the upper echelon that are with or, even thinking about them as maybe better at this point than the Riders. But
the Riders are 4-0. They're the top team in the CFL.
Yeah. And you're right. The other guys are professionals, too. They get paid to play, pardon me. But I guess I just want to see shut down every play. Who doesn't want to see that? But that was my only comment and thought on the game.
Hey, you know what? We're nitpicking. That's not a bad place to be at in week 4 of the CFL regular season. Rodney from Regina, thank you so much for your call. You can reach out to us as well at 1-866-767-0620 or text or call 306-936-6262. This is the Echo Sound hotline, of course, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. More of your opinions coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Gear up with Selford this season. New 2025 Selford tillage and application equipment is on sale until June 30th. Plus, selected 2024 and earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Selford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See them at Ag in Motion in Saskatoon, July 15th to 17th. GrowMoreProfit.com.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscades.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates heading into the bye week, 4-0 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 37-18 victory over BC, and we're getting your thoughts on the Echo Sound hotline. Brett from Estevan is hanging on the line. Brett, give us your thoughts on the game in 30 seconds.
Hi.
Heading into the bye.
Hi.
Background. And focus on talking to us. You got 30 seconds to give us your thoughts.
30 seconds. For some reason, our second quarterback isn't passing. He's always rushing the ball.
Oh, I think we lost Brett from Estevan. Sorry about that, Brett. Thank you so much for calling in to the Echo Sound hotline. We have Taylor, who's on the bus to Saskatoon and wants to talk about Jake Cohn. Okay, Taylor, your thoughts in 30 seconds.
Jack Cohn.
Hello? Is this, you guys, am I on?
Yep.
30 seconds.
You wanted to
what
talk
do you
about
think?
Jack Cohn?
Oh, yeah, well, I just wanted to know your guys' opinion on why you don't think that they're giving him a shot to start here. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Jake Mayer, but I really, really enjoyed what I watched in the preseason. And I think, to be honest, I was a little disappointed that he didn't get a start over Jake Mayer. That's just my personal opinion. But I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So.
Real quick, Jake Mayer had 45 starts coming into this game, has a 60 touchdown to 39 interception ratio through his 61st touchdown today, has been a franchise quarterback. Jack Cohn's certainly on the way up, but he doesn't have the experience that Jake Mayer has. And oh, by the way, this is technically Jake Mayer's 5th year in the offense that Mark Mueller is running.
That's fair. I guess I never thought of it like that, but I mean, at the same time, you want to talk about experience, right? But how is Cohn going to get that experience if he doesn't get in play as well? That's just my personal thought, I guess, is where I would.
Hey, Taylor, man, that's why we do this show, because we want to hear your opinions. So really appreciate that. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Taylor a little bit just on the fact that he had a better preseason, but plenty of experience with Mayer.
This is the Echo Sound hotline, the Rider Nation Roundtable. We are going to take a quick break and be right back. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the official opposition and MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province. I'm proud of what we produce, and I know you are too. But to get our world-class products to market, we need to build more infrastructure. That means rail lines, power lines, and pipelines. We need action from the government to remove tariffs from our canola and our steel. Let's build that bright future together. Contact me at 306-522-1333 and enjoy the game.
Here at Young's Equipment, we know you expect premium performance and dependable durability from your Case IH equipment, and you should demand the same from the parts you put inside it. Only Case IH genuine parts are guaranteed to perform to the rigorous standards of your Case IH equipment. They're engineered to work harder and last longer, so you can maximize your uptime and minimize your maintenance intervals. Others can imitate, but none can replicate. Nothing beats the original Case IH genuine parts. For Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates here, wrapping this up as the Riders win in Week 4 heading into the bye week 37-18. And just a reminder that we were giving you a chance to win some tickets to Country Thunder Saskatchewan and Craven this July. So if you texted, if you called, you're in the draw. We'll call you on Monday if you happen to be the lucky winner. Speaking of prizes, pick the score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel. Stay connected. See how Week 4 wraps up in the CFL tomorrow. Argos, Red Blacks. We will be back after the bye week, of course. So that means Friday, July 11th. Riders, welcome the Stamps to Mosaic Stadium. Before we leave here, what are you guys doing for the Canada Day long weekend, Justin?
I got a family wedding to go to, catching a quick flight back early in the morning, and Sunday, just in time. Thank goodness the Riders scheduled this game on a Saturday.
They did it just for you. Just for you.
I appreciate it, Craig Reynolds.
Wes?
Yeah, I'm probably just going to kick back, try to enjoy the deck, and maybe go to a barbecue or something. I don't know.
My man's been out golfing too, eh?
Yeah, I did get some first round. Got my first
Wes
round.
Wes Cates can swing it now.
Yesterday.
Don't get it twisted.
A little something, here and there. Don't bet on me, but I'll surprise you now. I can get you 300 yards on the drive, and I got a couple of nice approaches.
Get those hips through. Get them working.
I might have some triple, quadruple bogeys in there too, but hey.
We don't have to count those. That's fine. That's fine. Well, happy Canada Day weekend to you fellas and to everybody listening. Thank you for joining the Radio Roundtable call-in show. For Colson, Curtis, Alan, Mosh, Wes and Justin and everybody else who helps make this thing happen, good night from the Sports Cage studio on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Here at Young's Equipment, we know you expect premium performance and dependable durability from your Case IH equipment, and you should demand the same from the parts you put inside it. Only Case IH genuine parts